I promise to be there in every single way. We're doing this together, every step we take. Closer to each other, so much to discover. I can't help but feeling our love taking over. Our hearts getting closer and closer. I can't get enough of times of getting lost with you. Getting lost with you. One step more and now we're far from everything we had. Ready for whatever's lying up ahead. We won't stop moving, feels too good for that. So good. Feeling our love taking over. Our hearts getting closer and closer. I can't get enough of times of getting lost with you. Getting lost with you. I promise to be there in every single way. We're doing this together, every step we take. Closer to each other, so much to discover. Getting lost with you. Getting lost with you. I know she like what I told. Hold up. Yeah, she like my style, so we FaceTime. And I don't waste none. I'd rather save it if I got time. Get up 4 bars in a one take. I don't take breaks. You could tell just how I spit lines. Oh my baby mama so attractive. She don't play with hers, yeah. Why you asking? Lonely for the night, so we get down, yeah. Tell me how you feeling now. 1 round, 2 rounds if you're not done. I won't give in if you want some. UPS at the box is the top love. I can give you what I got, I don't got none. Save some for your bro when I come through. Take a second or 2 if you want to. I ain't feeling done. I just wanna spend all my days laying with you in the sun. Is you down with it? Say is you down with it? We can get it from the top to the ground again. Not afraid to give my all, so I give no less. And you can guess what it is, cause you know me best. Brush dust off my shoulder, party like a birthday. She don't feel older, still feel cold. Get closer and I hold ya. Hold up, tell him what I told ya. 1 round, 2 rounds if you're not done. I won't give in if you want some. UPS at the box is the top love. I can give you what I got, I don't got none. Save some for your bro when I come through. Take a second or 2 if you want to. I ain't feeling done. I just wanna spend all my days laying with you in the sun. Still good, we can run rounds. Get high in the clouds, never come down. Far-fetched, still score like a touchdown. We can take a break, it been getting pretty rough now. And I ain't never feeling mad, no. A little sad, I got fans though. Play your songs that we dance slow. All night so we get low. Tell me what you think when you be all alone. Yeah. I know she like what I told. Hold up, yeah, yeah. And she can ask for more and I can pass the four. If she got five and I can't pass no more. And fast forward to the time we short. Unsure till we on that shore. But can't close so we be on course. Adios till we off that porch. She wanna know what I'm on there for. Like it dirty when she on that floor. Little kisses.
Good morning. Those of you that can hear me, just say shush on 3, 1, 2, 3. There we go, that's teamwork. Together everyone achieves more, one of my favourite acronyms. My name's Chris, I'll be your host today for the 10th annual Like Minds Festival. I think that was adequate for this time of morning. However, I feel that after last year, for those of you that are here, Bruce Daisley from Twitter did a speech, and he spoke about his book, The Joy of Work, which everybody should go and buy. It's a magnificent book, fantastic. He's trying to achieve a state of buzz. And if we have a state of buzz, we're like the new romantic song, we're going to get what we give. If we give more, we'll get more back. So I feel I've got to warm everybody up a little bit before we really crack on to get to a state of buzz. And there's an exercise I like to do, and I think some of you will know this already, we've done it before. Some of you that haven't, we're going to do it. We're all going to get to know each other a little bit better. What I need you to do is find somebody close to you, make them your partner for the next 2 minutes, number yourselves 1 and 2. Quick as you can, find yourself a partner, number yourselves 1 and 2. Whoever it may be. If somebody hasn't got a partner, just put their hand up. Let's make sure we've got somebody with us. Right, dead simple, that's done. That's that. Has somebody not got a partner? We've got a 3. Can't be a 3, it has to be a 2. Right, guys? Guys, we've got our partners. Somebody hasn't. John, have you not got a partner? Right, guys, this is real simple. You know, John Harvey needs a partner. Come and sit with John up here. You're going to have to get a bit friendly, but it's not a problem. This is real simple, guys. We're going to number ourselves 1 and 2. Number Suki, I'm going to do this for Suki. Don't worry, Suki. I have got your back like a jacket. Guys, what we need to do is we need to find our partner. Number 1 is going to spend the next minute complimenting number 2 in any which way they feel comfortable to compliment them. We'll do that for 1 minute. Are you ready? Go. That's it, stop, well done. All we've got to do now, guys, number twos, reciprocate. Last year we had Aji Isaac was here, he introduced the concept of shoe, which is reciprocity, and his business is called Tech Shoe, which is fantastic. So we're going to reciprocate the love back to the other person. Compliment them for a minute, best you can. Away we go. You know. Thank you. That'll do, come on. The time is ticking on me, I haven't got long left. If you hear me, say shush, 1, 2, 3. Shh. It's magnificent working as a team. For those of you that don't know my history, I used to be a rugby player, I'll allude to that later. Now I've got your attention, my name is Chris, I will be your host and MC. I hope everybody's feeling good. Is everybody feeling good? Yes, right, look, we're going to do our intro again. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 10th annual Like Minds Festival. Yeah! Now we're cooking. Before I get down to housekeeping and matters at hand, I'd like you all to keep this level of energy and enthusiasm as we welcome our founder, curator, and the man that's put this all together, Mr. Drew Ellis.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Like Minds. Welcome to the 10th anniversary. I'm really excited to see you all here. There's lots going on, as you know. There's masterclass tables in the 2 rooms in the main hall there. If you haven't chosen your masterclass, please go and write your name on the available list. There are still some spaces left. And enjoy the day. We've got the fantastic Chris Bentley looking after us. If anybody's got any questions, come and find me. And enjoy the day. Thank you very much.
Well done, Drew. I said I was a rugby player. One of the things that I did as a rugby player, I played for the local team, the Exeter Chiefs. We spent a lot of time at the iconic CTC Commando Training Centre. And one of the things that the Marines are very big at in their training is the dislocation of expectation, whereby they say, we're going to go over that hill, and you get over that hill and you think you've done it, and then you're going over the next hill and it keeps going. And I appreciate we've got an ideas festival now, there's a lot going on. I'm going to remove the dislocation of expectation for you. For those of you like football parlance, we have a 3-3-2-4 formation, which will be 3 keynotes, 2 keynotes for the pitch fest, and then 4 keynotes to finish. We also have seminars out the back. Everybody hopefully has got books that has lined that out for you. Also in the main hall, there are sign-ups for the seminars. There will be a bit of a challenge for some of our speakers in that some seminars have been expertly scheduled in the middle of a keynote. So if you do feel that perhaps you want to go to one of the workshops, make sure you're at the back of the room, not the front of the room. It would be disconcerting for somebody if you stand up and walk out midway through when it's not because you're shit, Felix, it's because they want to go and do a workshop with somebody else, ostensibly. We've obviously got our sign-ups. We have an infamous after party at the Hotel de Van. We also have the CrowdThink app, which is sort of a digital consciousness. The Wi-Fi is slightly restricted, but if you can get onto the Wi-Fi within the ballroom, join The Crowd. It's an app called The Crowd. They're not going to take any details. It's literally just a stream of consciousness that we can all talk to. It will make it a lot easier for me to liaise with you and to make sure that we're getting all of the points made. So The Crowd with a K on the App Store, if you can get that. Once you've got on the Wi-Fi, probably best to jump off the Wi-Fi and use your 4G, which is equally good here. Now, other than that, I think health and safety. If there's a fire, follow me, because I will run through a wall to survive. There are toilets down the stairs there. Be careful. Please don't fall over. Apply common sense at all times and be courteous to one another. That's probably the best way to be. We're going to get to our speakers. One of the things I'm going to try and do is humanize them slightly with little-known facts. Our first speaker, he is synonymous with the Burning Man Festival, where he's a regular at Sharky's Bar. Now, I don't know a huge amount about the Burning Man Festival, although my understanding is they're sort of in the desert and they're naked. So if at any moment you are feeling just in awe of our first speaker, imagine that he's in the naked desert just like this, which is quite a guy. Anyway, he is an absolute heavyweight, and he's going to kick us off with some pretty serious stuff. I'm going to look at my notes because this is just a bonkers CV. He's the founder of Hyper Interactive, which is one of the first web design companies 25 years ago, which he started when he was 4. He's the CEO of a clutch of agencies which help define SEO, interactive TV, and CRM. This is the most important point, absolutely. Because he's been going for so long in the business, he's made every mistake an entrepreneur can make. And we all know that from mistakes, good things happen. This year, he started a 2Y 3X program specifically designed to double and triple the size of agencies. And he's the lead for the People-Centered Internet Coalition, which is chaired by the Internet's co-founder, Vint Cerf. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm from Liverpool, so I would call him Felix Wellard, but I think his name is actually Felix Velarde.
Thank you very much. What can you say after an intro like that? Please, 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 please don't hold that picture in your head. Hold this picture in your head. It's much better. This is what I now do for a living. So I retired 5 years ago because I'd had 6 agencies and I ran an agency group. And I got to the end. And you know when somebody comes up to you and says, "Boss, can I have 5 minutes?" You know nothing good is ever going to come after that intro. I got to the point after 22 years of running companies, I didn't want to hear that again because it would be machete time. So I retired and then I started helping companies to grow. And as Chris kindly said, I've screwed up everything that you can possibly screw up running a business. I've made the same mistakes over and over and over again. And eventually I started learning that there's a bunch of stuff that just doesn't work, and that there's a bunch of really simple stuff that really does work. And so for the last 5 years, I've been working with owners and management teams and leadership teams of companies to help them grow their companies really fast, partly by stopping them doing all of the crap that's never going to work, and partly by downloading some of the learning that I've acquired from other people and from my own mistakes. And it turns out that any plan is better than no plan, as long as you actually get on with it and do it. So my specialty, if you like, is holding people's feet to the flames to make sure they execute a rational plan. Anyway, I've been doing this for a few years, and last Tuesday, I decided to launch a new company called 2Y3X. Hopefully that just came on behind me. Great, the tech works. 2Y3X is a program, it's a 2-year program, where we go in, we help formulate a strategy, and we take that strategy, turn it into a plan, and then we push the senior teams through that plan so that at the end of the period, they've doubled their revenue, at least, sometimes tripled, hence the name. So that's what I'm going to talk about. I thought it might be useful to teach you how I do what I do so that you can take those principles, and if they make sense to you, you can put them in action in your own companies. Because if you can do that, and if you can hold yourselves to account and hold your teams and get them to hold you to account, then by the end of 2 years, you will have made remarkable change to your business. Now, there are a lot of non-execs and chairmen and advisors and advisory sort of accelerators that I've met since I've been here for the last 24 hours. Some amazing and lovely people. These are the people that can help you to hold your feet to the flames, hold you to account, and make sure that you get to where you want to go. And where do you want to go? A lot of the companies that I work with want to get to a point where they've exited their business. And what that means to them largely is 2 or 3 or 4 million quid in the bank account, success, happiness, a sense of achievement, and the ability to go off and spend 6 months on a beach in Thailand or go to Burning Man or do whatever they want to do before they decide on what their next career is. Somebody needs an update. It could well be me. Oh, God. So this exit thing, it doesn't necessarily have to be an exit, but it has to be a grand ambition. Jim Collins in Good to Great talks about the BHAG, the big, hairy, audacious goal. Having something that sits on the far horizon, but just in sight, that is huge, that is aspirational, that is visionary, that allows them to hold something over there while they do all the grindy work today. And when I start working with companies, I always start at this point. What is it that you actually want? What's the lofty goal? And if the goal is to exit, say in 3 years' time, 3 years is a nice horizon. It's within reach, but it's not so far away that the world will have changed in the meantime. Brexit aside. So we start with this end goal. I'll tell you a tiny little story. A few years ago, I've always wanted to go to see the Himalayas. I've always wanted to go to Nepal, so I booked a holiday in Nepal. And what happens when you book a holiday to Nepal, the trekking holiday, is that the travel agent says to you, well, you're going to need to spend the next 9 months before you go away on holiday doing long walks. And I had a house in the Cotswolds, so I thought this would be easy. The Cotswolds, gorgeous. And obviously life got in the way, and I lunched it, and for the 9 months I went partying and I ran the business. And the weekend before we went to Nepal, I went for my first 4-mile walk. And you get to Nepal, and you meet your guides, and the guides take your huge rucksacks off you, and they leave you with a walking stick and a small bottle of water. And then these amazing guys, these 2 guys who are guides, who probably about yay tall, and super skinny, put our rucksacks on their heads, these huge, great things, and proceeded to walk us down this valley. And after a little while, the lead guide said, right, we're going to walk for an hour, and at the end of the hour, we're going to start moving uphill, but we're going to stop and we're going to discuss the journey. So we walked for an hour, stop to discuss the journey. And then he said, right, in an hour's time, we're going to reach this beautiful little view where you can see just across the valley. So let's go. It's like, great. And then a little further on, an hour later, he said, right, there's a tree. And in this tree, there's some birds, and it's bird song. It's beautiful. It's about an hour. It's a bit steeper. And so we got to this tree, and it was beautiful, and bird song, and it was glorious. And then he said, right, by this time, we're getting a bit sort of tired and hot. He said, right, the next stop, we're going to have some tea in a nice family's home. And so we went and we had this tea. And by about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we'd had several of these different stages. We'd seen yaks, we'd seen paddy fields across the thing, we'd had a glimpse of a mountain over there. It was amazing. By the end of the first day, when I was basically dead, sweat, I was using the walking stick to pull me up. My legs didn't work anymore. We got to the top in the dark. And then the next morning, woke up, went out of the front of the lodge, and there was this vista of Annapurna South and Fishtail Mountains. An absolutely glorious view. If somebody had said, today you are going to walk up 6,000 stairs, I wouldn't have started. But they had it absolutely nailed. They gave me this, I knew what I was there for. I wanted to see this amazing view, wanted to get to the top of this mountain or this hill. And they staged it. And they staged it really beautifully. They made it inspirational. It was only ever an hour's task. And I used that principle, that sort of approach, when I came back and started being a management consultant. And so I start at the end. I start with the vision thing. What do you want? Well, if it's exit in 3 years, good place to start. Exit on its own, making 3 million quid, isn't good enough. Because actually, if you want to make 3 million quid, buy paper clips in China and sell them for a penny more here. Or set up a porn site, or do something. There are infinitely better ways of making money than my new friend who makes cheese. There are easier ways to do it. So you need to add in some other stuff, some stuff that helps bring together your vision. So if you want to make an exit, then there's a certain amount of money going to be involved in that. If you're making $1.5 million profit at the end of 3 years, you'll walk away with 10 million quid to distribute amongst your partners. That would be wonderful. Again, it's not enough. So when I work with companies, we tend to set a goal that is about quality. Let's call ourselves Agency of the Year in 3 years' time. Well, that forces a certain kind of behavior within your company. It forces you to have an eye on quality and excellence and delivery and customer service and on-time delivery and all of that kind of stuff. But again, it's still not enough. So having something that's about the culture. We want to be in 3 years' time in the Times top 100 places to work. Well, that forces you to think about how you engage with your staff and your employees and your partners. It forces you to put in programs to mentor and coach people. And then suddenly, that starts looking like a list of things that you're going to have to do. So we start at the end and we work backwards. So it's really simple. We put the goal at the end and we map backwards from there 3 years. And then we start filling it in. Now, I break this down into 5 different areas: people, clients, sales and marketing, processes, and corporate and finance. Because it makes it very easy to do your planning. And then we start at the end and we work backwards. If you are going to exit, what do you need on the people front? You need a bunch of other people running your company, right? In the last year, you have to make yourself completely dispensable. So your senior management team needs to be in charge of business. It's common sense, right? So the year before that, what do you need to do? You need to get a senior management team in place and actually practicing running the business. But also on the people front, because you're heading towards Times Top 100 places to work, you need some other stuff. This year, we need to identify the senior management team and put them in place. Because otherwise, there's not going to be anybody to be doing the practice in year 2. So by starting at the end, we find out what we've got to do this year. Really simple principle, right? Culture needs to be absolutely stonking by year 3. So in year 2, we want to make certain that the only people working for us are A players, and that we've incentivized people properly, and that there's a culture program. So this year, we need to sort out our hiring strategy. We probably need to get rid of the C players, get the right people on the bus, again, Jim Collins. We need to work out what we want to do in terms of training, because if we want A players super motivated next year, this year, we're going to have to teach them. We're going to have to turn them into those A players. Does that all make sense? So you start at the end and you work your way backwards. And because this is a very short talk, I'm not going to do that for all of them, but as another example in sales and marketing, if you are going to be the market leaders because you will, by the end of this year, have won Agency of the Year, then the year before that, you need to be starting to win some awards, and you need a really good sales team or new business function. So this year, we need sales training, we need a new website, we need to nail our proposition, most fundamental cornerstone of any kind of growth program, nail your proposition. We need to sort out lead generation, which comes out of the proposition, and so on. And eventually what happens is you come up with a map like this. This is the point at which your iPhones come out. And this is called a strategy map. It is a map of all of the stuff that you're going to have to do over the next 3 years in order to lead to those 3 goals. And if it's not on here, don't do it. You and your senior team or your growth team, I call it growth lab because quite often we've got a 22-year-old superstar on the team, we've got somebody who doesn't manage anybody and is never going to be managing people, and we've got people who aren't on the team who are in senior positions, who are brilliant at managing people but hopeless at delivering strategic projects. So we call it growth team. You devise this with the growth team. And it's a great cohesive coalescing exercise. So what you end up with is a bunch of stuff that you've got to do this year. And we turn this into something called an execution roadmap. And the execution roadmap essentially is, okay, we've got 20 tasks to do this year. We've got 5 people on the team. We break that down into quarters, so that's 1 task per person per quarter. And who's going to take on coming up with our new proposition? And Johnny says, oh, I'll do that. And they have 3 months to come up with a new proposition. And Sally says, I'll sort out the client satisfaction survey. And eventually, you suddenly find at the end of year 1 that you've done 20 things. And if you're anything like me, when I was running a business, I'd set out at the beginning of the year and say, this year, we're going to have a new website. Or this year, we're going to remove the disbalance. We've got 40% of our revenue in one client. This year, we're going to focus on balancing out our clients. And you get one big thing done. This gets 20 little things done that allows you to move on so that by the beginning of year 2, you're ready to do year 2's stuff. And by the end of year 2, you're ready for year 3. And by the end of year 3, you've got your $1.5 million EBIT, you've got your agency of the year, and you've got your Times top 100 place. It's a really, really, really simple, straightforward process. The reason we call it a program rather than a management consulting or the usual sort of growth acceleration type stuff is because it is programmatic. There is an order that it has to go in, and it requires a certain amount of experience and expertise in order to be able to download some of the things like how to sell and what have you, which you otherwise buy in. But this is our action plan. So by starting at the end and working backwards, we come up with what we've got to do today and tomorrow and next quarter and by the end of the year. It's a lovely process. What normally happens is by the end of the first 9 months, everything's changed. You've got no more C players in your company and everybody's super motivated and your values are sorted out and everybody's heading in the right direction. You've sorted out your sales and your website and your proposition and customers are starting to come to you. And usually, by the end of the first year, we've probably grown by 40 or 50%. And usually by the end of the second year, another 40% means that we've doubled. Quite frequently, we triple. And that's fabulous. And it's a joy for me because I get to see people doing what they want to do, achieving their ambitions, when they weren't really sure how to get there in the first place. And it's great for them because they find that they're heading towards this. And then at the end of 2 years, I walk away. Because by that point, we're probably all sick of the sight of each other. But it's time at that point for them to get motivation from somewhere else. I think that's really important. Don't have advisors for too long. Anyway, that's it. Hopefully you understood that, and it was clear and simple and straightforward, and hopefully you can take that back to the office and start rethinking the way that you plan the next 3 years of your business. Because really, all it's about is taking chaos and all of the stuff that you know you ought to do and putting it into a rational, straightforward, easy to do, one step at a time order. And that's it. If you've got any questions, feel free to email me. Very happy to answer them, give all this stuff away, whatever. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Felix. That was magnificent. We're chugging along quite nicely, and we're starting to get some more people in the room. It's lovely. Don't forget, if you go onto App Store, The Crowd with a K, if you can get onto The Crowd, we have live consciousness. There's people taking pictures, but the man in the crowd's also taking photos of everything. So if you're in the crowd, you're able to get everything that's going up on the screen. And we're on to our next speech, which I'm really, really excited about because I don't know about anybody else in the room. I am unrepentant, addicted to my mobile phone device. Spend far too much time with it. And Laura Willis is about to say her speech is titled Phoning In Why We Aren't Reaching Our Full Potential in a Constantly Changing World. She was on a train, she had an epiphany, she realized she was addicted to a phone. She has founded a business called Shine Offline. I got this. Shine Offline, it does make a difference if you're shining offline. Shining online, that's pretty shit when you're trying to get offline. So that's me getting it wrong straight away, needless to say. We're shining offline. What I would like to say is a quote that I've taken from her, and I'm going to read this, which is lovely. Let's look out the window. Let's pause for a moment. Let's really taste our food on our lunch break, because life is better offline. Let's shine. The little-known fact about Laura, before I introduce her up, is she's performed in a West End play as an amateur, and also she hates rugby, which means I don't like her. I'm joking. I actually think she's amazing. Everybody put your hands together for Laura Willis.
Right. Hello. How's everyone? Very good. Super. I'm thrilled to be here because I wasn't meant to be here. I'm only here because somebody else couldn't do it. And I was like, oh, I've had this idea for a new product for a while, and I wanted to share it with a room of people, and I thought, maybe this is the room. So I wanted to, I've got this idea. It's this new product. You can hold it in your hand or wear it in your pocket. And the impact it'll have on you will be quite specific, but it could really help your focus, your productivity, your ability to concentrate and engage your brain. It could bring you closer to your colleagues and your clients. Your ability to collaborate and innovate will really, really go up. It'll also improve relationships at work with the people that you spend all your day with, but also with your loved ones. It's going to work-life balance. Oh my God, it's going to do so much for your work-life balance. It's going to improve your well-being generally, and it's also, for a lot of us, it could help us to sleep better. If I was to bring this to market, would people buy one? Would you? Yeah. Right, so I might work on it. It's going to take a while. But say there was something out there that did the complete opposite. Would you avoid it like the plague? Yeah. Who's got their phone with them? Who's holding it in their hand? Mobile technology has revolutionized the world. And it's amazing. You know, the benefit that it's brought to our personal and our professional time is quite phenomenal. But a lot of people struggle with getting a sense of balance and control in their lives in relation to the role that their digital devices play. You know, we are closer to our colleagues and clients on the other side of the world but maybe feeling disconnected from the people that are sitting in the meeting room with us. We do have all the answers at our fingertips because, you know, the information that we can now get through these devices is unbelievable. But our minds are so fractured and distracted that we find it hard to tap in to a place of focus and deep work. And yeah, we can be entertained. Like, you can carry it around with you. You can watch Netflix no matter where you are. But with that has come a lack of space, a lack of pause, a lack of downtime, and a lack of an ability to allow your mind to wander. The intention with this stuff was to help us. It was to bring us closer together. It was to help us to innovate. It was to make us more time efficient, etc. But I think for a lot of people these days, we just don't feel in control of our own attention. And the negative impacts are starting to outweigh the positive impacts. At Shine Offline, in the work that we've been doing over the past 4 years, we have been asking people, how strongly do you agree that your digital technology causes you stress and overwhelm? When we ask that question to people, 83% of people say, yeah, it does cause me stress and overwhelm. When we ask them, do you feel that your digital distractions impair your ability to do your best work? 92% of people say, yes, it does impair my ability to focus my mind, to innovate, etc. Who here today, when they're working at their desk, has their phone within reach? Hands, please. Thank God you're normal. Oh, God. Research has found that there's a brain drain on your cognitive capacity. Your phone doesn't actually even have to be turned on. It just being within your sight line, it has a negative impact on your ability to use your brain. And who sits with their inbox open all day so that emails are coming in at their leisure, willy-nilly, and you have no control over the flow of them? Hands again, please. Again, you're normal. This has become a freaking nightmare. Who feels like a professional emailer? It should be a job title. Email was meant to replace the fax machine. It wasn't meant to replace conversation, which it's done. And it wasn't meant to replace a to-do list. Because a lot of us are allowing our inboxes to dictate how we spend our days. And I think if you think about it, it really isn't the most effective or efficient way to spend your time at work. As knowledge workers, we use our brains to do our jobs. And we need to be mindful of the impact that distraction can have on our ability to get into those really special parts of our minds and to do deep work and to be able to really focus and concentrate. We all flit all day now. And that's normal. That's the way it is. But it wasn't always like that. And I think a lot of us need to take a moment to pause and think, is that having a negative impact on my mind and my ability to use it? Meeting rooms. We all come into the meeting room with all our devices. And they're great. They can complement a meeting. She said something. I want to know a bit more about that. I'll look it up. Or I wanted to say something, but I've forgotten, so I'm going to. Meeting rooms have become hotbeds of frustration and suspicion. I spent half an hour preparing my 3 minutes. I think she's on Instagram. That man is looking at sport, and he's on news. They're both in their inbox. Nobody's listening to me. I feel crap. We're not connecting as people. The morale of this team is being impacted as a result. And we came into this room to share solutions, get consensus, discuss. And a lot of us just feel really disengaged because this technology is pulling us away. Work-life balance. There's another word that begins with B. Work-life. Yeah. Anybody know what I'm meaning? Yeah. Digital technology has been the greatest enabler of flexible working. We have a flexible approach to our working lives these days, thanks to the fact that we're not tethered to the desk anymore. We can work anywhere. It's amazing. But a lot of us are tethered to our technology. Because gone are the days where you looked at the clock at 5:30 and said, oh, I'll sit on for 10 minutes and look really conscientious. And then I'll go home and I'll think about work because I had a really shitty day. But I won't be at work, and I'll go to the gym and I'll go home and I'll cook dinner and I'll sit with my loved one and watch the telly, and I'll go to bed and I'll still be thinking about work a bit because that thing happened and it's bugging me and I feel overwhelmed and stuff, there's too much happening, whatever. But I'm not physically connected to work. But now, if you want to be, you can be connected to work all of the time. Body is in Ibiza, head's back in the office. Oh, if I don't check my inbox every couple of days, there's going to be hundreds of them waiting for me when I get back. Or day 4, this book is rubbish. I hate the sand and my children are doing my head in. I'll just go in and see what's happening at work. We go on holiday for a reason, to rest. Because as human beings, we need a chance for a break. We need some oasis in our lives. The world is a very busy place and we need some tranquility. And yet, we're just not getting the same break that we used to. We're checking in on the commute on the way home. We're on in the evenings. This unspoken expectation, this macho culture. I've met people who, I'm going to type my email at 3 in the afternoon, but I'm going to schedule it to go out at 3 in the morning to make it look like I'm working all night. I've met people who have done this. And it's rubbish. Excellence has become conflated with being constantly contactable. If you want to be excellent, you need to rest. You need some downtime. You need breaks in your day. You need to focus your mind. You do not need to be constantly on all of the time. And again, it's just become normalized overnight without most people taking a moment to stop and reflect. And then at home, thinking about that work-life balance piece. Who here uses their phone as their alarm clock? Who has a child who can wake at 5, but sometimes he wakes at 7? So I don't have an alarm clock, but I need to get one because he's like so very unpredictable. 80% of people use their phone as their alarm clock. And why wouldn't you? There's an alarm on the phone. You can change the volume. You can change the tone. Happy days. Deloitte research has found that 1 in 3 of us check for messages in the middle of the night. Last thing before we go to bed, brush our teeth. Into bed. I'm just about to turn my light off. I'll set my alarm. I'll just have one last check. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, work email. What have we done? We've stimulated our minds. We are now lying in between Boris Johnson and Donald Trump. Our ex-wife is sitting at the end of the bed. Whatever we've looked at is now in our minds. And sleep is a thing these days. Everyone's exhausted. And I think we need to bring some consciousness to the relationship we have with our devices and the impact they could be having on our ability to get a restful night's sleep. And then, 10 to 7, it goes off. You haven't put your toe on the floor. Work email. Oh, yeah, great. Well, this puts me in a really good mood. I love looking at this before I get up. Social media. People write rubbish on social media and it makes you feel crap. You're looking at it before you get out of bed. The news. We should know what's going on in the world. Of course we should. But not every freaking minute of the day. It has a negative impact on how we feel. And again, just because this technology can wake us up doesn't mean it should. And if it puts you in a bad place and starts your day off on a negative note, then I think we need to make some small changes. I was somebody who had pretty poor digital management in my life. I was a self-employed PR marketing consultant, and I loved my email. And when I got a smartphone, I loved the fact that I could carry my email around with me everywhere I went and service my clients no matter where I was. I did have quite a lot of overwhelm as a result, and then I became a mum in 2012. Sadie was 2 weeks late, but it was fine. She was born on the 23rd, which is my lucky number. Ka-ching. And she was amazing. Her arrival into our lives was like nobody could have prepared us for what was happening, and it was phenomenal. But I now had something else that required my attention, as well as all this stuff that was requiring my attention, and I had no boundaries, and I couldn't get any balance. I would be giving her lunch, checking my inbox, pushing her on the swing, replying to a client email. I became completely overloaded and completely overwhelmed. She slept through from 10 weeks, and I mean like from 7 to 7. I was an insomniac and ended up on sleeping tablets for weeks. I ended up with panic disorder, where I couldn't see a lot of the time, which I think was because my brain was so overloaded with information all of the time that my body was actually just trying to shut down. And I hit a very, very low point in my life and went on a journey of recovery. And what I learned on my journey through making some change. Well, I went through a period of mindfulness practice where I started to meditate every day, and that created some space in my mind and some clarity of thinking to realize what was causing my stress, and it was the phone was causing an awful lot of my problems. So the adjustments that I made around my use of my digital changed my life. And when I told people what I was doing, this is something everybody wanted to talk about. Oh my God, I can't get away from work. It's doing my head in. I'm looking at the inbox all weekend. Oh, my husband's never off his phone. He's looking at sport all night when we're trying to watch the telly together. People are at work during the day. There's like 4 channels that I have to keep up to date with because we've now got Slack and Skype for Business and Facebook Workplace on top of email and WhatsApp groups. And I just can't do my job. Everybody had a problem and nobody was doing anything about it. So it inspired us to create this business, to go out and create spaces for people to pause and reflect on their lives and how they were spending them and where their attention was being placed. Life is very busy and we've no time anymore, ironically, because we're all on our bloody phones the whole time. And I think, for me, I stopped and I paused and I took time to reflect and made the appropriate changes that worked for me. And I think that we all need to do this. We need to work out what's causing the stress in my world when it comes to my digital, and everybody's different. What are my triggers? Why am I constantly checking my inbox? Why do I keep feeling the need to look at Twitter, LinkedIn? What's driving me back? What's the external trigger and the internal trigger? And where do I want to place my attention? Because where you place your attention is who you are. And I think these days, too many of us are placing too much of our attention on our digital technology without really intending to. It's become a habit. It's an auto response. Moment of boredom, moment of downtime, moment of irritation, check, 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 check. And it's now just a way of life. You need to take control of your own attention. We need to make changes that are going to have positive impacts on us as individuals. But we also need to be mindful of the impact our behavior has on the people around us. So the digital behaviors at work, behavior results in culture. And I believe every business with their eye on the future needs to think about the digital culture of their workplace. Everybody's using digital to do their jobs. And over the past 4 years, I have met very few people who are 100% happy with the role that it's playing in their lives and the way, the supporting role it's meant to be playing, the enhancing role it's meant to be playing. Most people don't feel that. We need to be mindful of our behavior and the impact that that has on them and also their behavior and empower them to turn towards this technology and use it in a healthy and sustainable way. If you want to grow and scale your business, I believe you're a fool not to take this stuff seriously because digital's not going anywhere. It's getting bigger, it's getting faster. It's going to become even more central to our lives, our professional and personal lives. It's not going to be too long before you can have a chip sewn into your body so you don't actually even need to pick the phone up. At least now there's a level of consciousness. I can take my device when I want to spend half an hour concentrating on that thing, put it on flight mode and stick it in the drawer. Soon it'll be in us. Now, I'm not getting a chip. I'll have some chips, but I'm not having a chip in here. But a lot of people will, so I think we need to bring some consciousness to this now. I'm an example of somebody who hit a very low point in my life. Like, I was lower than I'd ever been. And through some patience and some time and some self-compassion, I got myself to a place where my digital technology really does enhance my life. I have 2 small children. The sleep's getting better, but geez, it's still quite hard. And a lovely husband, and I really like him. And we have a wonderful life. And this business is growing. And I know if I had been sitting on my phone on that commuter train that morning, which I had been doing, I would never have come up with the idea because I wouldn't have been looking around me and I wouldn't have been conscious of the world the way I had become. So I suppose the message for you all today is take the time to stop and pause and reflect on your own behavior because you can make small changes. It's not rocket science what we're asking people to do. It's small. Get yourself an alarm clock. Start putting your phone in the desk drawer. Start putting email offline so you can concentrate. Tell people that you're not available on Slack apart from between 2 and 4 o'clock every day. Have some work-life balance. Talk to your people about the fact that you are overwhelmed because you can't get a break at the weekend and you're not going to be contactable on email. If anybody needs you, they can call you if it's urgent. Let's get this subject on the agenda. Thanks.
That was an absolute winner. We're just having a little bit of motion. For those of you that are moving seminars, we'll have a quick break so you can just make your way out if you're on the way to seminar. I think the point that resonates from that one, for those of you that study philosophy, there was a chap called Guillaume Apollinaire who said once, in the pursuit of happiness, sometimes it pays to pause and be happy. And I think Laura made a very important point there. Sometimes just pause and be happy. And there are a few people taking seminars. Minter, this is not a reflection on you, promise you. If we can chivvy ourselves along as quickly as we can, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have a break after this one. We will give time. We will give time. If you're sitting at the back, guys, we've got 20 minutes until you're having a proper break. Make your way forward, because I know we've lost a few at the back. Richard Carpenter, you can lead that movement. If you just stand up and move, the people around you move with you. Let's get close to the front, make the room feel a bit nicer. I appreciate we're going to have this tribal movement as we go for our seminars and workshops. Right, come on, guys, let's get a bit of order. We'll have a communal shush on 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Third and final speaker of the first set of speakers has quite possibly the greatest name in the history of names, Minter Dial, which I'm sure people have spoken about previously. He is a thought leader, author, filmmaker of award-winning The Last Ring Home, co-author of the award-winning Future Proof, How to Get Your Business Ready for the Next Disruption. His latest book, Heartificial Empathy, Putting Heart into Business and Artificial Intelligence, possibly flies in the face of what we've just discussed, but has also been nominated for the Business Book Awards 2019. Little known facts about this man, if you have a quick look on his LinkedIn, 61 people have taken time to write an endorsement, which in the world of LinkedIn, they've actually sat there, they haven't just ticked the box, they've actually written about how good this man is. 61 people, which is not the best of the crowd today, but it still makes him very impressive. He also speaks French, Italian, and Spanish. So in any European dialect you'd like, please welcome to the stage who's going to speak about the 3 most untapped levers of productivity, Minter Dial.
Thanks, Chris. You know, one of the best ways you can follow Laura's advice is go to China. When you go to China, everything is disconnected for you, so it's perfect. Of course, when you come back, it's a shitfest because it's just, red banners everywhere. Anyway, it's wonderful to speak right after Laura, because what I want to talk to you about is hopefully some of the ways that you can ingest and follow some of the ideas that Laura is talking about. I want you to quickly take a look at this video and tell me, who are you? Anyone identify themselves with anything in this film? Who do you identify with? The gazelle. Oh, darn. Anyone identify with anyone else? The lion. I mean, I know when I saw the tree. When I saw this film first, the lion, I'm born in August, oh, there I am. Then I realized the shit hit the fan. This is also the kind of situation we're living in, where you go out to have lunch with your loved one or a little daughter, and you end up, with 3 phones, and you're looking at the devices rather than paying attention in real time to the person in front of you. Of course, it's only men doing it here. To women, I don't know why that is. What about this? How many of you guys have this? Right? Or if you don't have it, your boss has it. And that's shit too. We need to get over it. So what I want to talk to you about is ESP, the 3 most untapped levers of productivity in your business. And really, the fact is that these are not just good for you. These are good for business. So the first is an E. It's something that we're lacking, that leaders need, and that is absolutely central to a thing called customer centricity if you're trying to do it. Anyone have any ideas what the E stands for? Empathy. I heard it from you first, so you get the prize. my last book. Yeah, so the thing is empathy. So if you are trying to, you think the customer is important, if you'd like your employees to be more engaged, if you're contemplating or implementing any AI, If you want to improve your innovation pipeline, if you want anything, anyone recognize any of themselves in this? All right, put your hands up if you do. All right, if you don't, I want to catch you with the rest, because basically it has a role in so many parts of our business, and yet we're not doing it. Let's just talk about what is empathy, because people do get it wrong. Basically, the short line is it's about being in another person's shoes. It's about understanding the context, the emotions, and the thoughts of other people. Good news is it's a topic that is highly interesting to people. It's beginning to peak up. So even in businesses, we're now starting to talk about putting in empathy, and I'll talk to you about that in a moment. But one thing empathy is it's not about being nice. It doesn't mean you have to, give away the farm. It's also not about being sorry for somebody else or actually giving something or doing something for something else. It's strictly the idea of understanding what the other person is feeling or thinking. What is empathy? Well, it's listening actively. And that's one of the biggest problems we have today. We don't even have the time to listen and really observe what's going on in the nonverbal communications, in the eyes. It's about being present, and that's probably the most important thing. Is about when you get disconnected from these devices, you actually return to how you're breathing, feeling yourself, being compassionate for yourself. And then once you can do that, then you can actually be much more empathic and present with the others. The good news about being empathic is that it actually is brilliant for a thing called conversation. If you really want to have a conversation that's two people talking, empathy is a key factor. It's also a precondition for being ethical. So if ethics is important to you, then you need to make sure you're upping your game as a team with regard to your empathy. Mark Bayer, a friend of mine who wrote in Psychology Today, said empathy toward others is a precondition to an ethical life. And I think in this world, with all the things that we can do, where laws haven't been written, ethics and empathy, therefore, are really important issues. And the good news is it's going to make you money. There's been a survey that was done, and they identified empathic companies, and they gave them an index. And the ones that were the top 10 outperformed the bottom 10 by 2 times in terms of value creation. 87% of CEOs see a direct link between workplace empathy and business performance, productivity, employee retention, and general business health. So if that's not enough, if there's not a reason in there for you to start becoming more empathic, I don't know what else needs to happen to encourage you to up your empathy game. The thing about empathy, though, is it's not something you can teach. You need to create an environment where it is explored and allowed. And there are many different techniques you can do. I don't want to go into all of them, but that's something you ought to start reading about and understanding how to improve empathy. You may be empathic, but the challenge then becomes your non-empathic boss or a non-empathic colleague, how to bring them in, model the behavior. All right, ESP, this is S. What does S stand for? I don't have an extra pillow to give to you, but I gather you travel with a pillow, Laura. Yeah, well, some people could have misinterpreted this. Yes, but it is actually about sleep. It's a remarkable thing, this thing about sleep. And when I was at university, I decided that you need to study the things you don't know. And one of the things I studied, was women's studies. And the other thing was sleep. It's actually a topic you should and could study at university. And I certainly believe it should be inscribed in what we do in business today. How many of you guys feel somewhat sleep deprived? Right? Yes. This is not something that's uncommon in Britain. 80% of British people suffering from lack of sleep. 30% of UK adults are suffering from insomnia that Laura was talking about. That's a lot of people suffering. This is a big deal. How much sleep do you think you need? Do you have a strong, strict idea of this? 8 hours? 7 hours? All right, well, the reality is it actually depends. First of all, our cycle moves. We change as we get older. The younger needs 10, 12, and then as you get older, you can deal with less. But it depends on what you need to do for that day. I believe that the way to describe this is I need as much sleep as I can to do the activities I need to do the following day. So I need more sleep if I'm going to be driving a long drive. I need less sleep if I'm going to do something that's very active. You need to feel comfortable throughout the day. To talk about the productivity possibility with sleep, if we actually tackle this, well, I don't have numbers to show how good it is if you sleep, but I do have numbers to show how bad it is if you don't sleep. These are the productivity losses that we've had, both in the United States and in Britain. $411 billion because of lack of sleep in the United States, 43 billion pounds estimated for next year because of a lack of sleep. So if you look at the 5 million companies in France, in the UK, and we make a little division, you can see how much productivity gain you might be able to gain in your company. There are a lot of things you need to look at to sleep better. There's a lot of information out there, so my encouragement is to go out there, find the right tools, the best pillow for you, a good mattress. If you're living with someone else, you need to do that together. Or I should say sleeping with somebody else, to be more exact. There are also habits, and it's amazing, is the idea of putting the phone beside you or not, and what you do before. Do you do sports right before to cool down? My son used to take a bath before, and I said, well, actually, baths wake you up. You need to know this. There are things you think might be good for your way to sleep, but are not. Talk about napping. I'm getting a lot of people yawn. Good. Maybe you're feeling your presence. Yawn away. Should we nap? Should we nap at work? It's a big question. Certainly, Google and many other companies provide these little nap pods. But the studies show that napping is absolutely brilliant. So we shouldn't be scared to talk about it at work. It helps in your cognitive thinking. It's very beneficial for your heart. And all of these have studies that prove that better sleep is better for you. It's better for your longevity as well. So my encouragement is to go out and learn more about sleep. When I started studying sleep at university, at Yale, it was a very nascent topic. It's now become a more practiced and professional topic. There are some books that I recommend, and I'd like to point out The Joy of Work by Bruce Daisley, who spoke here last year, who also talks about sleep. Arianna Huffington, and the amazing book by Dr. Walker on why we sleep. On the right, podcast to help you sleep better. Sleep with me. It's a great title. All right, the third, ESP. What does the P stand for? Any guesses? Perception. Yeah, good. I like it. Sorry, performance. Yeah, well, hopefully that's what we're going to get to. Precision. Why not? I like it. Well, it stands for purpose. And these are the three injunctions here. The first is you need to know yourself better, to understand your own purpose and what you stand for. And then you need to know where's your north. Where's your north? What's your north setting? It's a moral, it's an ethical setting. It's also to understand what you're going to leave behind in this earth. What is your legacy? There's a little video I want to show you about a certain red fox. Very cute and adorable. In London, we have many of them, I think. Anyway, we certainly have foxes. But this is a red fox, and he's on a little journey. How many of you would be successful at doing that? That's his target. He knows what he has an end in mind, to refer to Felix's point in the beginning. So he's only successful, he or she, I don't know, is only successful when the fox is facing north. 75% success rate, getting his beast, the little vermin or whatever, when he's facing his north. And I think this is a metaphor for our lives. If we know what our north is, where we're setting what is our navigational direction, then we'll be much better off in doing everything we have, and our energies will be successful. In my book, Future Proof, I talk about these three mindsets: meaningfulness, responsibility, and collaboration. I'm going to focus on meaningfulness for my last point. Meaningfulness is really my way of explaining purpose. Because purpose is a big idea. It's the big idea. But the ways towards purpose can also just include increasing your meaningfulness, making more of your day meaningful to you. And that just brings back energy. I talk a lot about bringing back energy to you, because you have to do a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of shit that happens, that's for sure. But if you can insert more meaningful activity in your day, and I'm going to show you how, and it'll bring back energy to you because you have a bank of energy and you need to make sure you're aware of how you re-energize yourself. So insert meaningfulness. And the good news is it's good for business. A study that was done, it was published in 2012, it showed that for 18 companies that were deemed firms of endearment that had purpose and meaningfulness injected in their DNA, they had a 10.5 times return on the stock market. I didn't say 10.5% more. I said 10.5 times shareholder return. Is that something that would be appealing to you? Right? So injecting more meaningfulness and purpose in your business is what is going to help you also perform better. There are some wonderfully meaningful brands. I had the privilege of running one of them called Redken for 4 years. Our purpose? Earn a better living, sure, make more money, but live a better life. We were selling shampoos, and we wanted to make our purpose live a better life, not just for our customers, but for our employees. It starts with the employees. Here's the bad news. If you don't, people would not care if 74% of today's brands disappeared. Do you think that's the case for you? How would the world be worse off if your brand did not exist? Answer that question and you will find a purpose. How would the world be worse off if you and your brand did not exist? If it didn't exist, would it just be eaten up by another competitor who would just take over? So what provides meaningfulness in a company? These are the steps towards purpose. There are 5 different levers that I look at. There can be prize, reward people. Take the time to acknowledge them, recognition. I have a CEO that invites anybody who's done something wonderful to have lunch with him from anywhere in the company. That's a wonderful way of recognizing people, and it makes it feel meaningful. Work with people on a rugby team with 14 others who are passionate, committed to the same destination of winning together. Winning is actually something that's meaningful for people. Hey, listen, I did this! Being profitable, we shouldn't be ashamed of. Being on a winning team, because it's pretty shit to work for a company that's out of business, right? Do stuff for the planet? Yeah, sure, that's a good one. But don't do it in greenwashing kind of fashion. And the last one is purpose. This is when you're doing things that are beyond you and your immediate existence. It's something where you're doing something for others, like people on your streets, like your community, like your city, like your country, like the earth. And that is what purpose is all about. So I'm going to give you a final breakdown. This is for you, Evan. This is, I followed a rock and roll band for 10 years of my life. I saw them a couple of hundred times. I'm a fan. But the thing is this, there were 7 initial players, or 6 more long-term, but 7 players in the band. And they all came from different musical backgrounds. And I think that is the glory of diversity, is when you can, you know you have a value, but you recognize the value of the others. And this is the bass player. He came from a classical background. He's a classical violinist before he joined this band called the Grateful Dead. And this is what he said.
That's how the Grateful Dead evolved as they did, was because everybody listened really hard to each other. That's the only way it can happen. You have to listen. You have to listen.
What you don't hear is that sort of really fun little, sort of snarky little smile at the end. You have to listen, because these songs, these concerts were like 5 hours long, and you really listened a lot. Because when you're taking substances that help you focus, it also helps. All right, last slides. When you get confused, listen to the music play. Every day I make sure I play guitar for 30 minutes and sing. I walk for an hour and a half, and about at least half of that time I spend listening to music, because it gives back energy. I need to find things that are appropriate for me. How do you do it in your day to give back to you, to make sure you have that energy? Sleep. Study sleep. Study your own habits, because what's good for me is not good for you. We all have different things, and different pillows and different mattresses that we like. And there are amazing amount of information and academic research on how to sleep better. So I really encourage you to pick up some books or read about it, because I have a Flipboard, by the way, board on sleep, and it's amazing the kinds of things I'm still learning today. And nothing's perfect, especially since I got the jet lag from Beijing yesterday. And the third one, also to Laura's point, is meditate. I picked up meditation. I had a roommate when I was at South by, a friend I'd been friends with since kids. Actually, we took a bath together, and my wife wasn't exactly thrilled with the idea of Sophie and me rooming together for 5 days in South by Southwest. But, the great thing is she taught me how to meditate. And so I use a guided meditation called 10-Minute Mind by Monique Rhodes. She's a New Zealander platinum-selling musician who also taught a guy called the Dalai Lama music. And through her, I feel like I'm in touch with the Dalai Lama. That's how I do it, and that's what's bringing me back. So every morning I meditate, and it brings a lot of peace to me. So this is it. Thank you very much for your time. I have a few books. This is what I'd like to leave you with. Join me, follow me, and anyway, got a few questions. Thanks for your time. Bye.
Well done, Minter. Guys, we've got about a 25-minute break now. So if you want to go and get teas, coffees, have a chat with each other, let's get a bit of empathy amongst the room. Fantastic. We'll be back here at just before 10 to the hour. Thank you very much. through to make sure they sit down and listen to some wisdom that will be imparted upon them. So carry on talking, it's fine. You'll just hear this voice for a minute while people will start to see it. Hopefully we'll see a stream. There's one through already, so we're getting there. I know at the back of the room, yes, Aji is in the room. Aji, good to see you. I'm going to come and give you a cuddle in a bit. Just ambient noise on a microphone as we try and get people back into the room. Don't be shy at the back as well, guys. You can come forward. We're not going to let anybody leave while this is going on. It's terrible. All on their phones. Don't be wallflowers at the back. The chairs at the front are magnificent. We're waiting for Drew to come back and give us a heads up. Dave Burrs, ladies and gentlemen, Dave Burrs. He's bringing creativity on the mouth organ. Right, we're working our way through. Right, come on then, let's start sitting down. Let's have a Mexican shush. If you can hear me, say shush on 3. 1, 2, 3. Then turn around and look at people that are stood up, point at them and say, shame, sit down. We're trying to run a tight ship here. I believe that we have got masterclasses. They're already going now, Drew. Is that correct? So everybody that's here, half of them have gone for it, but half of them haven't. So those of you that are here, let's stay together now for Nicole's speech before you, if you have to go for one, because Daniele said he doesn't want to speak to too many people. He wants you all to be in masterclasses. He understands that. Incidentally, he's supercharged me with my supercharge flash symbol. I'm very excited to have this. Oh, there's someone else that's supercharged. Need to say, just so everybody is aware, and if I'm starting to be a little bit incongruent in how I speak, there is a free bar going on with Solcombe Gin and Hattier's rum, and I've partaken a bit of that. And it means that I'm having the best time, because I've also had some of the chocolate tray bake, so the serotonin's flowing from that chocolate, which is just massively important in my life. Back to the plot. We're giving wisdom, and there's been some wisdom given already. My grandfather was a ferryboat captain on the Mersey Ferry for 30 years, and the only wisdom that he gave to me was, son, spend money on your bed and your shoes, because if you're not in one, you're in the other. And I think that for Like Minds, that's my share for all of you. I'd now like to introduce to you our fourth speaker. We're going to have 3 speakers on the bounce now. There are some workshops if people need to leave, but they will start after this first speaker, so just so we're all aware of that one. This speaker is a maverick, inspiration, and the original Rough Diamond. The most important point for me there is maverick. I'm definitely going to be her goose, because there are many books you can buy, but this book here, Rough Diamond, Turning Disruption into Advantage in Business and Life, I haven't read it, but I've been told it's fucking amazing, and I will read it. So you should read it. Pardon? Stop it. I'm going to leave this here. Daniele's already chatted me up with that, but I'm more than happy to take it. So this is a great book, as books go. There are other books you can read that will equally be as good for you. When most of us say, why not, she is already halfway through doing it. She's the founder of the NYC and was previously at Ogilvy for 17 years, which is absolutely ridiculous. Once again, we've got these child geniuses. We've already had... so anyway, I'll stop now. Her speech, Why Companies Do Innovation Theatre Instead of Actual Innovation. Is everybody energized? Yes. Right, let's make some real noise as we introduce onto the stage Nicole Yershin. Come on, raise it up.
Had to do that because otherwise you'd miss it if you were just looking at my face. Right, I will forward that. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's so lovely for me to be here. I've known Drew and I've been part of Like Minds for the whole journey for the last 10 years. Guy that I used to work with at Ogilvy called Rory Sutherland, he was one of the first speakers at Like Minds 10 years ago. So I'm very familiar with it here, and I really love what they're doing in Exeter and how it kind of takes you out of London and out of the bubble and seeing what real life is like with real people doing real business. So thank you very much for your time today and energy. So we're going to be talking today about disruption and fear and what is happening in the world. I mean, it goes on a little bit further from what they were saying this morning in terms of devices being on all the time. When I was first doing this job, I was having an understanding of traditional advertising in companies like Gold Green Trot with Dave Trott, and Simon's Palmer, and then I was at Ogilvy for 17 years. So I've been on a traditional marketing advertising route. But what happened was disruption started to happen. There were things called Facebook, and I'd send emails around to people saying, guys, there's something called Facebook, you really need to pay attention. And people would send me notes and say, stop spamming me. So I thought, well, why don't you want to know what I want to know? And it's kind of put me on this journey of being curious and understanding why people find it so hard to change and why it is so hard to, when people say, yeah, we want to innovate, but they don't really want to innovate because it takes hard work and courage. So I'm going to kind of discuss that a little bit today, because change is unwelcome, it's a distraction, it's bewildering, it's all those other kind of words that you feel uncomfortable, but it's inevitable. And it's going to happen and nothing's going to stop it. So the sooner we kind of, have an understanding and take a step back that it's going to happen and not try to control it, the easier it becomes for us as human. And it's normally 12 weeks of when you start implementing something, whatever it is that is new into a company, and it's normally 12 weeks before people get to a new normal and they forget what it was like 12 weeks earlier. It's kind of around the time when you're having a baby and the baby's crying through the night and you just get to that 3-month period. That's exactly the same when you're doing change management within a large company. It's inevitable. So I had an experience with a company at London Business School, large pharmaceutical company, which kind of led me to put this Fearless Manifesto together that's in the book as well. And what happened was London Business School said, we've got this company coming in, very, very senior management running the company, and we want to kind of talk to you about the stuff that you were doing in Ogilvy as a practitioner. So you're not just talking theory, you're talking about getting your hands dirty, what you did to affect change within a large company, bringing them into the 21st century, moving them from an analog world to a digital world. So I said, how many of them? They said 8. Can you come into the school? I said, no. I'm not coming into the school for 8 people. We're not going to do a PowerPoint presentation for 8 people. We're going to sit around a table, and we're going to go to Soho House, and we're going to have a really nice little chat. And our workshop's going to be for 2 hours around some lunch, and not in a classroom. them listening to me, broadcasting at them like you are now. So what happened was, we talked about the changes that I had made at Ogilvy over the last 17 years. And then I started to say to them, what is keeping you awake and what's on your mind? And one of the guys there, very senior guy, said, I'm in the same narrative, and it's over and over again. I'm living the same dream, if you like, where me and my team are coming up with lots of different ideas to put into action for change. We go to the line manager, and the line manager always says, yes, but, and nothing ever happens. And the ideas are always in the bottom drawer. And I now have, with this course at the London Business School, a KPI set for me, which is all about change. And I've been trying to do change, but I can't. So I don't quite know what to do. So I said, let me do something right now that is going to affect change with all of you around this table. Do you all have access to a pot of money? And they all said yes. I said, can you grab just a little bit of that pot of money from each of you to make one big pot? Discuss. They said yes. I said, so now you are all invested into this one big pot of money. All the silos that are within your company, you didn't really know each other beforehand. Now you'll know each other because you're all vested into this one pot of money. Now let's discuss over the next hour. Give me just a couple of ideas of what you could do that is going to affect some change, that is going to fix a problem that you all have. So they discussed it. I thought they'd come up with about 2 or 3. They came up with about 6 or 7 that would fix for all of them. So I then said to them, so who are you asking permission for then to do that? Now they looked at me with two things in their faces. Number one, like I'd handed them the crown jewels, like I told them something that they'd never even thought of. But number 2, with fear. And then I got a barrage of yes, but. Yeah, but we need to still go through the approval process. Yes, but we need to do this. And I literally just said, I'm calling you on your bullshit. I'm holding a mirror up to you. And it's you who is not taking responsibility for the change. And it was quiet, literally, for about 5 minutes as it sunk in and they realized that they were stopping themselves from actually doing anything. It was easier to blame someone else. My big thing is, if you want something done, ask a busy person. Because anything to do with change involves doing and action. So there's a couple of things here that are in the Fearless Manifesto that I kind of have devised over the last probably 20 years. The first thing is you need to develop curiosity. If you're not curious, you're not learning. You need to take yourself to spaces where you know nothing and you know no one. You need to go to events where you know nothing and no one. Yes, it's nice to meet people and network who you already know, but you're not going to really learn anything. You need to learn when you're uncomfortable in a space where, like I was at one event, and I literally just came away from Ogilvy, they closed down my innovation lab, and I was just Nicole from Nicole. Yeah, it's a very kind of grounding, humble place to be, but that's when you will learn the most because you're not in your comfort zone. So develop a curiosity, and the people within your organizations, if they are curious, put their KPI, attach their KPI to their curiosity, because if that's what they love to do, then they'll find more information for you and they'll then distribute it within your organization. 2, learn to learn. It's really hard to learn because we think we know it all. But you've got to, if you're in this business of change and things are in a constant flux at the moment because of technology, you're going to need to start learning to learn. Talk straight. There is no point having conversations with people where you say one thing but mean another. So you've got to keep it simple, stupid. It's something that I always used to put on the back of envelopes, KISS. Because if you can't talk straight, then you can't get your point of view across. And I learned this with my son, actually, because he was about to be expelled from school every 5 minutes, and I just didn't know what the hell was going on. And actually, this resulted in me writing the book Rough Diamond and creating a course called Rough Diamond, which was to get all of the kids who were struggling in school and about to be expelled into the Ogilvy workplace. But I started to understand when with my son, when he was going through that, he wasn't understood. He didn't understand the teachers, and the teachers didn't understand him, which resulted in clashes all the time. So I found a teacher who was, he was a translator teacher. So therefore, if Max ever had any problems, rather than directly going at it with another teacher, he could take it to Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson could say, well, maybe they meant this. And Max could say, oh, well, that's okay. So I started to then put that into my work life, getting a translator person who understood what you were trying to say and could then convey that to someone else. And it really helps within a large organization to get your point of view across. Lead with honesty. So again, like with the no bullshit, with the talking straight, you've got to be honest. You can't just say one thing and feel another. You've just got to live it. And that needs to be your kind of core value if you're affecting change. When I came away from Ogilvy, what happened was they wanted to sell a story that was going to be Nicole in true entrepreneurial fashion is leaving Ogilvy and we're so sad, and anyone that knows she's always wanted to set up her own company. Like, no, I'm not. You're sacking me. Let's just be honest. You're getting rid of my lab. What am I going to tell my team? I'm not going to sign anything and I'm not going to take any money from you, but I am going to leave with the truth. And the truth is you cannot be seen to be an innovative company if you're getting rid of your R&D facility. Let's just go with that. That then stood me in really good stead because it meant, one, I didn't have to lie to everyone. That would have gone totally against how I do business and everything that I stand for. But most importantly, when it came to writing a book, which I didn't even know I was going to write, I was able to write the truth and not worry about lawyers. So always try and lead with honesty, especially if you're in that space of change, because then you're building trust and people will come with you because they'll know that you're doing it from the right place and it's not for another reason. Always ask why. You know, that's probably why my son was about to be expelled from school, because he just kept saying, well, why? Or who said? Or how come? Or how do you know? And he was told to sit down and shut up and stop being a naughty boy, like we are within companies. Sit down, shut up, I don't want to hear from you. But I couldn't help myself. I was always questioning why. Well, maybe there's another way. Or why are you doing it like this? Invariably, most people would want to shut me down. But until I got a good enough answer, I wasn't doing it to be naughty, disruptive. It was just a natural ability to be able to find another way. And if there is another way, maybe it could be better, perhaps. Let's try it. You will never know everything. Just be happy that you won't know everything. But the more events you go to, the more people you speak to, you'll start to do connections in your brain, and you'll speak to someone who has a problem. You'll think, oh, I just met someone over there who has an event a year ago who could fix that, and you connect them and feel good about it. It's a really nice feeling to connect people and to connect things, to fix things. I always had a reputation of being a Mr. Fixer, as the kind of the Harvey Keitel, because I was able to not necessarily know everything, but I knew a lot of people who knew way more than me. So kind of knowing enough to be dangerous. But that goes back to curiosity, and it goes back to being comfortable in your own skin so that you can say, I don't know everything, and not lie. That goes back to the honesty. Keep it really simple, because that's how you can then spread a message for people to come with you on your journey. If you make it too complicated, they're not going to really understand what it is. They need to be able to say what it is you're trying to convey in just literally a few words. There's no off switch. So I know that kind of goes totally in the opposite direction of what Minta was saying and Laura was saying, but if you are a personality where there is no off switch, your brain is always functioning, you're always on, you can't help but constantly connect, even in your sleep. So if you find someone within your organization who is like that, who is always kind of raring to go, and you want to be able to harness that, not pull them back and tell them to kind of calm down. That's their personality. And I kind of go into that with a few examples of emotional intelligence testing and how to get the best out of your teams. So Rough Diamond was my kind of journey and the problems I've encountered, the solutions I put in place, and just really kind of an understanding of the power of doing and actions and being so honest. So that's kind of like the book. And the name Rough Diamond comes about because of this program that I put in at Ogilvy, which was to get these kids who were about to be expelled into an organisation that only hired white middle-class Oxbridge-educated. And I wanted for the future, I was running an innovation lab, and all the people that were working there thought there was one answer and it was the end of the book, because that's how they'd been programmed. I needed the kids who were about to be expelled who were way more inquisitive. And the program started when they were between 14 and 16. They came into Ogilvy for a week, and then we kept them on the program until they then went to either school communication arts, which Dave Burrs, who you'll hear from later, does a lot of work with as well, and Ada does some work with them, and Ravensbourne, and I'm an honorary fellow of Ravensbourne. And we got those kids in when they finished their second year of school. They came into Ogilvy. We speed dated about 70 or 80 of them across every single course. Don't hire just a fashion person if you're in fashion. Hire a computer programmer. So within this school, they had literally courses mixed and mashed up in all different ways because it would have them think differently. So we would, when they'd finished their second year, we would then hire them for the year. We'd do 12 weeks in the summer. We pay them London living wage. They didn't have to, money wasn't an object, getting in and out of town all the time, and discriminating against kids who are in poorer areas. Then in the September, when they went back to school for their last year, they had to teach their teachers. I was fed up with the teachers saying what the industry wanted, and they hadn't worked in industry for 30 years. A lot changes in a year, let alone 30 years. So they had to teach their teachers. And then in December, they came back for 2 weeks. In Easter, they came back for 2 weeks. Then we would look to employ. And we would employ them in weird and wonderful positions. Most of the time, HR would say no, but I'd do it anyway. And I put the program together with the CEO saying no. For 2 years under the radar, we did this because I was so adamant that we needed that talent. And 2 years later, he came to me and said, I've just had a meeting with the Dean of Ravensbourne. I hear you've done a lot of stuff with them. I said, yeah, we've done this much. He said, that was a really good idea of mine. So that's another good There's another good lesson is that you do need leadership to be able to allow you to be a maverick, to allow you to fail, make mistakes, try things at a small scale. It doesn't have to be a big scale. Just prove the model. Just make something happen rather than talking about it and not actually doing it. So lots of examples of my time and what I've done, but I'm going to just take a few lessons of actions that I've taken. So there's the Ogilvy thing that was for 17 years of bringing them into the 21st century, which was not easy. Workflow systems, finance systems, digital asset management systems, everything was paper. Digitizing all their archive going back to the 50s, starting to do digital delivery, get rid of tapes, get rid of couriers, have people phone up to say, where's my tape? And me say, I haven't sent it. Sorry. People then would be screaming at me, you're going to make me miss my air date. Really painful stuff. And you have to have a stomach to be able to believe in why you're doing it, but also show the numbers as to what you're doing now currently costs this and takes this long versus what we can do tomorrow will cost considerably less and take considerably less time. Get that buy-in from that vision at the top, but then start to implement, but with the people. And implementing with people is not about technology, it's about people skills. So you need to have teams with understanding their emotional intelligence, what their strengths and weaknesses are. So my weaknesses were somebody else's strengths in the team. So they would then be pushed forward to meetings as my translator, because they were way better at translating what I would call speaking Russian to management at Ogilvy than I was. So I was understanding of that. The ego doesn't need to get in the way of actually making something happen. The other things that we would do would be emotional intelligence testing on time of day that they're most productive. So Shannon was always very miserable in the morning. The minute the Olympics happened, and we were bang in the middle of when the Olympics was happening, our times changed because we couldn't come in at the same time as everyone, so we had to stagger. So I would do the 7 in the morning, and she started to do the 11 o'clock, different people in between. What a different person. So we just kept her hours 11 o'clock. And she was just so grateful. HR said no. If we do that for her, we have to do it for everyone. And I just ignored it. So you do have to constantly, if you're wanting to do change, you have to go up against the system. I mean, quite frankly, 17 years, I was amazed I even lasted 17 days. But it was because I was able to show by delivering. which then increased productivity, which then increased people being happy and feeling heard and enjoying their job and not being micromanaged, understanding that they had their own voice. This was a really interesting case study that I did with Danone. They'd pulled me in to work out what were they going to do with their future supply chain from cow to consumer with infants, baby nutrition. And I did this with Kim, who's here as well today speaking. So, but the first question he said was, we need to put together a day and we need to see all these different people who are going to impact us technology-wise across that whole section. And I said, who are you speaking to at the moment? He said, no one. I said, I don't believe you. It's a progressive company that you're in. Can you go and audit your own company for at least a couple of days and then come back to me? Don't waste my time, your time, the people's time who I'm going to find and introduce them, and nothing will ever happen. He said, we're not doing that. I said, just go and do it. He did it, came back. He said, I've just found a head of innovation in Paris office, and I found out our worldwide IT are working with Exeter on 3 blockchain companies. I went, great. Now we can bring all of them together into the mix and you can start working with them. And he said, you're worth your money before you've even started, just asking the right questions to not solve the wrong problem really well. Okay? Working closely with WeFlip, which is part of Go Compare, another similar situation. When you've got large companies, even with your clients that you're working with, just do a little audit of their company and who is doing what, because I found 4 people doing the same job, and they didn't even know each other. So the problem with a lot of consulting companies or agencies is that they are paid to solve the wrong problem really well. That's their business model. Let's just put loads more people on it and charge an enormous amount of money for bodies and for hours, when actually just find out, just question why, what's the problem in the first place? And this was really interesting with Havas. Havas came to me and said, we really want to innovate at the core of our organization. So I said, well, what does that actually mean? So I'd found out about 5 different people, 5 different things. Someone said M&A, someone said working more with startups, someone said we need to do more with product. I think this goes right nicely to what Felix was saying. Everyone has a different opinion of what it is that they need to be doing, so nothing gets done. Okay? And so I said to them, okay, let's do a big wall. Let's do a 100-foot wall, and let's start to get the right people in the room, and we'll put it all up in front of you. So it's not a 200-page PowerPoint. We actually are smoking the people out around the table to really find out what it is that's on their mind, and it goes up in the wall, so there's no hiding place. So we then start going into what does innovation mean to me, who are our stakeholders, what do they want, which they couldn't really answer very well. And then we start going into different business models, leverage business models, rather than leverage the gig economy, rather than employ everyone. Maybe we don't have such a huge building. Midway through the day, a couple of people around the table say, but this is business transformation. And I say, well, that was the question. You want to innovate at the core of your organization. They said, oh, no, we don't want to do that. So just be honest. It just takes and if that's not what you want to do, if you want to will me out with my kind of jazz hands and lab mentality and showing them all these amazing things, that's also great, but don't say that you want something when you don't really. This was quite apt, Great Western Railways. They'd pulled me in to do a workshop on what's the future of ticketing. So I said, no one cares about a ticket. They said, no, but that's our whole strategy and that's what we want you to do. So I turn up at the workshop and I do the future of payments. And I bring the right person in who knows everything there is to know about payments for the last 40 years. And the sessions were called Stop and Think sessions. And I got a note back saying, it's the first time we've actually stopped to think what it is that we need to do. So just, again, any lessons here, it's really just to ask why. And thank you very much. Am I over? I'm 56 seconds over. So, thank you.
Nicole Yershin, who is known as the baby-faced assassin for a very good reason. She may be small, but she is fierce. And don't forget, her book is obviously Rough Diamond. There it is, The Rough Diamond, which I'm going to half inch. But obviously, Rough Diamond is a great book. Another absolutely magnificent book to read if you are needing to improve your creative ability and you feel that a flash would work well upon your left breast. May well be this book here that I'm holding from our next speaker, who's going to talk to us about developing creative superpowers. Is everybody gone from the workshops? Are we all happy now? And is anybody coming in? There's somebody coming in. Guys, I tell you what, you're lost in the lights. Let's just take a minute. Everybody that's beyond 5 rows from the front, move forward a few rows. Because it's so much more concerting for the speakers if we see a lot of full seats at the front rather than full seats at the back. I know it sounds daft. Everybody, don't be shy. Right, Dave Burrs, you can lead this tsunami of warmth towards the front of the room. Trust me, this makes it better. Don't be shy. Don't be a wallflower. There we go. Say hello to somebody. Go and sit next to somebody who you don't know and say hello. We're talking about connectivity. Let's connect with a few more people. Let's take a moment. There we go, that's better, that's better. And now we can look at the chaps at the back and go, well, you're just too cool for school. You're too cool for school. Our next speaker is the co-founder of Utopia, a culture change business that rewires organizations for the age of creativity. Guys, I appreciate you want to have a chat. There's loads of time for networking. I can still see the back of her head. Aren't I such a bull? I'm such a bull. I'll ensure that we're all looking forward, because it's very important when you've got some very good speakers who write some very good books and have some creativity to share with us, that we should be listening and just giving them the due attention that they deserve. Alongside Utopia, he nurtures a number of communities which he co-founded, including Brand Social and Innovation Social. He's won a Gold Cannes Lion for innovation, and he's just a pretty special guy. I'm certainly excited to share the stage with him, although he's an Arsenal fan, which we'll deal with. That's a little-known fact about him. He's also the co-founder, and this is important, he's the co-founder of the Gender Equality Initiative, Token Man. He found himself in a room with 13 female business leaders, and he was the token man, and he suddenly realized how it can be a bit more difficult for the fairer sex, if I can say that term in the modern day. I don't know, I identify as one of 100 genders. He's one of the top 30 male change agents last year. He's an absolutely superstar. He's going to give us a brilliant speech. He's written a great book, Creative Superpowers. If you can really make a lot of noise now for Daniele Fiandaca.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, good afternoon. It's good morning, everyone. You can do better than that. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Fantastic. So I'm going to talk about developing your creative superpowers. So why we talk about equipping business for the age of creativity. Why do we believe we're about to enter an age of creativity? Well, partly because the robots are coming. And we all know, and I know most of you know they're not going to look like this. We've talked about it's been touched on artificial intelligence, but I think it was 4 years ago at South by Southwest when we really started to get the first time artificial intelligence being talked about, that I realized how much our world was going to change to a level that I don't think we quite realize. There's a brilliant graph, if anyone looks it up, and it talks about the Industrial Revolution, and it shows the number of farmers pre-Industrial Revolution and now the number of farmers now in America. And you can take so many different things and go, well, wait a sec, when artificial intelligence really comes in, what else is going to actually take that really, that curve? What things are going to start to vanish? And if we start looking at us as human beings versus robots, there are only two things that really differentiate us from robots. Creativity and emotional intelligence. Today I'm only going to talk about creativity. Some people will say that probably that's a good thing, because my emotional intelligence I'm still working on. But when it comes to creativity, this is not necessarily new. So if you go back to the World Economic Forum back in 2015, they were asked what are the key skills today and what will be the key skills in 2020. And what you can actually see is in 2015, creativity was at number 10. If you look at 2020, they were forward thinking already that creativity would go up to number 3. And you could argue to a certain extent that critical thinking and complex problem solving actually involves a level of creativity. So if we really looked at the skills of the future, the most important skill in the future is going to be creativity. And you can also see that emotional intelligence is coming into the top 10 at number 6. And this was actually backed up by a survey just earlier this year, which looked at what the key soft skills, and creativity came in at number 1. So if we look at creativity, it's fundamentally important. But we if I go into businesses and I will say to them, especially if I'm in a board, and say, how many of you consider yourself creative, hardly anyone will put their hands up. Yeah? So we're looking at a skill that is fundamental to the future of business, and yet most people don't feel they're creative. This is a brilliant word. It's akonuche. It's the Igbo word for creativity. But literally translated, it actually means human ability, which I love because it fundamentally recognizes that we were all born creative. Yeah, every single one of us was born creative. And Ken Robinson, hopefully most of you have seen his TED Talk, but he talks about how schooling takes creativity from us. And I hope I'm living proof of that. I don't tell many people this, but I'm actually a qualified chartered accountant. And so, and a lot of people, when they meet me, they think I've come from a creative route, where actually I was the FD at my ad agency first, and then CEO last. So I'm going to talk to you about creative superpowers. And the book, you've seen the book. And I'm not going to go into detail into the book. I'm going to talk about some things, because firstly, the book is £1 as an ebook. The paperback was out last week. If you're interested in this, you're going to buy the book, and I highly recommend it. And I don't recommend it because I'm going to get any money from it, because we get nothing as an author. But what I'm going to do instead is, as we talked about, I run a culture change business. So we just use creativity within the tool set. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you to each creative superpower. If you want to find out more about these superpowers, go read the book. But I'm actually going to give you practical things that we use within our business, which hopefully you can take away. Yeah, so things that really help you use these creative superpowers in solving problems, in unleashing creativity. Because most of what we're talking about, when we talk about equip yourself for the age of creativity, we're fundamentally saying that as a business, the only way you're going to thrive and the only way you're going to beat your competition is actually in delivering ideas and solving problems quicker than your competition. And the way you do that is actually through creativity. So, I'm going to ask you first, how many of you in this room consider yourselves makers? Put your hands up. Okay, so that's great. That's about a third of you. So I'm just going to go. So what's really interesting for me on the maker one, so the way that the book worked, although it was my idea, I always came in and I always bring co-editors in, and Laura Jordan-Bamback did the maker section. And when I spoke to Laura, I always look, when we go into the four creators, I always thought maker was the one that I wasn't. Yeah, it was the one that I actually had to work on the most. Because I always saw making as making stuff with my hands. Yeah, I'm going to talk about the power of making stuff with your hands. But what we started to realize, and the second thing we did is actually we were like going, well, what's the difference between maker and doer? And when we look at doers are really important. I think Nicole talked about, if you want to get something done, find the people who are busy. I really like that. Any idea you have, you need people that can execute it. But if you want to go to the heart of makers, makers are really explorers that are able to create culture, actually create change. And so for me, I actually realized in the work that I do, and it was briefly mentioned before, I started Token Man about 6 years ago. Token Man was an idea, the very simple idea that actually if we want to create gender equality, we need everyone in the conversation. Yeah, and at that time, certainly 5, 6 years ago, it was very hard for men to be in that conversation. So Token Man was just the idea was to give safe spaces for men to be able to get into the conversation, talk about it, and actually inspire them to help create the change that we know that is needed in the workplace. But that simple idea has actually created a lot of other people taking that same kind of methodology, that same kind of thinking, and exploring it and going out and finding different ways that they can use that idea. And I think that's really, really important. So making partly is just saying, we've got to put ideas, we've got to put them out there, we've got to share them, and then let other people then run with them and see what they do with them. The second one, and I love most of the talks this morning, in terms of just spending time, deep work. We do a lot of work when it comes to entrepreneurial about how technology does stop us being creative. And I think the other thing, and this actually came from, I don't know whether John Wiltshire's ever spoken here. If he hasn't, he should definitely speak next year. One of the smartest people I know. And I asked him just to quickly draw what he saw as a maker. And he said, making is thinking, learn with your hands. And so when we start to understand the brain, and when I actually I will talk quite a lot, is when are you the most creative? Yeah, no one, unfortunately, I've asked this question over 1,000 times, and only 2 people have ever said at work. No one sat at their desk. And that's really important to realize that, because that's not when people have ideas. Yes, people say showers, but a lot of other people just say, do you know what, just making bread or making cakes or doing something. And what you find is actually when you start making stuff with your hands, you're using a slightly different type of your brain. So you're allowing your brain to start, some of those ideas are actually connecting. I mean, I do like Nicole's point about being always on. I'm always on. But not in the way, I do need to get my technology, but I'm always on to a certain extent because we are always on, simply because the way that our brains work is our subconscious. We're taking stuff in, so curiosity, we're taking experiences, we're taking ideas in, and in the back of the brain, they're connecting. Yeah, and the problem is what technology is doing, this busyness, this, I've got a certain amount of time and I get on a game and start playing a game. I'm stopping my brain actually having those ideas come out. So and I'm going to talk about one of the techniques we use to allow people just to give them the space to allow those ideas to come out. So we did it last night with the speakers panel. I thought, I wish I kind of brought it here, but we run an exercise, and it's a really simple exercise, which one of the questions we ask, especially when we're trying to unlock that creativity, is we ask people just to build their future creative selves. Yeah? And at the same time, we ask them the question, what is stopping creativity within your business? Yeah? And we ask them plant that in their head so that when they're actually starting to build their future creative selves, they are starting to have that problem in the back of their head going through. And we get people to do it. And what you find, and we saw it last night, and I can say Bex actually, we did it, and Bex won, and she had this beautiful little story, that she was going paddleboarding abroad, and actually what we loved about it, and she won, is because it was about going out there and exploring, and actually saying, do you know what, the way my future creative self is I'm going to go away, I'm going to go to somewhere far, and I'm going to learn from that someone far. So it wasn't necessarily the output, it was actually what I need to do in order to really free my creative self up. And this just really works. And the other thing it does is, and I know Sarah's going to talk about doing a workshop after, but with serious Lego play. But what it does is, when we talk about that childlike state, and again, I will reiterate, it's childlike as opposed to childish. But what it does, it completely, just try it. And again, you don't have to take these pieces, you don't have to do, all you just need to do is put Lego in front of people. And what happens is, and ask them to build something, is all of a sudden you just see, it's like their childhood comes back to them. And you just come back into that childlike state almost immediately. And people's defenses break down. And everything that was involved in the day-to-day, all of a sudden you allow people to have a different connection they didn't have before. So again, highly recommend it. Whatever you can do, just buy Lego, put it in the room, and actually start playing with stuff. And again, you can get them to create their future selves. The second one is hacker. So how many of you in this room are hackers? I've got a few. So if I've been actually the hacker talk I've been doing for 4 years. So the book is a combination of thinking. And if I asked a hacker question about 4 years ago, I would have had no one putting their hand up unless it was someone who was a computer hacker. And if anyone's sitting here, if I say the word hacker thought computer hacker, that's no surprise. That is still the definition in Wikipedia. But I think there's a real change in terms of understanding how important hacking is and what it means. So fundamentally, if we look at something like inclusion and diversity, so as a culture change business, 80% of the work that we do is inclusion and diversity. And I'm going to talk about one of the workshops that we do, but we do a workshop where we look at 7 parts of the business, and we ask people to write down the barriers. We break them into groups. We ask them to write down the barriers to inclusion and diversity in their business. We give them 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, across 7 groups, we have about 150 barriers. Okay? And that's only 5 minutes. If we did half an hour, we could probably get to 500 barriers. And what happens is we start to realize we actually exist within a really complex network that is broken. Yeah? It's fundamentally broken. And so if you sat there and you looked at that, it's very easy just to get stuck and go, I can't do anything. How can I solve this problem? And really hacking is about understanding that given we exist within networks, is we have to do systemic changes to start to break things down. and take every little bit into small bits. You know, we use the why section to really get to the heart of the problem, and then say, okay, let's fix that, let's fix that, let's fix that. And if you can then get every single person in your organization to become a hacker, they realize they have permission to go, okay, great, I know that I have my unconscious biases. Someone gives me a CV, I'm going to give it to the person next to me who's going to cross out their schooling, is going to cross out some of the history that I know may prejudice them, because we know that information will feed into unconscious biases. So they can start actually creating themselves solutions that will make a difference. So to go to hacker, all you really need to do is to go to the word hack, to cut or chop with repeated and irregular blows. So really understanding, you take that system and you break it down and you keep on hacking it. And as John Wiltshire says, and I love this definition, is a hacker is someone that always assumes that something is broken. Yeah, and what I love about that is you can look at anything, and by assuming it's broken, you have to work out what it is. And once you work out what it is, you can then fix it. And that just becomes this continuous loop of actually creating better things. So we use hacking in so many different things. These are all hacking workshops we do. And we use a very simple methodology in most of our culture change. Firstly, we do disrupt. So we disrupt people's thinking. The world you thought existed is very different to the world that actually is there, especially for certain people. We then do inspire. So we inspire them and say, well, actually, here's things that people are already doing. Here's changes you can make. The third element is rewire. So what can we do to change your business? And we use that across all of these things. We do an hour and a half, and we create plenty of ideas. So, for example, when we first went into Coca-Cola European Partners, we talked about religious holidays. And if you're not celebrating non-Christian religious holidays, you are by definition excluding people. So someone said, well, why don't we just allow people who aren't Christian to work Good Friday and Easter Monday and actually swap it with their own religious holidays? Okay, brilliant idea. They implemented it within 6 weeks. And over the last 2 years, 180 people have actually taken that up. Yeah, really showing how people are included. This is the agency Anomaly when we did Hacking Mental Health. They just came up with a brilliant idea on World Mental Health Day, is they created a system called self-care pairs. And all they did is they got people, whoever wanted to get involved, to actually put their name in a hat, and they actually paired people up. And all your job was as a self-care pair is just to ask them how they are. Yeah? So finding someone that's a complete stranger you don't necessarily work with, just on a regular basis, saying, are you okay? How are you? Have you drunk enough water today? You know, just that level. And it's just a really simple idea that now is still there, it's still working, it takes Mental Health Day, and it actually goes across the year. The final one is, the third, penultimate one is teacher. I think you said it lovely, very nicely, which is learn to learn. You know, I think when you come to teacher, if I ask, so how many of you put your hands up for your teachers? Okay, so that is a trick question. You should all put your hands up. And I tell you, and it's very simple why you should put your hands up. In a world where, as Nicole said, now today is the slowest it will ever be in terms of rate of change, this analogy really fits very well, which is when you're on a plane and you get decompression, if you've got someone next to you, the first person you should be putting the mask on is yourself. So if you're not teaching yourself, you can't teach anyone else. Yeah, so and in a world that's moving so quickly, you really need to teach yourself. So one of the chapters that we've got in there, and this is probably my favorite quote of all time, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Okay, and so we do have to build organizations that are constantly teaching people and understanding how that equation works. How we do that, has anyone here heard Street Wisdom? Yeah, so Ada's been on the Street Wisdom with me. If you haven't heard of Street Wisdom, please look it up. I am very proud to be a street wizard. But we basically teach, it was actually founded by David Pearl, and he teaches people how to use the street to solve their problems. And fundamentally, it is partly hacking your brain, but it's also just giving you time. It's 3 hours, and how many times have anyone in this room who's got a big problem, personal problem, things like, with questions we get, should I leave London? Should I still be in my job? How many people just spend 3 hours thinking about that problem? And what it does, it just gives you the ability to go into the street and get stimulus from the street and answer your problem. And at the heart of it is that most of the time, we actually know how to solve a problem. We just need to release that. Yeah, so do look it up if you're interested. The final one is thief. Again, probably my favorite quote, originality is for people with short memories. There is no such thing as originality. I used to work in advertising. This was my biggest bugbear. Yeah, there was this kind of relentless pursuit to do something new when actually there is no such thing as something new. And as Mark Earle said, my co-editor, when used well, thieving is the way to create new ideas and things faster and better and with more fun. So how do we use this? So really simply, we'll take any problem with one of our clients and we'll just give them a stimulus. Yeah? And we'll say, okay, we've got this problem, we've looked at this barrier, we've worked it out, and we'll just ask the first question. It is inspired by this book, what would Google do? So the first question we ask them is, rather than think about what you would do, what would Google do? What would David Bowie do? What would Michelle Obama do? What would Banksy do? What would Greta Thunberg do? And just by looking at it from a different point of view, you start to get different answers. So even just putting there, the one I didn't want to put in, because I just didn't want anyone to take a photo of me with a slide in front of him. We do actually do what would Donald Trump do? And what we tend to say to people, whatever you said there, think about the opposite, and that might be something that you can do. And it does actually really work. So hopefully I've given you some practical things. And I suppose my question is, which of those creative superpowers are you going to start developing? We believe you need all four. And so it's really looking at what can you start working on. And it is about making everything awesome. But also, I think, if you don't have Lego and you want to make sure and your business doesn't have creativity and you just want to inspire a bit different thinking, you can always just play this clip.
If the construction guy said something to President Business, what would he say?
You don't have to be the bad guy. You are the most talented, most interesting, and most extraordinary person in the universe. And you are capable of amazing things because you are the special. And so am I. And so is everyone. The prophecy is made up, but it's also true. It's about all of us. Right now, it's about you. And you still can change everything.
Thank you.
Daniele, with an absolutely magnificent speech. I'd like to be your care pair. I think it's fair to say. I thought I'd once again, there's a bit of fashion sort of envy. I thought I'd done well. I'd gone with the pink shirt and the skinny jeans, and the man wears a blazer with a polar bear t-shirt. It just knocks me out of the ballpark. We've had some magnificent speakers that have bribed me with their books. Our next speaker is the best speaker. She hasn't bribed me with anything but love. And it's difficult for me to introduce her because Dreamweaver's going off in my head as we speak. I'll go straight to my crib sheets. Elevating humanity and being of service to others with technology as the conduit is her life mission. For those of you that have watched The One Show, she was a panelist talking about the TV show The Capture. Does anybody remember The Capture? She is pretty much at the forefront of digital technology. Is it fair to say that? I'm going to say that. I'm going to say it, yes. From national security to non-profit, China to Middle East, she's sought after, and we have her here with us today. She genuinely could well be a CIA secret agent that could order a hit on you. I'm not sure. The little known fact, she loves penguins, which we divulged last year. So I've also discovered, and we need to have rapturous applause, she's going to talk to us about, she told us it was connected. She was awarded the Distinguished Alumni Award for Outstanding Achievement in a Chosen Field by Mercyhurst University, which is where she obviously studied for a degree. Can everyone go bonkers for Suki Fuller? And she's going to milk this applause. She's going to take her time because she's worthy of the applause. There's a hand for you to the stage. You're magnificent, you're a queen. I love you.
He just really wants me to buy him a drink later. But I don't have to because I just went and got like the gin and tonic. I mean, you can't serve it during the day and not have me drink it. It's just stupid. It's like, Andrew, Drew Ellis, you are the man. So yeah, the Salcombe gin, the pink one, excellent. That's just so my mouth doesn't get dry. So I know that it's nearly lunchtime, and last time I spoke at this same time last year. Luckily, I don't have anybody talking about tech before me, so I won't have to debunk all their stuff. Which is what I did to Jeremy Way of Watson AI last year. I was like, his stuff's great, but by the way, here's the bad shit. Now go eat lunch. Gonna kind of do the same thing right now, I'm so sorry. But it just means that it'll be more satisfying this afternoon because you'll feel like maybe I shouldn't post that Instagram picture. Who knew? But anyways, yeah, last year I did this talk and I told you, it's all connected. Connected data, all the things that you think are not really connected, they are. And especially if you have children. People with kids, this is gonna be like your warning, like a nice little bullet to the head. Because people with kids, it's more poignant for you. For those of us without kids, we're like, oh, we don't give a shit. But we really do, because it really is. We're talking about not Generation Alpha, we're talking about Generation Delta, we're talking about your grandkids. This is where it really becomes a factor, because right now, everything that we do is pulled together and it's all connected, forms a perfect picture for those marketers and creative agencies to market to you. But it also makes the world a lot smaller. So all the things that we think we can achieve for our kids, for our grandkids, social mobility, economic mobility, that's all gonna go away because we're gonna be able to form a picture of your life and your kids' life and your grandkids' life before they're even born, based on all of the information that you are sharing in society through social media, through your shopping, little cards that you stick on your key ring. You're like, oh yeah, I'm getting a discount. Yeah, okay. You're getting a discount, but boy, they're discounting your life. But yeah, a life in data. I'm gonna go through these really fast because it's time for lunch. I'm hungry, which is why I went and got the gin and tonic. I'm speaking really fast, there's a lot of information, and well, just generally. So, first of all, what's the first thing you see when you go to have a baby? It's like, they show you this nice little picture, and you're like, oh, baby. And then they show you this picture, oh, sleep. As Minter says, sleep. Matthew Walker's book, excellent. Oh my gosh. You have to listen to it too, by the way. Don't read that book, listen to it, because his voice is like so dulcet. And anyways, I digress. And I do this a lot, I digress. But this is some, I love that little, that's not me, by the way. I did not hack anything today. But this is your sleep schedule, and this is really important data. So this is information that they're taking. First piece of really technological information about your child when it's first born is the sleep. You get all the, the heart and all that good stuff, but the sleep, that's really important. They really manifest that sleep data. But guess what? Then you have things like this. So if you see from the title, on September 11th, and I am British American, so it's relevant for half of my life. At 9/11, a baby was born weighing 9 pounds and 11 ounces, and this was in the US. This went international. This is from the BBC website. But what's really relevant about this, when you look at this picture, what do you think about that information that's up there? Well, there is that. Skeptical me was like, yeah, right. It was probably like 9/12. But what's really relevant is the amount of information they've just given about a child that was just born. Because that baby was born on 9/11, date of birth. That goes on just about everything you ever want to buy, do in your life. I always want to know your date of birth, everything you do. Time of birth. That's for more specific things that you do in your life. That light is killing. 9 pounds, 11 ounces. Not quite as relevant, but still. It's really relevant if somebody wants to hack your life. What else? In this article, it tells you the baby's name. So now we have name, date of birth, time of birth, and we have the hospital. We also have, God bless him, the city and the state, Germantown, Tennessee, and the USA. So we have name, date of birth, the place of birth, and even down to the hospital, which sometimes people use as their password. It's always like the hint word. background, you know, like music. Oh, look, you're from a family like in Guyana. So guess what? You would want music that was more in that genre. Yeah, it was really bad. They kind of pushed that under the radar a little bit. But that did not stop them being awarded by this lovely, I can't tell you, I love this company, Big Brother Awards in Germany. They are the best. It's basically like the worst awards you can get for anything. And they gave Ancestry.com for exploiting an interest in genealogy to entice people into submitting saliva samples, to pile up a treasure trove of genome data for commercial research, because that is their actual business. Beautiful. They have this awards, and they basically give these sort of, what's that one where you, instead of getting an Oscar, you get the... Yeah, basically it's like the Raspberry for business, but specifically for organizations that are saying that they're doing good. I haven't checked out when they gave Google one, but I know they did. But that feeds into the little organizations that are going around saying, location, location, location. And what's really scary is that you have organizations that say they've turned off the location data, but this is from an article in the New York Times where there was a nurse talking about she thought she had the data, the location, GPS access on her phone turned off. And in fact, it wasn't. So it was tracking her, not only as she was going to work, to and from work, around the city, it was tracking her while she was in the actual hospital. So you connect her information, that nurse, her information with the patients who are also in the hospital. Because remember, you posted your picture on Instagram and you said, I'm at the hospital because this baby's being born. You put that together with this nurse who's also at the hospital, and she's saying, I just helped deliver this baby, and this baby was in ICU. Somebody posts a picture and says, my baby was in ICU, and you match all of that up. And maybe people aren't doing that all at one time, but if you have all of that information, eventually it's able to be honed down, collated, and it gets a nice big picture of what you're doing, what you're going to be doing in the future, the potentials. And that's just it. This is not about what can always be done now. This is about the potential. This is about what can be done in the future with all of the information that you are just giving away willy-nilly to the world. This is about what's going to happen to your children in the future, because they're going to have all of this before they're even out of the door. Before they're even out of the womb, they'll have all this information. And every moment of every day, mobile phone apps are just taking that detailed information, the detailed location data. A lot of people don't realize that. Unfortunately, it is true. Log into open Wi-Fi somewhere. That's already implanting your phone. I talked about last year, BT's. In London, they have these BT wireless towers where they're giving you free Wi-Fi all over the city. Don't do it. As much as it hurts me, because I'm like, ooh, free data! No, don't do it. Don't do it, because it's basically tracking you. And you can already be tracked. You can be tracked by using your Oyster card, using your debit card when you go in a location. All of that is connected. It's connected when you're using your phone when you go into a location. It's saying, oh, you're here. And then, I just noticed it. I love G&T, sorry. And it's connecting all of that information. But when you add it all up, not about you. This is about the future, because it's going to get a lot smaller, a lot faster. Then you have companies like 23andMe, who's a competitor to Ancestry.com. Ancestry.com makes their money basically because they sell all your information to third parties. 23andMe doesn't yet. 23andMe actually went through the FDA in the US, so their product to go and get your DNA tested is actually to the consumer. It's directly to the consumer. But what's really scary about this is that your average person thinks that just because they're going directly to the company and it's just that one-to-one relationship, it really isn't, because it's still going into this big repository. And eventually there will come a time when law enforcement will be able to say, we need this, because GEDmatch already did that. That's how they found the Golden Gate Killer, is because family members shared their DNA. The California state I can't remember, I think it was California State Police in San Francisco, I can't remember. But anyways, they went and said, hey, we need this access to this DNA database. And they caught the killer because so many different family members had supplied DNA. Yeah, that's great, and that's the argument that always wins out when it comes down to people giving information, because they think, security. It's gonna make the world more secure if we all just give them everything that they need. Not necessarily, because you always have to remember, for everything that's developed in the world, unfortunately, there are people that are gonna wanna do bad stuff because that makes the most money. It's just the way it is, unfortunately. Sorry, I'm being a little cynical. But it is true. It is true. Unfortunately, when it comes down to tech, it may be that the tech is developed for good, which is what companies like 23andMe are doing. They've developed this great test. It's wonderful. But at the same time, people are taking that information and they're using it and harnessing it to do things that are bad. And directly selling to the consumer, I think that is not the best thing in the world, because your average person does not know what they're doing. Oh, your book's up here, sorry. They're not aware of what the average person is not aware of, how powerful and how important that information is. Because if you're just going into a mall, it's like going into a mall and just signing up to get a credit card. And they haven't told you all the small details. You think they have, but they haven't. And it's just wholly irresponsible. Share renting. I love this term. This is that thing where everybody feels that they need to share all of the information about their family on social media. And right now there is a backlash. There's a backlash between the younger generation, probably around 15 and under, where they're saying to their parents, I didn't give you permission to share my picture. You know, I'm not on Facebook. There's a reason why the age is 13 for most social media networks. It's because kids are not supposed to be on there. So it's like, if your kid can't have an account, why are you sharing pictures of your kid? Because they're already getting all that freaking information about your child. You share a picture of your child at this age, oh man, the data points you can get off of that face right now. Just for facial recognition. It's like, ooh, it's unreal. It's just a beautiful thing, but it's also a bad thing. Because you have just basically sold your kid. You've sold your kid, your kids' kids, your grandkids. The future generations of your family, you've sold. They're already gone. So anybody in here who has shared pictures of their kids, I'm just letting you know, stop. Even if you think, oh, well, my account is private. Guess what? No, it isn't. We all know that. We've all seen the whole Cambridge Analytical stuff, whatever. But it's not. It's gone into that nice big bank. You really have to just make sure you're aware. If you want to continue to do it, that's fine. But you need to be very much aware. And now you are aware. What you should and should not do is that you really need to check where that information is going. Talk to your kids. If your kids are at the age where they can say, no, don't do that, don't do it. Because when they get to be 18, they're not really going to like the fact that mommy or daddy shared a picture of them when they were 5 years old, running around without any freaking clothes on. And guess what? I can guarantee within the next 5 to 10 years that there will be technology that will be able to predict what someone's going to look like naked based on a picture that they took when they were 5 years old. That will be existing. And it won't be nice for a lot of people when they're going, yeah, my penis was that side, and now people are estimating my penis is this side. It's not going to be nice. And it is something they're already playing with in movie sets. It is, I spoke to somebody, it is something they're playing with. Minority Report was actually pretty true at some of the things that it predicted. Henrys, they are high earners, not rich yet. And they are those millennials that are around the age where they're going to be starting to have kids, and they're thinking about, wait a minute, all the things that I am giving for free and getting for free, what are they getting from me? So you have WeWork and you have Meetup. WeWork bought Meetup. A lot of people did not know that. It happened a few years ago, but Meetup was the place that everybody was using to put their events together. And because WeWork is having financial issues, basically they'd never made any money, they now want to make money. So they put a charge, a surcharge on people using Meetup. What does that mean for the younger generation of millennials that said, I don't want to use Eventbrite, I don't want to use Facebook events, I'm going to use Meetup. They're now recognizing that all the things that they get for free, all of the apps that we're using are now taking the information that they have gathered about us, and they are using it for their advantage. Because Uber is now doing some Uber Health thing, Lyft, all of these pieces of information they have. Uber, prices surge because they know that your battery, and it is true. I don't care if they try to debunk it and say, oh no, that's not true. It's true. I've spoken to the DevOps team. It's true. Uber. Yes, when your battery is low, the prices surge. Also dependent upon the weather, also dependent upon road construction, where you are and where you want to go. If you put in an address and they can see that that address is in an area that is somewhat secluded and you're in an area that is really busy, your battery is low and they know that you're going to have to wait and you're not going to have the battery power at the end of that trip to actually check the price, they're going to be like, yeah, price surge. And you desperately need to get there because you live in, the end of zone 6, which is where I live. You're done. Surge pricing. And that's just based on all the information that they've collected. Maybe not from you, but it's a collation of information. And that's what you need to remember. It's not always pinpointed on you. It is the collective. And it's all connected. And people just need to remember that. Be aware that, oh, it's nothing to do with me. It is everything to do with you. And everything to do with how they can make money from you. This little jumping thing. Sorry. I know I'm probably running over, but I have to talk about this because this is really important. So you know how you have that picture of that kid and you can see all the nice little features on the face. TikTok. Oh no, I'm good. I've got plenty of time. TikTok was the largest, I think it was the most downloaded app of 2018 in the US. TikTok. TikTok's owned by a Chinese company called ByteDance. ByteDance was created in part by funding from any company in China is funded in part by the Chinese government. That's just a given. But what really, really kills me is that everybody's saying, oh, facial recognition, surveillance technology in China, oh, that's such a bad thing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I live in London. It's the most surveilled city in the Western world. The thing is, with China, it's overt, and that is the way that society has been programmed. In Western society, it is subvert, and everybody thinks that it doesn't happen. It does happen. We are surveilled. It's just not as overt. And what's really scary is that people think, oh, this is about our security, this is about making us safer. But with everything that you think is making you safe, you give up a level of privacy. And that privacy doesn't always mean that the people that are keeping it secure are going to be doing the best thing that's for you. It's the best thing that's deemed as best for the whole of society, which sometimes just means the people that make the most money, that make the decisions. Who knew? But what's really scary about this is that the technology for facial recognition technology is miles and miles and miles ahead in China than it is in anywhere in the world. And that is because of platforms like TikTok. What's really scary about TikTok, and TikTok is the rage. You can go, you can build a freaking picture of yourself, change it, make your face older, put on all, it's all the rage. But because they are doing this, they have the ability to build a database of the most multi-ethnic populations in the world. From a country that is homogeneous by like 98%, they are able to build a database now because of TikTok, because you have people all over the world using TikTok. So now, everybody before was saying in China, they're building apps, they're building any sort of recognition data, and it's all built on Chinese population. So it's not going to work for everybody, which is why there was a big uproar with the hand dryers and soap dispensers that weren't working for people that were black or anybody who had darker skin than your average Caucasian person. And everybody was uproar about it. They've solved that issue. They don't really care about that issue. But this issue they do care about, because that means that they can sell it to the rest of the world. That means that they have just now leapfrogged all of the companies in the US that unfortunately have maybe 5 or 6 guys working on facial recognition software, an AI program that unfortunately at the beginning is not as diverse a team, and they're having problems, which is why you have airports which don't always recognize someone who is black, even though you have that nice passport, and you go up and it goes, take your picture, and the gate doesn't open, and you're like, take my picture, check my feet, got no glasses on. Yeah, it's not working. So then you have to go into that other line because that facial recognition technology didn't work for somebody who was black. But what China has done by building this nice database is that they're going to be able to develop that technology, change it for their airports faster than somebody in the Western world, because they're not thinking like this. They're just thinking this is a social app. They're thinking this is something to play with. And in China, as I always say, the Western world are playing like drafts. Russia is playing chess, and China, they're playing Go. And that's because they're thinking long term. They're thinking strategically quite long term with how they develop technology. Everybody's on them all the time about make sure you're up to standards. They don't care about that. Oh, I shouldn't say that on camera. Okay. I do want to come back to China sometime. I lived there once. But it's all about winning and making sure that the technology that you're using is winning. And they're building this, and I can guarantee that the companies that are going to be selling your data in the future will be selling it based on your face. They will be selling it based on the information that they have accrued from you using social media. And facial recognition technology is going to be it. It will also be optics. Optics is a whole nother conversation. And if you watch the show, this is why I said don't let people take pictures of your babies, because they're going to build this based on your kids. Because your kids, once you've started posting pictures of your kids, they're able to track that. And there was a study that somebody did like 20 years ago, and they've been tracking families with the kids and looking at how they've changed, what they've changed in their appearance, what's different. But this is the way that they are going. And there was a television show called The Capture. That was really kind of weird. And, and in the show, it's somebody who has been accused, wrongly accused, I won't do the spoiler, but of some murders, disappearances, whatever. And they use facial recognition technology in order to apprehend the people involved. And this is supposed to be based in London. But what was quite fascinating about this show, when they asked me to come on and speak, was I got to sit with 2 of the cast members before, and we had this conversation in the green room about what I knew about facial recognition technology and about also what I thought was going to happen on the show. The show hadn't debuted. I didn't watch the trailer yet, and I just read an article about the show. But I spoke to the stars of the show, and I said, well, this is going to happen. I said, they'll be able to basically figure out whether or not it was him. Someone's going to alter some video. They're going to be placing images of somebody else because they're going to match the data points of his face. And if it's similar, it's easy to transport that image onto another person's face, which is what, if you've seen the video of John Malkovich being transposed on Jennifer Lawrence, there's a lot more recent ones that are a lot better. You can see how that can be done. And that's sort of the thing, that's the way it's going. And that's what you really need to be aware of, is how that's going to affect your children in the future, and grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. And everybody thinks it's just this thing. Oh, yeah, I'll be able to do shopping. I'll be able to, buy some clothes and stand over here and look at how I'd look if I was 20 pounds lighter. I could put this outfit on if I did my hair differently. This is how they market it to you in order for you to become accepted. Market it to you with, this is going to make your life more convenient. This is great for your shopping. This is great for your life. Oh, it's also going to make the world more secure. But the fact of the matter is, they're just trying to make people stupid. And as Nicole said, keep it simple, stupid. And that's what they've done. This is how they normalize people accepting giving up information that they shouldn't. And this is really just about awareness right now. That's all I'm trying to do, is raise awareness. Put it to the top of your mind like, hey, really think twice when you do share something. Read that small print. Turn off the location accessibility. Read the small print. Don't just go, oh, I downloaded it, accept, accept, accept. When you go to a website and it's tracking the cookies, trust me, even when you do that, oh, don't track them, they're still tracking you because they have 15 other pages beyond that first page where it says, oh, I don't want my personalized data to be, sending, check, oh, accept the cookies, no, don't check. All of those boxes, underneath all of those boxes, there's another page, and it's got about 15 different companies that are advertising. It's got another 15 companies that are taking your information. It goes so deep and so far, and a lot of people just go accept. And it's just about being aware, especially when it comes to your children, especially when it comes to being secure about what you're doing for your future, securing your legacy, because there will be no movement of social mobility. People will just be stuck because you connect it all. They'll know where you're going to go to school, your kid's going to go to school, how much your kid's going to make, probably roughly what career path your kid will go into, because based on everything you're sharing about what they did at school, the extracurricular activities they did, where they're thinking about going to school, and what their grades are, they pretty much narrowed it down already. And then based on how much money you're making. So, yeah, sorry, I don't mean to depress, but you can go to lunch and have a gin and tonic. This is just, I don't need to talk about that. This is just some of the things that in the future in your house that you need to be aware of, because it's all going to be connected. We think it's really great, and it is. I love technology, but at the same time, I'm very aware of the good and the bad and the ugly. And unfortunately, when you work in an organization or you work in national security and you know that this is going to be great, it's going to protect people, but at the same time, you're very much aware of the threats of the people that are going to be using that for really nefarious means. It's scary. And it's scary because you look at all of the different areas of your house. I mean, gait analysis, that was used in the capture. It's basically the software that's telling somebody, showing how you walk. You add that in, how you walk, where you're walking to, your face. People, they'll know it's you before you've even gotten there. You'll be 3 miles away walking and someone knows it's you. I mean, that's really scary. It's really thrilling, but really scary at the same time. It's just to be aware. And that's all this is. This is just to be aware. This guy, Benoit Saxony, he was the social guy behind IBM Watson, like when it first came. And earlier this year, I saw him speak. And I just thought this was the most fascinating quote. The world is going to become our browser and we will become the cursor. Which is true, because we're just being moved around. Moved around. Where are you going, John? Do not trust robots. I just like that picture. But this is the one I like the most. I put this in every single slide deck I ever do. And this is because I took this picture at a castle in Germany about 2013 or 14. And I'm over time. Ooh. Okay, I'm done anyways. But this is because this is my no shit. It doesn't matter. Everything I've told you, you already knew. You knew on some level. I wasn't telling you anything new. Maybe some of the minute points, but I wasn't telling you anything you didn't know. And it is really, make sure you're aware of what you're doing. Make sure when you do post pictures. Make sure you're sharing information that you want to be shared. Think about your legacy. That's the way I always tell it. Think about your legacy 3 generations down the line. Think about what you want your family to be remembered as. And also, just think, do I want my mom to see this? Because that's usually it. It's like, oh, do I want my grandma to see this? Nah, maybe not. So that's it. That's me. Done.
My name's Sebastian Fandango, and this has been Like Minds. It's lunchtime. We'll be back here at 1:25 for a 1:30 start with a magnificent speaker. Let's go and get some food. Good gamer here with some artisan products. The cafe's open. There's obviously them tray bakes. Bar's open. Let's crack on. But 20.
Hello, my name is Luke. Da, 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 da. Hello, my name is Luke.
Good afternoon, guys. Once again, let's not be shy in being backwards coming forwards. Let's make our way further forwards. Unless you are leaving for a seminar, please come a little bit further forwards. Come and sit in a different seat. Come and speak to somebody you haven't spoke to. That's everybody at the back. Don't be shy. There's lots of chairs at the front. It's so much more concerting if you come a bit further forward. There's a lady just having a drink of her coffee. Just somebody stand up, start the movement. You've seen the TED talk about starting the movement. If somebody, there you go, someone stood up. He'll inspire more people. He's got his follower. If we can get one more, we've got a movement. Then we get people moving forward. Luke's moving forward. That's good. There's another body. Don't be shy. It's so much nicer in the light. Honestly, I'm trying my best. It's very peculiar. There's, right. Oh, there's a few more coming through the background now. It's always difficult to work through the conversation and the hubbub. There's some. Leslie, don't be shy. Come on through. Right, let's work together. Communal shush. I do like the sporting ones. 1, 2, 3. And then you almost feel like the teacher at school, that you have to fill the gap with something entertaining or enlightening. Unfortunately, I don't have anything. I have made notes for the next speaker, but he said to me, under no circumstance were I to use my notes, other than to say that this man has been very lucky in life. And that is pretty much all I'm going to say. This is a very lucky man who's handing out some lovely bracelets. We can use the word bracelet. One Life Live It is the principal communication. I'm really excited to hear this man speak. I was in his workshop last year and it was amazing. So can I have a big round of applause for a very lucky man, Mr. Chris Moss.
Thank you very much. Yeah, where do I start? Actually, I'm not keynote 7. In case you read the manual, How to Get Great Ideas comes later. So there's been a little bit of a change to the time schedule. But I really wanted to talk to you. Most of my life I've spent seeing things differently. And it'd be very easy for me to sit here or stand here and talk about some of the things that happened. But Drew phoned me and said, got a little bit of a problem, one of the speakers has dropped out. Could I possibly do a warm-up for Luke, who's coming just after me? And I said, yeah, happy to do that. What do you want me to talk about? He said, anything. I said, okay. And that was the end of the conversation. And I put the radio on, and it was on Radio 4. And there's an article all about the luck factor. And I've often said I've had a few lucky breaks. And when I think about it, it's probably more than a few lucky breaks. First of all, though, how many people in here think they're lucky, feel lucky? That's great, that's great. Okay, unlucky people? Just the one? Come on, there's more than that. There must be more than that. So actually in life, that's about the right statistic. Maybe there should be a few more unlucky people. Maybe you're a bit shy putting your hand up. But a lot of us feel lucky. 50%, maybe a bit more. I don't feel I've ever looked for a job, though. These things have sort of happened. I've bumped into somebody or something's happened. But as part of my career, I've sat in rally cars and been thrown through a forest at 100 miles an hour sideways. I've been in Formula One. I've been in offshore and inshore powerboats at 100 miles an hour. I've flown stunt plane plus 4G minus 2.8, hot air balloons all over the world, all sorts of adventures, I suppose. I ran the balloon crossing of the Atlantic and the Pacific. I ran the boat crossing for Virgin across the Atlantic. I then worked for another startup, a 3.5 billion startup, satellite company, and we sponsored Virgin, or Richard, to go around the world. He never quite got round, but that was quite good fun. He managed to ditch in the Pacific Ocean on Christmas Day, and he interrupted all the Christmas programs to bring live Branson, me trying to kill him again. I've tried a number of times and not managed it yet, but you never know. One day, maybe my dream will come true. But I've had lots of adventures. But then again, I've gone on and I've had lots of other things, like creating an orange brand and creating products like Premium Economy, finding ice cream moments, all these other things that have gone on. But it's all luck, because it sort of just happens to appear. I don't have any degree, I don't have any O-levels. I'm dyslexic, and so struggled at school. And you say to yourself, well, it must be luck. Can't be anything else. There's nothing I'm skilled at. I was at Virgin. I'd never worked for an airline before. Never, ever worked, and suddenly I'm marketing director. I moved from Virgin to a company called Microtel. I'd never been in telecoms before, ever, and I knew nothing about it. And yet we managed to create Orange. And so often these things happen from absolutely having no idea of what I was doing. It's got to be luck, hasn't it? And so that's really where I wanted to start, because I wanted to really try and figure out, are you feeling lucky? Now, I've asked how many of you are lucky, but how many of you in the room are feeling lucky? There's a few of you in there, not quite so many maybe. Come on, guys, it's Friday afternoon, right? You could be in the office. You could have to be sweating through those emails. I think you're all pretty lucky, because actually it's an interesting group of people here, and one of the things that Drew does so brilliantly is create this wonderful mixture of different minds. And I'd like to tell you about my book, because you've heard all about all those other books. Mine's going to be called You Lucky Bastard, if I ever get round to publishing it. But actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to steal. I'm going to steal from Richard Wiseman. I don't know whether any of you have read this book? One or two? Yeah. It's definitely worth a read. And rather than me tell you about his stuff, I'm going to tell you about my stuff through his book, because he talks about 4 traits of lucky people. He talks about unlucky people as well, and it's definitely worth a read. It's dirt cheap, definitely worth getting, and just thinking about your life and how that works with luck. Because he reckons these 4 different traits are important to us all. The first one is chance. But it's not chance as in spinning the dice or the roulette wheel. It's chance as in opportunities. And I go back to my career and I think, okay, how does that work? Well, I was working in publishing, and publishing was a difficult business in the 90s, and things were going a little bit haywire. Distribution wasn't too good, and the publisher went bust. The company called Tolman's, who had a car delivery system, the chairman said, "Oh, Chris, sorry to hear you've lost your job. Company's gone bust." I was absolutely brassic. I mean, I hadn't done my expenses for quite a while, and suddenly it was all disappeared away. "Come and join us, and we want to go across the Atlantic in a boat. Come and be our marketing guru." Well, actually, he didn't say guru, marketing man, I think. But I'd never done marketing before. I'd done promotions and done all the things. But joined the Tolman Group. Within a few weeks, I had an office about half the size of this stage, shared with another guy called Chris, and sitting in there, he said, "Oh, Chris, I want you to meet the new drivers. This is Derek Warwick and this is Ayrton Senna." So I sat there with Ayrton Senna on his first drive in Formula One, and we'd go to all the races, have a great time. And sure enough, we had a boat building business as well. So we built high-speed power boats, but really what we wanted to build was high-speed military boats. So we built a boat capable of going across the Atlantic and set off from New York to London, and it was a good team spirit, and I was running the whole logistics of it. I was the last one to fly down to the Scilly Isles to see the boat in and win the blue ribbon. And as I came in on the helicopter to the Scilly Isles, over the radio, Chris, there's a problem, they're sinking. I said, "What do you mean they're sinking?" "Actually, they're sinking." And I said, "They can't be, they're nearly there." And I thought it was a wind-up. And I said, "I'll talk to you when I get down there." So we landed off the helicopter into the building. They sank, they're done, finished. I said, "What happened?" "They hit something, boat's gone down." That was a stroke of luck for me, because actually, halfway through the project, I'd agreed with Richard that I was going to jump ship from Tolman's and join the airline. But because the boat went down, they had to do another attempt at it. And rather than me having to resign then, I could find a few days later, I could switch to Virgin. And I did. But it was just luck. Met Richard, liked him. We got on together, both dyslexic, seemed like a great idea. And suddenly, I'm marketing director. Well, actually, sort of marketing director. We only had one aircraft, and it was a great day. If I left work, went home, and there was no plane at the airport, it meant it had left almost on time. And then when I came in the morning, if it was there, it meant it had got back from New York. So that was a great day as well. But as luck would have it, we had all these opportunities that came our way. Virgin would not be here today if it hadn't been called Virgin. It was originally going to be called British Atlantic. Now there's British Caledonian, British Airways, British Atlantic. What's the difference? And then there was Air Europe and Dan Air and Air India and Piedmont and Eastern and all the other airlines that have vanished. But Virgin had the way of doing things a little differently. And actually, it's part of that, bringing opportunities. So one of the first things is about this chance and opportunities. But opportunities to create, opportunities to act on. And so I always go around with my eyes wide open. And part of that Virgin journey, I went to New York. I remember going to New York, to Canal Street, and I've always enjoyed technology. And I found Sony had come out with this really cool little new device called a Walkman, or video Walkman. So I bought a couple of these on my company credit card. I was really quite proud of myself, took them back, said to the engineers, "How about we put these on board for business class passengers? They can watch the film they want to watch rather than the one we want them to watch." And they said, "Oh yeah, but Chris, it'll have emissions and all sorts of other rubbish." So I said, "Okay, I'll pay for all of that, we'll get it done." And suddenly the opportunity, the luck, was putting this onto an aircraft ahead of everyone else and getting that whole story out there. And from small seat-based video players, we went to seatback TV, and then suddenly the whole aircraft had TV. And it was just from a lucky walk past a shop in New York. And as you go through the whole sort of idea of how do you find it, it's about attitude. So I think luck has a certain amount of attitude to it. And I guess that, as Richard talks about in his book, you can actually get more lucky. Wouldn't that be quite cool? For me, everything we heard this morning about creativity, stealing, all the things that were going on, if luck is the most important thing, and I could actually increase my score a bit, that would be fab. And so through all my career, I've had these lucky moments, lucky meetings. But I've also had a relaxed attitude, and he maintains that to be lucky, you can't be too intense. You've got to have a relaxed attitude. Try some things. If they don't work, move on. Try lots of different things. So, Virgin on board service, we'd try cookies, and then we tried popcorn, and both complete failure. And then we tried ice creams, and suddenly ice creams worked. So we moved on. We didn't hang around too long, but it was a lucky break. Nobody else had done ice creams, and suddenly we were serving ice creams, and people were paying £400, £500, £600 for a flight and saying, actually, that ice cream was brilliant. And now Virgin use that as part of their DNA in that they want ice cream moments for people. But it was a lucky break that we had doing that. And to me, it's about being open to new experiences. So lucky people are much more open than unlucky people to new experiences, trying something different, doing something in a different way. All of these things talk about the person. How does it make you more lucky? Well, actually, you have a lucky network. And actually, there isn't a better lucky network in the world, I don't think, than like minds. The people here with the ideas and the talent and the business sense and all the other things. So actually, as a network, it's a lucky network. People are up for doing things, up for new experiences, up for trying things. So I think that actually what you've got here in the room and in the masterclasses is a great lucky network. How do we take advantage of those? I've got some of these little bracelet things, which is all about one life, live it, and do what you love what you do. There's a few of them around. I suggest if you grab one and you see somebody else has got one, start a conversation. You never know where it's going to go. You never know what's going to come out of those conversations. There are definitely conversations in this room that could happen that will change your life, because so many of the things that happened with me just started off, no idea where it's going to go, but why not? Let's try it. But number 2 in his list of things is lucky hunches. The idea of having a hunch about something, a gut feel. And so often, I don't know whether you do it, but I do it. I see something and think, oh, that could be better. Or what if they didn't, what about if they tried that? The idea of trying to find those lucky hunches and make more of them. And actually, they don't all work. But I had a hunch that giving customers limousines, if you came into Gatwick, you were always having to come past Heathrow. And so we said, well, let's give them a limousine. Let's pick them up from anywhere in the country and take them to the airport as part of their business class package. And the accountants and bean counters said, there's no way that's going to work, Chris. It's going to cost us a bloody fortune. They're going to come all the way from Devon and Cornwall, and it costs an absolute fortune. Well, actually, nobody really wants to be in a car all that time, so we gave them a free first-class rail ticket if they wanted. And actually, what happened? A few weeks later, we looked at it. What was happening is we were phoning them the day before to say, oh, we've got your car arriving tomorrow to pick you up for the airport. They said, oh, actually, I've got to change the day. I want to go the day after or whatever. We were running load factors significantly higher by giving away this limousine than we were before. The load factor went from a sort of about 86% to over 100%, because actually we were able to get people well booked in and a much more efficient way of building it. So it paid for itself with just one extra passenger, and we were getting regularly 20 extra passengers. Sometimes the hunches you have to follow through with them. People give up quite often a bit too soon. So to me, that lucky factor is that hunch, that gut feel. Now, I don't know how many people, thank you, I don't know how many people use their gut feel, but so often we don't trust it. So many of us sort of think, not quite sure about that. One of the things is lucky people are braver people. They're not prepared to just sort of say, oh, well, maybe. They have that fearless factor in them. And so using that, each one of you, so if you're going to be more lucky, you have to be a bit more fearless, a bit brave, using that gut feel. That whole idea of the head and the heart and the gut all working together. So many times I say, my gut's telling me we just have to do this. Orange was an example. A guy came down, we were talking about, it's called Microtel, what are we going to call it? And we played around with some ideas. He said, Chris, you can call it whatever you want. I said, so I can call it a colour? Yeah, why not? I said, so what about red? Yeah. What about orange? Yeah, sounds great. I said, but it's a great... He said, what about if we call it clear? He said, Chris, you can call it whatever you want. So I wrote those 3 names down and got one of the guys to check them out, because were they registered? And the lawyers came back straight away. Sorry, you can't use red, that's a colour. Can't use orange, that's a colour. And clear, well, yeah, maybe, but try something else. And I said, whoa, hang on a minute. Who said orange was a colour? It's a fruit. And so we went through this whole discussion about whether it was a colour or a fruit. And actually, as the argument went on, my fearlessness got stronger. And so I was saying, well, actually, sod you, I'm going to call it orange, whether you like it or not. And in the end, we did register it. It wasn't registered as a colour, but as a little Pantone square shape, pretty much a colour. But actually, maybe that's what you need a bit more fearlessness, because so easy, it would have been easy for me to give up. I was told a number of times by the chief exec of the company and the chairman of the business, find something with the word phone or tell in. But actually, within a very, very short time, literally within about 48 hours of launching, the competition were trying to make jokes about us. They were saying we're going to get squeezed and we're going to get a pip and all these other... But actually, they were talking about us, not about one-to-one that was out there in the marketplace. So being fearless, to me, is key, being strong. But also boosting your intuition. So that word intuition comes up quite a lot. How do you boost it? And sometimes it's about validating with other people. How do you feel about it? And so with the orange thing, the chief exec, guy called Hans Snook, didn't want to buy it. He wanted the word phone or tell in there, needed to do something about it. So he made a little video, and the video was of asking customers if there was a cocktail party to go to, and there was the managing director of Vodafone, the managing director of Cellnet, the managing director of Orange and one-to-one. Who would you go and talk to? And almost everyone said, well, I know what the Vodafone guy does, and the Cellnet guy is going to be just as boring. The one-to-one guy clearly, is in the same marketplace. I want to know why they call it Orange. I want to know what he's like. What does he do? And so we just shot this video, and so showed him the video. Everyone wanted to talk to him, and his ego went straight up through the ceiling. And before you know it, we had somebody owning it, which was great. But sometimes it was an intuitive feeling, a gut feeling that actually worked. And actually go out and ask other people. They very quickly said the same thing. So use your intuition, but somehow bolster it. But number 3 in the list is expect good fortune and persevere in failure. And so often we get to that point where we've been stopped. People say, no, sorry, can't happen. I was told it with the ice creams because we didn't have deep freezers and refrigerators on board. I was told it with Orange with the legal issues. All these no's I never accept. No is a request for more information for me. So what I do is, tell me no, okay, I'll find a reason to say yes. Branson's famous for saying, yes is so much more fun than no. And so I think that's right, because actually you see more opportunities. It brings that luck factor into play, but that's the way it works. Finally, in his list of 4 traits for lucky people, is people who have bad luck, but they turn the bad luck into good luck. And so often, you can get your head down. Something's not gone wrong. So how do I flip it? How do I turn it? And for me, it's so easy to do if you stand back and think differently. So there's been a number of times in my career where I've sat there head in hand. So I was at Virgin. British Airways announced after the Gulf War, I think it was, they wanted to get everyone flying. They said, on the 23rd of June, every flight on British Airways is going to be free. Fantastic, fill your boots, come and participate, it's going to be great. And Virgin, we had about 6 aircraft at that point. What could we do? Nothing at all. But we took a full page out in all the UK papers and saying, on the 23rd of July, British Airways is giving away all flights free. We highly recommend you fly with them on that day. For the other 364 days, just remember that Virgin's here. And actually everyone got the fact that we were never going to be able to match it, but we could flip it in some way. It happened when I was doing 118. We launched, we'd had this huge, great issue about how could we build up to the launch of 118. At one point, if you had a pulse, we'd employ you. We got to the launch day, 192 closed down, this flood of calls came in. My finance director was at the desk in the boardroom from America. He flipped his laptop open, and he put up a computer game, a golfing game. I didn't know, I couldn't see it from my side of the table. It dropped a virus into our system. It somehow managed to get into the telecoms network, all the things Americans are very good at, security and all that sort of somehow disappeared out the window. It crashed the whole system. So there were we with call center in Cardiff, in Plymouth, and in the Philippines, capable of taking something like 300,000 to 400,000 calls a day, and we couldn't take a single one. The whole system was engaged. Of course, journalists phoning up saying, how are you getting on? How's it going today? They all knew this was the big day, and we'd see where the market went. And we were giving out an engaged tone. So we said, actually, we have to apologize. Our system's crashed because we've been more popular than our wildest dream. We've had so many calls, the switch hasn't managed to take it. And of course, the following day's papers reported that actually 118 had won the market share We'd been offered 60% of the market, and sometimes you can turn bad luck into good luck. So for me, it's about don't dwell on failure. Don't let bad luck return. So often, something goes wrong, and you allow it to come back again. There was an example where I actually sent out 60,000 bomb hoaxes. I was doing a mail shot, and we were flying to New York twice a day, and so concept was, let's send all of our business class passengers an item to show them that we've got this twice daily flight. Couldn't find the right thing until suddenly they came along with a cheap idea. Let's send an apple out, wrapped in foil, saying your chance to take 2 bites out of the big apple. We sent these out, wouldn't go through the letterbox. A couple left on the doormat. Territorial army guy comes back, sniffs it, smells like Semtex, calls the bomb squad. I'm in Japan waiting to do, or there's a balloon flight. Richard's flying the balloon from Kanojo in Japan over to America. He comes waving a fax at me. Well done, Chris, well done. The headline was Branson sends out 60,000 bomb hoaxes. And he thought it was bloody marvellous. He said, because everyone knows now that we fly twice a day, but I wasn't feeling quite so good about it. But I'm sure it's actually made me check that when you do something, get into the detail, make sure that apples go through letterboxes, that's what you're going to send out. But for me, finally, is actually have fun. Whatever you're going to do, have fun and be lucky. Thank you very much.
Chris Moss, if you do have a seminar to get to, now's your chance. If not, please, let's come forward. Let's come forward. Guys, at the back, I know you're feeling lovely and laconic out lights. Come forward. It's so much more concerting, as I say. If we all just move 3 rows forward, come and sit next to somebody. We've been speaking about connectivity and being closer to folk. It'd be so much better if we sit next to one another. As we have the great migration. If we are on our way to seminars, we can have our conversations outside rather than inside. That would be handy. And I think we're just about settled. Our 8th keynote, Stand Out, the shift from more to meaningful, is being delivered by Luke Lang from Crowdcube, who is one of Exeter's more favourite sons. He's done very well for himself. He's been named by Debrett's as one of Britain's 500 most influential people and was selected as one of the Sunday Times Maserati 100 game-changing entrepreneurs. More than 750,000 registered users have invested £690 million onto the platform in the last 8 years. And today he's driving the company's ambition to fuel a generation of new businesses that want to leave their mark on the world. The little-known fact about this man is, as a child, his favourite book was Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I'd like to have everybody in the room put their hands together, make some noise for Mr. Luke Lang.
Thank you. As just said there, my name is Luke Lang. I'm one of the co-founders of Crowdcube. And over the last decade or so, I have had the privilege to witness and to some extent fuel a shift in the relationship between companies and their customers, or more specifically, their communities. And customer expectations are changing. And if you want to stand out, if you want to thrive in today's world, if you're a business that wants to thrive and succeed, then you need to figure out what you need to do to stand out in this increasingly cluttered world. But let me begin about this shift that I see from more to meaningful. And for me, it starts back in the 80s. An era that was defined by excess. It was all about money and materialism. And that was fueled further in the 90s with the dot-com boom, when people's horizons and their high streets literally exploded onto their computer screens. And people's consumption, both material and digital, literally skyrocketed. And then we move to the new millennium, when social media created a frenzy for more followers, more friends, more likes. In many ways, we all became popular in that decade. This decade, I think we've seen businesses, savvy companies, start to try and figure this out for us. Companies like Money Supermarket, like Google, Amazon, eBay, Expedia, all try and filter and organize and sort this onslaught of information that we have on a daily basis. And actually today, as we kind of stand at the dawn of a new decade, the 2020s, I think we're starting to see the birth of a new type of consumer, a more considered consumer, a consumer that's aware and conscious of the decisions that they make. This is possibly fueled by a greater awareness than ever for environmental issues, the rise of sustainability. And I think people are starting to figure out that more doesn't necessarily make you happy. And actually what people are really craving now is fewer, but maybe more meaningful relationships. And actually, science actually starts to back this up. So British anthropologist Robin Dunbar studies this. He studies the science of relationships. And he found that there's a limit to the number of relationships that we can sustain at any one time. And that limit is about 150. And when you start to look into the closeness and the intensity of those relationships, those numbers start to fall quite dramatically. So you only actually have 100 casual friends. You only have about 35 good friends, just 10 best friends, and you only ever have room in your life for just a handful, just a cherished few, maybe 4 or 5 really, really intimate, close friends where you have a deep and meaningful relationship. So although people think that they want more, the reality is that their physiology actually limits them to the number of relationships that you can actually, the number of meaningful relationships that you can sustain at any one time. Now, I think this has profound implications for businesses and brands. How many businesses really inspire you? How many businesses do you really, really believe in? How many businesses reflect your views and values in the world? How many businesses inspire new views and new values? I bet when you really think about it, it's just a handful, right? Just a cherished few. For me, these businesses stand out. So Apple, it may be a bit of a cliche and for obvious reasons, so I won't dwell on them. But Finisterre, for me, a fantastic clothing brand based down in Cornwall, a heritage in surfing, but they have a real passion for the environment and for sustainability. And they make great products. Monzo, the challenger bank, it's all about openness, inclusivity, transparency. Monzo made it cool for people like you and people like me to love our bank again. And when you consider in a post-bank crisis world, I think that's possibly the greatest achievement of any business in the last decade. The Boston Tea Party, just down the road there. They knowingly sacrificed revenue and profit to become the first UK chain of coffee shops to ban single-use cups. Brewdog. Brewdog have a mission to make other people as passionate about great craft beer as they are. What's not to love about that? Now, all of these businesses have one thing in common. They all center themselves around something meaningful, and they seek to inspire their customers and their community. Now, for me, the best businesses, they understand this. They get this instinctively. You start with why. And Simon Sinek, there's a famous book and a famous TED Talk by Simon Sinek, where he says it's not what you do that matters, it's why you do it. Now, for me and for Darren, my co-founder, our why at Crowdcube was simple. We had a purpose to fuel the next generation of businesses so that they could go and leave their mark on the world, so that they could go on and make a difference. And we do that through equity crowdfunding, by connecting them with their customers and their community and our community to help them raise capital, growth finance, so they can go on and do wonderful things. But we also had a real passion for entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs. We love that courage. We love big ideas, big thinking, people challenging the status quo with new ideas, new thinking, that courage, that energy, that grit, that tenacity. That's what fueled us, that ambition. That's what fueled Darren and I when we started Crowdcube. And it's what fuels us all today at Crowdcube. It's what gets us out of bed in the morning. Now, starting with why, for me, is the cornerstone of what I call the belief economy. Brands and businesses that start with a purpose, a clear purpose, an authentic set of beliefs. And they want to inspire people. They don't just see customers or the next sale. They see co-creators, they see community, they see collaboration. And that brings me on to my second shift that I've seen over the last decade at Crowdcube. And it's this shift from people increasingly not just wanting to buy from a business, but wanting to buy into a business. They want to feel involved. They want to be part of it. They want to be part of that story. They want to contribute in some way. And that's had profound effects for company ownership. And for me, if you're the founder or founders of a business, you should first and foremost think of your company as a community. And it's a community of people. And it starts with the founders, those people with the bright idea and that vision. Hopefully, if they're successful, buoyed by that success, their friends and family may also invest in them. Hopefully financially, but maybe just emotionally. Maybe an angel investor will put some of their money in. If you're really lucky, you might get a VC to put someone else's money into your business. But the more ambitious, the more savvy businesses, they understand that you need to extend that ownership out even further. So they get their team, their employees, to own a stake in the business. Now, there's lots of great evidence that that helps with finding people, retaining people, and motivating people. Research on behalf of HM Treasury showed that productivity for businesses with employee share option schemes went up by 2.5%. That's a real meaningful difference. But the really progressive companies, the really forward-thinking businesses that I see today, they're extending that ownership out beyond the business to their customers, to their community, and they want to bring their customers closer. They want to give them a stake in their business. And there are loads of benefits for this. Obviously, you get investment, you raise capital when you turn a customer into a shareholder. But that shareholder also becomes passionate about your business. They're more likely to be engaged in your product. They're more likely to download your app. They're more likely to be loyal, less likely to churn and leave you, more likely to advocate you and tell their friends and family about you. They're more likely to buy your products and more frequently. So there's huge commercial benefit to turning your supporters into shareholders. But I don't think that's why you should do it. You should do it because it creates an emotional connection between the company and its customer. You start to be one of those cherished few brands that they really, really believe in, that they really want to be a success. And here are a couple of really, really good examples of this. Both are unicorns. Both are worth between 1 and 2 billion pounds. So they're great British success stories. Both are funded on Crowdcube. Both are united with a deep sense and obsession with purpose and a real passion for their communities. Monzo, they really, really, really believe that community is the heart and soul of everything that they do. So it made complete sense to them to underscore that commitment by inviting their customers to become shareholders in Monzo. And when they did it, they loved them for it. In 2016, Monzo raised £1 million on Crowdcube in 96 seconds. 96 seconds. More recently, they raised £20 million from over 36,000 of their customers. Now, the capital is clearly really, really important, but it's not why they did it. They are a well-financed, well-backed business. They did it because they understand the power of turning their customers into shareholders, bringing their customers closer, getting them to really believe in their business. Brewdog. Brewdog didn't start with a business plan. They started with a mission to make other people as passionate about craft beer as they are. So it was a no-brainer to them to turn those hardcore fans, those people as passionate as they are, into shareholders, to let them have a stake in Brewdog. And when they decided to do it, they absolutely threw themselves into it. They nailed it. They made it part of their identity. They made it part of their brand, part of their culture. They put the fun into funding. They didn't call it a fundraise. They call it equity for punks. They don't call their investors shareholders. They call them punks, equity punks. Which brings me back around to the 80s and is my cue to start summing up. Now, I think Jeff Bezos said it brilliantly when he said, "We see our customers as invited guests to a party, and we are the hosts." Now, for me today, whether you are a startup or a scale-up, whether you're a challenger bank or a brewer, whether you are a foodie or a techie, the game has changed. And you need to figure out what you're going to do as a business to stand out. Now, whether you do that by creating a shared purpose that people can really believe in, or whether you do it through product innovation and getting your customers really involved in that process, whether you get it by turning your customers into shareholders with Crowdcube, whether you really focus on creating a tribe or a community, or whether you do all of the above and you take Jeff's advice literally and you throw a party. The background image on this slide is not a rock concert. It's a photo taken from Brewdog's AGM. Every year, they invite 120,000 of their shareholders, or punks, up to Aberdeen for an AGM or a party. These people do not look like your stereotypical investors, because they're not. These people really, really believe in Brewdog. They are passionate about their success. They really, really want Brewdog to succeed. And that is why I believe that people like this and the businesses that they back, they are the future. Thank you very much.
Luke Lang. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to have our pitch fest. I need Joe Pierce from Set Squared. Is Joe around? Can you please come on, Joe? Up you come, mate. I think he's going to take the handheld from me. This is the really good bit where we have some young startups that are going to come and talk about their magnificent plans to change the world, and Joe's going to take them through it. Can I have a big round of applause for Joe as he comes up to take the stage? Come on, guys, let's not be shy. Joe, you're going to take this from me, I believe? Is that correct?
I have a mic, but I will take that to give to people. How are you, Chris? Good to see you.
Good. I'll see you in a bit.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to give a chance for each of our pitchers to come up to the front. Connor, do you want to come on up? I think we have Anthony. We have Jason. I'm looking for Marco. He's out there somewhere. Anyway, we're expecting Marco, our fifth pitcher. So as Chris says, I'm Joe Pierce. I lead the Set Squared support team. As part of the University of Exeter, we provide business support to our student and recent graduate-led startups. We help spin out businesses emerging from the research going on at the university. And we also operate the Science Park Centre's incubation facility. So we're taking businesses from all sectors and all backgrounds and working with their founders to help them achieve their growth goals. Now, this is the third year that we have worked with Drew and the Like Minds team to put together the Pitch Fest element of this day. So, and it's not just lip service to say, I think that we have 5 really fabulous businesses pitching to you this afternoon, all members of the Set Squared program, based physically or remotely out of the Science Park Centre and able to access support and advice and direction and a bit of space and a desk and all the sort of things that startup needs from the Set Squared Exeter team out there. And Set Squared is not just here in Exeter. We're a partnership of 5 institutions across the south of England. It's Exeter along with Bath, Bristol, Southampton and Surrey. And this year, the 5 presenting companies are all doing this as a little bit of a warm-up because later on in the year, the Set Squared Partnership Big Investment Showcase event takes place in London in early December, where we hope to see all of them presenting to an audience of some 250 members of the Southeast investment community, really to persuade them that they don't need to stay in the Southeast, that they should break out of the M25 or the Golden Triangle and even creep past Bristol if they can make it, because there's some fabulous ventures that they can invest in down in the Southwest. So what we're going to do is crack on. The format for today is each presenter will have 5 minutes to deliver their investment pitch, and then we'll have 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 questions if they're quick from the audience. We really like some feedback, and then we're going to rattle on because we don't want this to run over and slow up the rest of the day. So without further ado, I'd like to invite our first presenter. Really pleased, a spin out from the University of Exeter. So could I introduce Connor McKeever from Max LLG. Connor.
Hello, so my name is Connor McKeever. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Max LLG, and we're currently addressing a major deficiency in the electromagnetic software market. At present, there's no commercially available electromagnetic software tool which would allow you to efficiently design magnetic devices, such as circulators, isolators, and antennas, preventing miniaturization and optimization of these devices. Our software tool can address these issues by accurately simulating the input-output response of these magnetic devices by correctly accounting for the behavior of the signal inside the device. So our software differs from competitors due to the unique mathematical algorithms that we've developed. Through computer-aided design, you can reduce the reliance on physical prototyping, greatly reducing development timescales and costs. You can identify inefficient material components and remove them, greatly decreasing device weight and size. And by more accurately simulating the signal behavior of magnetic devices, you can tune their operational frequency across a wider range, translating into significant benefits for component manufacturers. So the global electromagnetic simulations market is around $1 billion. There's substantial growth across all market sectors, with the dominant market share currently in the United States. As part of the iCure program, I was able to conduct an intensive 3-month market validation period where I traveled to the United States, UK, Europe, Japan, and China to speak with over 100 prospective customers in the areas of telecommunications, aerospace, and defense. I was also able to speak with existing suppliers of electromagnetic software. So in this market, there are a few large players, such as ANSYS and Dassault, who have a combined revenue of about $3 billion. There's also smaller, more specialized entities, such as Mission and Sonnet Software. We found that one of the most common requests from their customers is for more accurate simulation of magnetic materials. I also spoke with the technical director of the RF module for COMSOL Multiphysics in California. He said, yes, what you're saying sounds very interesting, but we won't be in a position to address these issues for at least several years due to a backlog of requests from our existing customer base. So currently, the technical elements of the company are being handled by myself and Professor Theodore Ogren. The CEO of the company is Robin Sutton, who has over 30 years business development experience. He's held a number of senior management positions in telecom, aerospace, and defense companies, and he's also successfully managed a number of company trade sale exits. Recently, we were successful in securing an Innovate UK grant as part of the iCure follow-on funding competition. We're looking to diversify from a consultancy service model to a cloud-based solution to greatly increase the scalability of the company. The match funding was provided by a large multinational aerospace company. They didn't ask for any shares or ownership of the company. Basically, they just recognized the significance that this product has for their industry, and they're willing to commit resources to ensure our success in the initial stages. They also have committed computing and material support, guidance during the development phase, and the combined expertise of 3 engineering groups in the area of electromagnetics, covering materials fabrication and software engineering. We also expect to have some first orders in our initial year based on other companies we're speaking with. So these are projected profits across a 2 to 5 year period. So the black is the cost, and the color is the revenue with number of customers. This assumes organic growth, so this can be substantially increased with another injection of funding in the second year. And currently, we're looking for £250,000 to hire additional software developers and to support scaling of the company in the second year. The preferred exit strategy for this company is a trade sale. Acquisitions in the electromagnetic software market are common. For example, recently the electromagnetic solver CST was sold to Dassault for around £250 million in 2016. So thank you, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Great stuff. Fabulous stuff. So do we have any questions from the floor for Connor? Welcome any.
I've got one. Connor, hi. Sorry, here with the mic. What's the challenge for you in terms of skills? In terms of getting the right people to work in your business? So one of the skills that we need is to have experts who can run large computational jobs on supercomputer systems, such as Ishka, the one in the University of Exeter. So we've identified we will be subcontracting people with these skills who can essentially parallelize the code so that you can solve very large computational problems. So that would be. Thank you.
Another problem can be we want to, as part of the cloud solution, to develop a graphical user interface. This is so that companies can use this software and solve problems for themselves instead of requiring time input from us. So we will be also subcontracting people who can develop a graphical user interface for our computational code.
Well, Thank you very much, Connor. Great work. Well inside time.
Thank you.
Connor McKeever, everyone. Thank you. Crikey, we've hopped on. So, yes, next up, second company today, an Exeter-based business grown through City Futures, based in the centre of town and also been involved with Set Square for some time. Please welcome Philippa Roberts from Binnett.
Thanks, Joe. Luke said it already, invest in me, it's going to be fun. No, seriously, right. I'm Philippa, I'm CEO and co-founder of Binnett, and we provide brilliant recycling and rubbish services for businesses. And we do this because I've spent 20 years in the industry and it just hasn't changed. It hasn't changed and it doesn't respond to the needs of its customers because it's an industry geared around supporting itself, and it hasn't changed for the changing world. And we all know the world's changed because we've all watched it on telly and we know what's going on. So this is a problem. It's common. If you're a business, you put your bin bags out on the street, and if you live anywhere where there's seagulls or students or homeless people, or it rains or it's windy, this is what happens. Litter is a problem that costs us as UK taxpayers £1 billion a year, and it's growing. At the same time, bin lorries, which weigh 26 tonnes and do 4 miles to the gallon, drive round our congested, largely pedestrianised city centres, and they collect all this valuable recyclable material, they compact it together, and then we spend millions of pounds trying to separate it back out again so we can do something with it. So I think it's a system that is broken and isn't working properly. So I want you to bin it better. It's a great big industry. This is why it's so slow moving. The global industry has turnovers over $500 billion a year. Here in the UK alone, the biggest companies are turning over £5 billion. We're looking at targeting a tiny percent of the UK market in the next 3 to 5 years. And all those valuable resources are going to be increasingly sought after because we're talking about literally 1 billion more people joining the middle classes and consuming more. So, like I said, we want you to bin it better. I can't see my slides down here, so I have to keep turning around. It's not something I would normally do. We want you to bin it better, and this is what we're doing at the moment. We have an Uber model. I don't own any vehicles, but I own the bins, and we're developing tech in bins. So what we do is, if you think about your city centre, your delivery vehicles come in full and leave empty, and we have all these vehicles already making journeys with spare capacity. We have built a very closed, at the moment while we're experimenting, network of licensed drivers who are collecting those dry, valuable recyclables in small quantities, quickly, efficiently, effectively. They take them back out to my hub, so we capture the value on that. We're encouraging more recycling. We used our first round of funding to develop some tech. All our bins have QR codes on. You'll see my beautiful bins all around the city at the moment. So from the QR code, if you're a customer, you can scan it and do an action on that bin. You can ask for extra collections. You can tell us how full it is. You can report if there's a problem, if it's a mess. Our collectors can tell us what they're emptying. So we're capturing data real time in a different way to build a picture about how people are using bins and what they're putting in them. And that's available 24/7, because if you work in Pizza Express and you're putting your bin liners in at 2 o'clock in the morning and the bin's full or the lock's broken, you're not going to remember to tell somebody. So on a Monday, somebody calls up and does the email. And we also encourage people to share bins. We give them access to their bins. They're not their bins. So instead of every company having 2 bins, one for rubbish, one for recycling, on the back of quite a number of streets now in Exeter, you'll see a food bin, an electrics bin, a paper bin, a cardboard bin. There's less bins overall, but each of our customers gets to recycle more, and the recycling actually happens because the material is clean. And it's working. So we've been doing this for a while now. We emptied our first bins in January last year. We hit 100 customers around June, July. We've added another 50 in the 3 months after that. So you can see the pace of change. We also have a partnership with the City Council, and we just won the contract for the University of Exeter. So we spent the weekend stickering and rolling out over 400 bins. I had 6 Arctics of bins arrive on Thursday, which was a tearful moment for me, obviously. And if you think about councils, they're a great channel for us. Most bin lorries go out emptying household bins. They then park up from 2 o'clock in the afternoon till 6 o'clock the next morning. Councils need money. Austerity's been going for years. We're helping them get value out of these existing assets. So we're asking for around £500,000 at the moment. I say roughly because I'm not quite sure, and that's because we've met and are negotiating with a couple of strategic partners about how we integrate hardware and software. So we have potential to dramatically reduce the time in our rollout and increase our scalability at the moment. So while those negotiations are ongoing, we don't know quite how much money we need. But like I say, it could be fun. Invest in me. There's my details.
Great stuff. Thank you, Philippa. So I'm sure you've all seen the bins around Exeter. Has anyone got any questions for their owner on how that business model works? I'll ask. So who is doing the collections for you now then, Philippa?
Everybody. Everybody. So we work with all the different companies, the 4 big nationals, the local businesses, from Devon Contract Waste to Trash to Bottleman to the City Council, but also this network of delivery drivers. So the most recent people we've onboarded are Speedy Couriers, who are part of the Eddie Stobart group. So we're working with them now as well. So anybody and everybody, as long as they're licensed. This is a highly regulated industry, so we need to make sure they're licensed.
Absolutely. Got a question?
Do you see it being rolled out to homes?
Do you know, it's interesting. We do get a few queries from homes, especially where local authorities don't offer the service, but we charge. So we can do clearances, we do house clearances and things like that. And we could, if it turns out we can do it better, which obviously I think we can. maybe at some point, watch for an announcement in about 7 months' time.
Please.
Yes. And then into Europe if we're allowed. Ask Boris later.
Following that, what is your sort of expansion plan? Having developed something in Exeter, how do you go from Exeter to the next city?
We work in partnership with local authorities at the moment. So we started a project in the West Midlands in partnership with the Town Council, where we do a whole town. So that started in July. We'll be in Taunton next month. So local authorities very much, but also business improvement districts. So here in Exeter, we supply the free food waste collections, the electrical collections. So the electrical collections are carbon neutral. We've partnered with Escargo, who are now Co-Bikes, part of the Co-Cars family. So if you've got any electricals in the city centre, it's picked up by a cargo bike, taken to a bulking point. So carbon neutral in the city centre, no big lorries.
Brilliant.
That's the plan.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much, Philippa. Thank you. Excellent. So 2 down, 3 to go. No need to rush off. So without further ado, let's welcome onto the stage Anthony Peake from Agile Datum. Anthony.
Hello there. So my name's Anthony Peake. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Agile Datum. And we're revolutionizing planning, the whole planning application process. We're also taking it into VR, AR, so I'll talk about that in a minute. So if I just move on, there you go. So we're taking AI to automatically process forms and drawings. So everything about a planning application seems to be moving forward on its own. From drawings, we're also taking planning applications to take 2D drawings and automatically using AI turn them into 3D models. And I'll talk about that in a bit more. And we're also using AI to enable chatbots to automate the planning process of queries, etc. So we've already developed innovative AI algorithms to analyze all of the forms, the drawings, the floor plans, the elevations, the site maps, etc. Oh, is that running again? Is it? It seems to be running out of tone. Hello? I do apologize for that. We're working with Exeter University and the Alan Turing Institute to revolutionize planning. We've built the largest library of planning applications in the UK, so we've got 17.5 million planning applications to train the AI on. Problem with AI is you never have enough data to train it. Well, 17.5 million planning applications should be enough. And now we're working with Oxford Brookes, and that is having fun going forward on its own, isn't it? We're working with Oxford Brookes University and the Digital Catapult to develop that from taking a 2D plan and automatically generating a 3D model of every house in the UK. So a small ambition. I don't see any point in filling in planning applications that are very technical and people are spending their life savings and they're all being rejected. Much easier to be able to take the dormer window from the house next door and drag it on your model. Much easier to be able to take the conservatory from next door and drag it on theirs. And strangely enough, all the planning authorities in the UK see this as the future. So we seem to be doing something right. We started working with Redbridge. They do 6,500 planning applications a year. They're missing their targets by 65%, and most of the councils are missing their targets. There's a need in the UK for 600,000 houses. Up until last year, it was 300,000 were built. This year, 176,000. So it means 30% higher mortgages, 30% higher rate, more slum landlords, less social housing. So we need to help councils achieve those numbers. 40% of planning applications are rejected. So it costs Redbridge about $250,000 a year just in basic processing and validation, and also they see a market for selling the 3D models. 1 second. Across the UK, there's 400 councils. That's 3.5 million planning applications. That's 250,000 man-hours that we're going to save them. And there's 1.2 million planning applications are rejected. So our process here is automating that whole process. It's a 100 million addressable market, and our aim is to be 25 million within 3 to 4 years, and a potential of a further 20 million through the 3D model sales of houses, both to people doing planning applications, and also there's 960,000 house sales every year, and people having a 3D model of their house as a nice USP and selling the house, or even redesigning the house. I've done a survey of all of the councils. 22% of them are exploring AI today. 77% of them expect to be using AI in the next 18 months. So it's a big move. And then if we take that to the rest of Europe, 8,000 councils, 3 million planning applications, 10,000 man days of time just to do basic validation of planning application. Today, if you put in planning application, it'll be about 3 weeks for someone to say, we've got it. Right? So that AI should not only tell you in seconds we've got it, but it should also tell you whether there's what percentage probability you have of getting it right and what are the things you need to fix. So it's the user journey. It's £1 billion European market. We expect to be at 80 million within 10 years. There's a few people in the audience who know me that know that when I say a number, I intend to get there. And then there's a huge potential on the 3D AR, VR market. So we've already trained AI to be able to identify floor plans, site maps, scales, read the forms, identify the text inside there. We thought that was the hard job. 17.5 million planning applications mean we can get up to very high probabilities. But when we looked at it, or when I looked at it, I went, well, I've got a first floor plan, I've got a second floor plan. So first floor, second floor, I've got the roof, I've got side elevations on the drawing. I've got everything I need for a 3D model. I just need to write some AI, which we're doing. That way, when I go to a house, I don't see a sheet of paper and I say, oh, what's that? And I get the URL and I go online and I download some fonts and I look at it. I hold up my mobile and I can see what that property is going to be like. If I wish to complain about it, I can see what it looks like from my kitchen window. So whether you are building a house, selling a house, planning an extension, designing a city, we're developing AI to help with that. Our business model is around a SaaS platform for councils. It's also around converting the 2D to 3D for selling through councils. Councils want to be partners. We already have partners that have access to 180 of those 400 councils, and they're taking the product to market. Data visualization analytics, and also the chatbot market. So there's 3 of us are the main sort of drivers of the business, plus an excellent engineering team in the UK and also in Spain. I have over 35 years in computing. Launching the Macintosh for Apple was my first job. And I didn't think I was a geek, but I bought myself a replica Enigma machine yesterday. We're looking to raise £750,000 to invest in expanding our development team and our channel marketing team. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe.
Excellent. Thank you, Anthony. So, updating the planning process. Has anyone got any questions for Anthony about that business model, how he tends to make that happen?
Yes, question at the back there.
Yes, with regard to the VR, AR, explain who's going to be paying and maybe the pricing you're expecting for that.
So today there are architects and other people who can create you floor plans. Some of them can create you 3D models. The average price is about £250 to £1,000 for a model of your house. We can do it for £50. So that's the sort of price point. If there's 960,000 sales a year, that's a reasonably good market. There's 3.5 million planning applications. We think that's a reasonably good market.
So that service is offered to the councils to resell?
Services to the councils to resell, but also in the private market, then it's selling direct and finding other right moves and other people who could give you a 3D model when you advertise your house. Yes.
We've got two questions here. The one on the right first, please.
Sorry, microphone.
Hi, who else is doing this? So who your competitors are?
So there are people who will allow you to design a 2D plan and manually extrude it. There is no one doing automatically AI to convert it. And in the speed we're doing, the price we're doing it.
So it's an efficiency thing?
It's an efficiency, well, it's an efficiency and actually creating new markets and new channels. In the processing of planning applications, our investors are the number 3 in the market for providing council planning systems. But the nice thing about our product is it's also an add-on to all of their competitors as well. So it's an add-on to existing planning applications, but it automates the entire process.
Thank you. We've got one more question there. Thank you.
Hi. What range of equity are you offering for the raise?
At the moment, we're working that through with the new models that we have. So if you're really interested, come and sit down with us.
Brilliant.
Okay, thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you, Anthony. Great stuff. So our fourth presenter today, coming from the agri-tech sector and been heavily involved with the Big Data and Environmental Futures Impact Lab, based out of the Science Park, working with that team out there to develop some of the technology involved in his platform. So can I ask you to welcome to the stage Jason Hayward-Jones from Regen Farm. You'll click on twice.
Thanks, Joe, and thanks for describing me as a young startup. Very flattering, thank you. So I'm Jason. I'm a farm design management consultant, and Regen Farm is a digital version of me, really. It's going to be quicker, scalable, more accurate. Gets around the fields quicker, certainly. It's a farm design and simulation management tool, promoting regenerative agriculture. RegenAg's been in the news quite a lot, and I can describe it in detail later on what that is. But it will unlock enormous farm productivity reserves and help farmers make a lot more money. That's our team, myself, Darren, Jenny, Eric, and Richard. We've worked together before on other projects, and we both had significant value from different areas into this. So the problem, or what farmers and food producers are demanding, there's currently very low farm productivity and profitability, and natural capital has an enormous productivity reserve that needs to be unlocked. There's always increasing input costs on farms, and if we carry on business as normal, many farmers are looking at 30 harvests and it's all over, so it's quite critical. But there's barriers to change here. 90% of farmers use people like me, but only a few of us have regenerative agricultural knowledge, and so there's a big shortage in that area. An increased system complexity. RegenAg is all about adding more stuff, more systems onto the farm, and that requires a lot of knowledge. There's a perceived cost to change, always a fear of the unknown in the farming industry. My dad did it this way, my grandfather did it this way, I don't want to change. And of course, climate change risk. So, it's an AI and ML platform promoting regenerative agriculture to unlock the productivity reserves. It does all those things. It's quicker, crosses that fear threshold, that change management tool for farmers, collects data, so you can select the methods you want to apply, the interventions you want to apply onto your field, uses a digital twin simulation tool to predict what the outcomes might be. You can calculate how profitable that intervention might be, gives you a plan to get there, but then there's usually a zero or low cost to change, and we've validated this functionality using the prototype we've developed, as Joe said, at the Impact Lab. So we're matching supply, our tool, to the demand in the market. It's a great agri-tech solution, backed up by world-class research, Rothamsted Research, Cranfield University, University College London, Hertfordshire, are all now putting their knowledge into the tool, which is a fantastic backup for us. And as importantly as that, the interface has to be very user-friendly for a farmer who's had a long day at work, putting his feet up. He's got to be able to use this thing. The addressable market, 200,000 in the UK. We're going to address that via some tech-savvy consultants like myself and other ones. Globally, a large market base to aim at. But we'll be going at that sort of mass market middle, farming greater than 2 hectares, 85 million farmers globally, 69% of global farmland. And our lead adopters are people like Danone, General Mills, Nestle, who are very interested in converting their supplier base to regenerative agriculture. And it's predicted 1 billion hectares under regen ag by 2050. And those enabling regulations to trade environmental derivatives are also coming into place. Our business model, it's a subscription model, family farms paying $750 a year, corporate farms on a per hectare basis, and a license through consultants and business-to-business clients, those lead adopters as well. And there's a certain amount of client stickiness because changing to regenerative agriculture takes a number of years. It could be a generation to get there. So there's a client stickiness involved and an ongoing service fee. So there's a lifetime of value to the product. Bayer are doing very well with their FieldView platform and a good revenue. And our projected revenues are there. The 1 million users isn't fantasy. If somebody's played the farm simulator game, they've got 1 million users downloaded in about 10 hours. So they're doing quite well. So ours is a real version of the farm simulator, something like that. So we're intentionally impactful, generate revenue from the impact. It's a soil carbon play. If we put more carbon into the soil, you can store more water into the soil. Very important in other locations. And some examples there of what regenerative farming does in beef production. We can be carbon neutral, and if we have 1 million users, we're making a real impact on the climate change. Our roadmap, we got a grant from the Impact Lab to develop the prototype. We're making headway in phase 1, actually, a bit of traction now, working with the Shape Climate Programme at Rothamsted and some strong investor interest to develop a beta version release shortly, and then going on to phase 2, where we see a real value inflection point working with our lead adopters to go to a mass market and get to those sales targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great stuff. So if we have any questions from the floor, we're welcome. Yep, please. Yes.
I've got a microphone on my way.
On his way.
Hey, the State of Nature report came out a couple of weeks ago.
Sorry, what report?
The State of Nature report.
Yes.
And said that farming is one of the key factors involved in diversity decline. I wondered if you're working with any wildlife organisations.
Yes. It's important to recognise when you're doing regenerative agriculture, you are increasing biodiversity inherently in your processes. And so our system is designed to link in with the new DEFRA public money for public goods. And so designing new systems on your farm that increase biodiversity is not just a good thing to do, it's actually a profitable thing to do. And so linking in with a range of organisations, like you say, to benefit, to verify and certify those interventions, and to enable farmers to make money off them is inherent in the system. Yep.
At the front here.
Hiya.
Hi.
Why would people choose you over FieldView?
FieldView is a system designed for big arable farmers in the US. It's a tractor-based system, and it measures the soil and plant data going up and down. It's a system designed to tell you where to put fertilizer there and not there. Our system is a redesign of your food production system. So you're diminishing your inputs, going to an organic system first of all, and then a regenerative system. And if you're reducing your inputs, your margins go up, your profitability goes up, soil health increases. So it's a complete change of farm operating system, if you like.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Jason. Great stuff.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, we move on to our last, but by no means least presenter, so let's move straight into it. Can we welcome Marco Zerdin from Zany Ants, talking about Zoom. Marco.
Thank you. Hello. We all hear about the notoriously high failure rate in IT projects. Over 2/3 of software projects fail to meet their deadlines, go over budget, or clearly fail to meet expectations. I'm sure some of you will be well familiar with this situation. Configuration management is one of the main key reasons for this, and it is hard. Even the best and the biggest get it wrong. All these examples are from 2019, and there are many more. Some of you will know full well how costly, time-consuming, and volatile software configuration can be. This market niche has been considered to be too challenging to handle properly until now. Our answer to this problem is a unique general-purpose configuration management software called Zoom. Zoom is a proven product. It's currently empowering the customers of Click Software, the market leader in field service optimization. Our customers include some of the biggest telcos in the world. Our partners include Accenture, one of the largest systems integrators. Zoom is already generating an annual revenue in excess of £150,000, with several very exciting deals in the pipeline. Here are some tangible benefits from one of our larger customers. IT benefits are substantial, but operational benefits have the biggest impact, in this case resulting in £5 million per year. So what does Zoom actually do? Nothing can simplify the underlying software configuration, but Zoom can and does make it manageable. Zoom brings clarity by exposing all software settings and the relationships between them, and gives users the tools to manage this knowledge effectively. It makes it possible to predict the effect of changes before they happen. And it enables quick and error-free delivery of configuration changes through automation. As a result, change becomes easier and less risky, and hence more likely to happen. Existing software becomes a better fit for business and much more useful. And I would suggest that with Zoom, all of this could have been avoided. The paths to market for Zoom are rich and varied. The biggest impact is with software vendors, where we license the software to the product to them, and then they offer it to their clients, potentially covering the whole market in a single deal. Another option is partnering with existing configuration management players, where Zoom covers significant gaps in their offering. The open market option via app stores is also a great way to leverage an existing path to market. Our next target is Salesforce, with 150,000 business customers, a very active app store, and where we already have a keen partner with 50 customers of their own. A 5% market share would generate an estimated £75 million revenue a year. These are our financial projections. The first half of next year we'll use to finish the development and to complete the team, alongside with sales and marketing activities. We anticipate the first customers to be live in July at latest. We expect a small profit next year, and then quickly grow from there, reaching 6.4 million profit in year 3 and 26.4 in year 5. These projections are based solely on the Salesforce market. We also anticipate to enter the other software application markets from 2021 onwards, although we are planning to make decision which ones exactly later as we explore our opportunities and build relationships. But the technical effort to enter each new market is anticipated to be about 3 months. We are asking for £1.5 million to complete the cloud version of Zoom, develop the Salesforce plugin, and to prepare the company for the anticipated rapid growth by filling the team gaps in ongoing product development, sales, marketing, and delivery, and also to finance the launch. After Salesforce, there are many incredibly valuable opportunities out there. Many of them are also potential trade sale acquirers of Zoom. My name is Marko Zerdin. I'm a creator of Zoom. I hope you enjoyed this presentation, and I'm looking forward to any questions.
We have a question at the back.
Brilliant. Sorry, it's always the other end of the room. Thank you.
Quickly, while we're waiting for Adam's question, Marco, you say it's unique. There's no competition in this space around sort of auto configuration?
Yeah, so there are quite a few players in the field, but the difference is we have a couple of things that are different. So there are specialized players that deal with a particular one application. What Zoom is different, it is that it deals with any application out there. Then there are more general, the configuration management systems that are at the higher level, so they don't go into the level of micro configuration, or they are based on the process, which means they depend, the configuration that you deploy, you can automate it, but it depends that the starting system is exactly the way it should be, otherwise it can't do it. Zoom overcomes both these limitations. A good illustration, for example, what you can do with Zoom is, let's say you have a problem with your application, right? All you would have to do is send your Zoom snapshot of the system, and you would get a file back. Nobody from IT would have to come to you and do the fixing. You would get a file back, you would deploy it, and it's done. No other system can do that.
Adam.
He's answered the question that was asked.
God,
thank you.
Do you have any others? Chris.
Guys, can you please sit next to each other when you want to ask questions? It's my workout for the day.
Hello. So obviously you're dealing with a lot of data and a lot of interconnections. From a UX perspective, how are you getting all of that really complicated data and boiling it down into something viewable?
It's a very interesting challenge. We've had several iterations of UI, and we also have a lot of different tools, actually. It's not one tool. We are in the current production system, which is not this SAS, the new one that is coming. We have 7 different client tools, and we use various approaches such as visualization for, so you can look through the graph of dependencies. We have, tabular display of data, essentially depending on what's appropriate for each particular system. But the main Zoom Explorer, Zoom Lens, what we call it, is a system where you can actually, it's somewhat interrelated. So you see exactly what the related items are, in what way are they related, and then you can jump to and fro and open new tabs and stuff like that. So it gives you a lot of capabilities. But reports are really important because they distill the data from different aspects about the configuration. One example, for example, we had is that, this is a real example. A consultant was sent to a client, spent a week there, documented some documentation, and when they came back, I spotted an error in 5 minutes and proved that he was wrong. So essentially, that's the ratio. You just can't deal with these complex systems manually.
Thanks.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Mark.
There's another.
Marco. Oh, we've got one more.
Oh, sorry.
There it is. Let's take it.
When you sell it in, to whom do you sell it? Who's the buyer? And how complicated is it for the organization to integrate? How much do they need to change the way they operate in order to be successfully to use Zoom?
Okay, so our current sales model is mostly through systems integrators. We are now switching to direct sales because it's, the system integrators model is essentially, it's slightly counterintuitive because it's against their interest because they're selling hours and they are then making the system more efficient. So we notice this is a problem. As far as integrating it, it's proven to be incredibly simple. Essentially, the initial training is 2 hours after the installation. And then people start using it. Initially, we had 5-day training, and then everybody forgot everything, right? But what we learned is that you give them 2-hour training, and then you follow up every week with sort of similar thing, and they start thinking differently. And that's the most fascinating thing. After a few months, they just start thinking about the configuration. Essentially, if you compare a text that you type in on typewriter, it's very different thinking what you can do, whereas if you have a word process, like Microsoft Word, modern Microsoft Word, it's completely different. You can completely refactor it. So people start thinking differently, and it's really, really working well.
Great stuff. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you.
So that concludes our 5 pitches, a total of £3.75 million of investment for Exeter-based businesses solving problems from our rubbish to our agriculture to our systems. So get your checkbooks out, yeah, we've got that. All of our speakers are going to be hanging around for the next coffee break, so if you do want to ask some more in-depth questions, please come and find us. Equally, if you're sitting in the audience thinking, I've got a business that could do that, how do I get on that stage? Do come and find me. We're really keen to work with small and growing businesses across all sectors through the Set Squared support program. More than happy to talk about how we might be able to help you grow your business. Thanks very much for your time, and thanks again to all our speakers.
Brilliant. Right, guys, let's just have a 10-minute break, and then we're going to power through the last 4 speaks. So 10-minute break, grab your cup of tea. The seminars are going to finish. We'll get everybody in. We'll have a big room, and we'll finish off with a bang. Thank you very much. 10 minutes.
2.
All good.
talk for 3 seconds?
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello, yeah. Perfect, thank you.
times of getting lost with you. Getting lost with you. Getting lost with you. One step more and now we're far from everything we had. Ready for whatever's lying up ahead. We won't stop moving, feels too good for that. So good. Feeling our love taking over. Our hearts getting closer and closer. I can't get enough of times of getting lost with you. Getting lost with you. I promise to be there in every single way. We're doing this together every step we take. Closer to each other, so much to discover. Getting lost with you. Getting lost with you.
Hello. Right, come on, guys. All of you at the back. Guys, let's stand up and move forward a few seats. Don't be shy. If we all do it together, it's better. Come on. You're too cool. You can stay as you are. I get it. But everybody else, come on. Let's not be shy. Let's move forward a few. Trust me, it will make for a better event. Are you making the sharp exit? Okay, understandable. All right, guys, they're having a deep in convo. Is there any chance I can get your fruit a couple of rows forward, couple of rows forward? Let's not be shy. If we work to the front, it's so much better. So much better if we do that. Come on, Rob. There he is. Right then, let's work together. Big communal shush on 3, 1, 2, 3. Shh. As I look amongst the room and realise that perhaps there aren't as many as we started with, Nicole gave me some brilliant advice earlier. She said we might not have all the people, but we have the right people. So can you all just give yourselves a big cheer for being the right people? We're amongst the right people. I feel I've taken reams and reams of notes. I've been inspired beyond anyone, so to hell with the rest of you. I've had a great day. what I'd like to do is ensure we've got energy up for our remaining 4 speakers who are going to pile through now before we go to our after party. And hopefully, is anybody partaking a few drinks at the after party? Whoop, whoop. Good. So I'll be leading the charge, don't worry. Just follow behind me on like a tugboat. Irrespective of me being silly, I need to raise the energy. And I feel that to raise the energy, the best way to do it is just to have a big cheer. Just let yourself go. So I'll give you the inspiration. I'm feeling it, okay? It's like the debut of an Apple thing. Can everybody just give me some energy back? We get what we give. Let's give a bit of energy back. Let's go. Yeah, we're feeling it. Right. That's it. We've set the bar. We've set the bar. Now, Sensing the Future is keynote 9 from Kim Arazi. She, as a little-known fact, has danced salsa on stage in Cuba. And if you give her the energy, I feel she may well give a little bit back. She's got a company called InnoSensi, which is the amalgamation of innovation and sense. She's a sensory innovation queen, and she's going to help us to connect to one another. So can I please have a massive Cuban salsa welcome for Kim Arazi? Come on, raise it up, raise it up.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for staying around. I know it's late in the day, but I will try to make this as interesting and sensory as possible. This is the first talk I've ever given on my sensory innovation stuff where I'm not involving you in a sensory experience. I'm sorry about that. Usually you would have something to smell or touch or whatever, so just touch each other. I don't know. Okay. So we're going to talk about how we can stay human in the age of AI. So this is the future that awaits us. This is something that Peter Diamandis said recently. And basically, very soon, all our data is going to be able to be measured and collected, measured, analyzed. And basically, our lives are going to be way more efficient. We're going to make the world a better place. It's all going to be great. It's really exciting. Really, I'm not being sarcastic. It's really exciting. However, my friends, this is the reality we're in today. So although from a technology standpoint, we are more connected than ever before, from a human perspective, we are the most disconnected we've ever been. How do you feel about that? You agree? So I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes or so trying to tell you why I think that is and what maybe we can do about it to feel a bit more connected. So one of the reasons that we are feeling disconnected, I think we all would agree, we are facing information overload. Information is coming at us from every channel, everywhere we look, every minute of the day, and it's just like bombarding us. We are just completely overloaded, and it's hard for us to cut through the noise and really focus. Social anxiety, so especially with the younger millennials, the number of likes you get on your social media is almost more important than having real relationships and real people liking you. And so that's causing us to feel really stressed about actual IRL relationships, right? How do we converse now? We're much more comfortable behind our phones, right? So this is a big anxiety that's helping us become more disconnected. So research shows that 1/4 of British adults spend more than 10 hours a day behind a screen, and that most adults are checking their phones every 12 minutes. And millennials are actually looking at their phones at least 100 times a day. It's going up and up and up. So we're basically going from screen to screen to screen. We're waking up in the morning, first thing we do, as Laura told us earlier, is most of us look at our phones. And before we go to bed, the last thing we do is look at our phone or our Kindle or our iPad or whatever. So we're spending so much time in front of screens, it's a complete addiction. And this is another thing that's kind of disconnecting us. So don't get me wrong. Technology and all the advances in technology is making our lives so much better. It's so much more convenient, right? Really convenient. Like, for example, we don't even need to go to the supermarket anymore. We don't have to go talk to people and wait in queues because we can just call Ocado, deliver right to our door, much easier. But you know what? Why do we even bother with that? We don't need ingredients to cook our meals because we can just order a ready-made meal right to our door. Save time, much better. But actually, we don't even need to find our phone anymore to make those orders because We have our personal assistant that we can ask to do anything for us, from ordering our food to turning on the lights, turning on the heat, and even turning on our televisions, where, thank goodness, the decision of what to watch has already been outsourced for us. We're told what to watch, what our friends are watching, what we would like, so great, one less thing to think about, right? So one less decision to navigate. And speaking of navigation, soon we won't even have to learn how to navigate because our cars will drive for us. Whew, one less stress. We don't have stress on the motorway. And even if we do have some stress left, it's okay, because our wearable devices will tell us we're stressed and how much we need to breathe, when we need to get up and walk, how our heart rate's doing. It's all out there for us. We don't have to worry about anything. So it's all good. Really exciting how convenient our lives are becoming. But at what cost? Now, I'm not even going to go into all the data privacy issues. That's Suki's thing. But that's a whole other thing. But is this what we want to end up like? Because if we're not careful, we're going to end up with the most convenient lives ever, but we're not going to move. We're not going to think. We're not going to have any reason to use our senses, to engage in our bodies, to interact with people. It's very, very convenient, but I'm not sure that's the life we're going for. So we need to remember that in the end of the day, we are not just data points, mixing with other data points and becoming more efficient machines. We're actually human. We're messy. We feel, we think, we communicate. We are human beings, and we can't forget that. So I want to talk a little bit about where we're headed. So with the future of work, we all know that AI and robotics are going to be a big part of our lives and take over a lot of the jobs. And as was mentioned before, the World Economic Forum lists some of these skills, these human skills, as the most important skills, especially as leaders. Now, the thing is, how are we going to really practice these skills, trust, empathy, creativity, if we're not even in touch with our own senses, if we're numb, because we're just behind screens, tapping, trying to meet our objectives, and we're not communicating with each other? I think it's pretty hard. So I think it's very connected that we need to be in our bodies, be embodied in order to practice these skills. So not only to become the kind of empathic, creative leaders we need, but also to develop products, to develop technology that can really help humanity. We have to be these things. And also, in addition, to have customer relationships that are authentic and powerful and meaningful, cut through the bullshit. We need to be these kind of leaders and to create companies, company cultures that embody these values. So in the end of the day, we are sensory beings. We are conscious beings. We feel things. We sense things. And we use different parts of the brain to process different things that we experience, right? So our senses are all connected, and if we activate different senses at the same time, so simultaneously stimulate our senses, we get a much better picture of the world because it's activating different sets of connections in our brain. So it's very important that we stimulate all our senses, not just one, in order to accurately obtain information and retain information, to create memories. So let's look at how each of our senses impacts our experience and why that's important. Vision. So vision is our most dominant sense, and it's the most instinctive sense. We base a lot around what we see. And Daniel Kahneman, I'm sure a lot of you have read the book Thinking Fast and Slow. So he refers to this, and it's not his research, but he refers to it as System 1 thinking. So System 1 thinking is automatic, quick, and instinctive. So sight plays a really big part in that because it's very instinctive. System 2 thinking is slow, rational, and effortful. But let's focus on System 1. So research shows that 80 to 85% of perception, learning, cognition, and activities are mediated through vision. This is great, but as we just learned on the other slide, vision isn't everything. It's just one sense, and we can't rely just on that. By relying just on vision, and this probably looks quite familiar to a lot of you, we are negatively impacting our work cultures because people are behind screens, they're not communicating, they're just focusing on what they see. And this is causing, it's detrimental to the company cultures, basically. So if we just rely on vision, we're not going to communicate, and this is going to cause more and more miscommunication, frustration, which leads to dissatisfaction in the workplace, which is a big problem. It all spirals. And this is all based on the fact that we're only looking. We're not actually engaging our other senses. By only focusing on vision, there's another big problem. Diversity. So especially visible diversity, right? So if we only focus on vision, we're making a lot of choices that are unconscious. It's unconscious biases, but we're making decisions based on what we see. So how many times have people made the mistake of either a woman and a man show up for a meeting and it's assumed the woman is the secretary or the assistant and the man is the CEO? Or you base your decision based on age, color of skin, gender, physical ability or disability. When we just look through our eyes, we're missing a lot of the picture. Maybe if we focused on things like body language, handshake, tone of voice, we would get a fuller picture. So just important to remember that vision is not everything. Hearing. So Julian Treasure, who's a sound expert, he says that we are losing our listening. We're losing any meaning around sound because we're so bombarded with noise, and we're so used to working in a distracting, noisy environment that we've lost the meaning. We just block it out. We've become almost unconscious about sound, and that's not healthy at all. So basically, we are broadcasting. Instead of listening, what we're doing nowadays is just broadcasting our own opinions out there. So we're posting on all the social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever, posting our opinions to other people who have the same sort of opinions. We end up in echo chambers. We're not actually listening. We're not actually having conversations. And this is a problem, because if we're not listening to each other, especially in our workplace, how can we listen to our customers? How can we make products and services that are going to speak to the world if we don't even listen to each other internally? And by the way, our internal company teams are our customers. Those are our most important customers. So we first have to learn to listen and have conversations before we can go out and create products and services that really speak to the wider community. This is an interesting piece of information, neuroscientific fact, that we speak at approximately 125 words per minute. We listen or understand at approximately 400 words per minute, and we think at approximately 900 words per minute. So if you do the maths, all of you are only using about 25% of your brain to listen to me right now. 75% of your brain is free to do other stuff, which is why you're probably on your phone or thinking about the drinks later or whatever, because we only need to use 25%. It makes it really hard for us to totally focus and listen to someone. It's not easy. Also, if you think about it, if we're thinking at 900 words per minute, but only speaking at 125 words per minute, that means that I'm only saying about 14% of what's going through my head. So active listening, or deep conscious listening, is listening not only to the words we say, but also everything around it. We know that 7% of communication is the words. The rest is all body language and tone of voice. So if I stand here and I tell you, I'm really excited to be here today, I really feel so honored, and does it matter what I say? It's obviously everything else. It's the body language, it's the tone of voice. So just remember that. Touch. Now, touch is a touchy subject. It's the most basic form of communication. It's the most social of all the senses. And it's a basic need. It's a biological and developmental need. It doesn't need language. It's immediate. If you think about it, it's the most authentic form of communication we have. Yet, from childhood, we are told many more times not to touch than to touch. If you think about it, you tell a kid, don't touch that, get your hands out of your mouth. It's all about don't touch. By the time we become adults, we have become almost averse to touch, and we become touch deprived. There's a big touch deprivation problem going on right now, especially in Western countries. We are just freaking out about touch. We don't want anyone to touch us. And this is causing a lot of mental, mental health issues. And we need to be aware of this. So touch in the workplace, now I know that sounds like a bit of a taboo subject. I don't want anyone touching me at work, and especially with the whole Me Too and all of this. I understand that. But when it is relevant, when it is wanted, when it is appropriate, actually it can make a huge, huge difference, right? A pat on the back to show empathy, or high fives to show you're part of a team. It really makes you feel part of something. It makes you feel trust towards the other person. So when done right and tastefully, actually, it's very important to have this in the workplace. And there's lots of research again, that shows that teams who touch and do high fives and hugging all the time, they feel much more part of a team. They have a sense of purpose. They feel a sense of collaboration. So it's really, really important if we do it the right way, of course. And now, of course, there are startups who are addressing this deprivation need, this lack of touch issue. So I don't know if you've heard of Cuddlist or Cuddle Up to Me. These are American companies, of course. But they're addressing the need to hug and cuddle for a fee. So a stranger comes to your house and hugs or cuddles you for a fee. I'm not joking. This is a problem. So it's being addressed. I mean, that's what startups do. We address problems. There's a Norwegian company called No Isolation that is addressing the isolation problem, social isolation problem, and their founder has coined, I think it was them who coined the term warm tech. So any kind of technology that has to do with meeting an emotional need is called warm tech. So we even have a name for technology that has to do with touch because it's that important. And in terms of technology, there are technologies now being developed to address this issue. So fashion tech company Cute Circuit has developed the hug shirt. This was developed years ago, actually, where if you're far away from your loved one and you want to send them a hug, you both have the shirt, and it's sent through, it's using sensors, and it's sent through a mobile connection. So you hug yourself, and the person on the other side of the world gets that hug. So there's technologies that can help with this. And now the H1 robot that was just recently developed is the first robot that has skin that can really feel and sense their own body and give a human-like hug. So even robots now are starting to feel touch. So that's how important it is. Smell. So smell is directly linked to emotion and memory. A lot of people think it's the least important scent. It's just smell, who cares? But actually, because it is the sense that's most directly connected to the limbic system, it is really important because it's directly connected to our emotions. So if you lose your sense of smell, not only will you not taste your food, because we know that 70 to 90% of taste comes through the olfactory receptors, but you're prone to depression because you don't have that connection anymore to memory and to emotion. So smell is really important. Also, it's something that we need to think about in the workplace, whether we're developing products, and we understand how smell works, that's something we can incorporate in. For example, Deutsche Telekom, I believe, has their own scent now. I mean, lots of corporates are developing their own kind of signature scent, even if it has nothing to do with smell, because it creates a connection with a brand. But also internally within our company cultures. For example, if you want to wake everyone up, make them feel energetic, you can spray a peppermint kind of scent. Oh, we should have done that here. Peppermint in the air. Or if you want to improve productivity, you can use lemon. There are lots of ways you can change the mood and the energy levels and the productivity in your offices just by the scent. I know it sounds very, trivial, but it's actually a big deal. Taste. So eating is the most multi-sensory experience we have. And taste is very much affected by all our other senses. So the color of the dish you eat from, the texture of the material that you drink from, all of these things, the weight of the utensils you use, all impact your taste. So again, things to think about when you're developing products. I don't know if any of you have heard of the Provençal rosé paradox. Do you know about this? So picture you're in Provence, you're in the south of France, you're at the beach with your loved one, it's sunset, gorgeous weather, you're on holiday, so you're just in the best mood, and you're at this beautiful restaurant, and the waiter comes and serves you a rosé. And it is the most delicious, crisp, rich-tasting rosé you've ever had. It is so good, in fact, that you decide to buy a case and take it back to London. You forget about it, and one day, after a very stressful week, you come home, it's pouring rain outside, as always, you've had a 2-hour commute on the tube, you're totally stressed out, and you just need to break open some wine, and you remember in your cellar you have that rosé. So you tell your partner, let's go down and break out that rosé and then have a chilled night in front of Netflix. And you open it up, and it is disgusting. It's acidic, it tastes sour and cheap, and you're like, what was I thinking? This couldn't be the same rosé we just had in Provence on our holiday, but yet it is, because it's not about the taste, it's about everything else. It's about the mood you're in, it's about what you're looking at, what you're listening to, what you're touching. This all impacts the taste. And in fact, in most of my talks, I give everybody a glass of wine. We can do this later. And I play a piece of music. And I ask them to describe the wine to me. And then I serve them a different glass of wine and play a completely different piece of music and ask them to describe the wine. And it's completely different depending on the music. And then I tell them that was the same wine. And they can't believe it. So it is all about the other senses. And speaking of wine, I work with this company called Wine Listening. They're based in Rome, and they are taking this experience, how sound impacts taste, to the general public. And they've created an app that's not unlike Vivino. You take a picture of your wine label on your bottle, and it gives you all the properties of the wine, but in this case, it goes into Spotify and chooses the best song to enhance the flavor of the wine. It's true, and it really works. It really works. And they're doing it the other way around, so if you're listening to music, it will suggest the perfect wine for that music. And it's all based on research. This is not like BS. So I recommend it. You can download that. So a problem with the way we eat today is that, again, we're not connected. We're sitting in front of our desks. We don't have time. Eating is not a priority. Let's just order from Deliveroo and just get it over with. Shove it down our throats. We need to get this paper done, this work memo done. We're not paying attention. And when you don't pay attention and you're disconnected, you end up eating junk. We all know that. Sit in front of Netflix, whatever. We end up eating junk. We're losing that kind of ritual we used to have to sit around a table, to take a break, the thing that they do in Mediterranean countries still, and which it's proven that they're more healthy because they actually stop work, they sit down, whether it's lunch or dinner, they take a break, they prepare the food with love, they choose it, they smell it, they have conversations around the table. These things matter. It's not only what we eat, but it's how we eat. And also we choose better, we make better choices when we're more aware, when we're connected to ourselves. And this impacts not only our bodies, but the environment as well. And this is crucial right now. In the times we live in, we have to think about these things, which is why I've created this dining experience called the Root to Flower Multisensory Dining Experience, which the UN has now picked up, and I'm working with the UN Climate Change Secretariat on, we're gonna do a few of these dinners in Chile at COP25, which is being prepared for ministers of different countries and heads of delegations from around the world to get them thinking about plant-based eating. And we're doing this through a multisensory dining experience where it's all plant-based, where they're smelling, they're listening to soundscapes, they're touching the earth, the grass, their feet are in the earth. It's a whole multisensory experience because it's proven that if we engage all their senses, they will leave remembering this experience and taking it on. So we've already done a few of these in Germany with the UN, and it's been amazing what they've taken away from it. People who never, ever, ever thought they'd eat a plant-based meat, we work with Impossible Foods, people from Argentina and Chile who love their red meat, they walked away saying, wow, because I've experienced it now, I think I'm ready to start thinking about changing my behavior. We can talk all we want till we're blue in the face, but until people experience things, they're not going to change. So that's what one of the projects I'm working on. And another thing I do around food is sensing the future dinners. So this is a dinner I've created, and Nicole's in the picture. She was at my first one. It's a dining experience I've created for leaders, people working in innovation, to talk about the future of work and the skills that I just described before, all those human skills. We practice those skills through a multisensory dining experience. So it's very interactive with the food. Again, sitting around a table and using food as the vehicle is very powerful because it's a sensory experience. So we do this to get people into their bodies and to think about all the skills they need for becoming leaders in a future of AI. So I think it's very exciting what's waiting for us. And I don't think anymore it's going to be human versus machine, but it's human and machine, working hand in hand to create technology that can really change the future for the better. But we just need to do that with sense. We need to innovate with sense, and we need to remember why. Like Nicole said, we have to always ask the question, why? Why are we developing this? And I'll just leave you with this. Being human is given, but keeping our humanity is a choice. Thank you.
Just for the guys, the monitors have gone down here. If we get one, those switch back on. If anybody is struggling and needs a hug, I am available at all times. I will not offer it to you. You must ask from me, but the offer is always there, just so we're aware. I've got a lot of love to give. Our next keynote, how to get great ideas. You've already heard him playing on his harmonica. He's my best mate, incidentally, of everyone that we've spoken to. I dove into everyone's LinkedIn profile to say, how are you doing? Can I get some details on you? And Dave and I had a bit of a flirtation where I said that I was looking at him from the window of his house, and he said, no, you're not, because I'm naked. And I went, no, you're right, I'm in the wardrobe. And he went, I'm next to you, which was, as first interactions go, you know you're on to winner. So I'll be honest with you, I don't really want to say much else other than the most important thing on his LinkedIn profile. He says he's a chap, and he's going to tell us all how to get great ideas. So can I really, let's go rapturous, let's go bonkers, Mr. Dave Burrs.
I've got to say, those of you who are left are definitely the best looking lot. I mean, the ones who left, fuck them. So, hello. Hiya. I'm Dave. Who are you? It's okay, one at a time. Hasn't it been amazing today? The speakers, I've just been blown away. And what I'm going to be talking about today is you know, I might mention casually that I wrote a book, which will be available for sale when we get back to the bar if you want. But you know, when is Chris still here? You know, when he was talking about luck, he basically did the intro to what I'm wanting to talk about today. Because I'm going to talk about experiments, because I do lots of experiments. And what he was saying about luck is basically the reason why I do lots of experiments. You know, because some of my experiments don't work. You know, but that's all right. Some of them, I always learn something, even if they're failures. So he was saying that luck, people who consider themselves to be lucky, you know, they're good at spotting opportunities. That's one of the reasons I do experiments, is to spot opportunities. That they're fearless. I don't give a shit what anyone thinks about the experiments that I do. It's fine, I'm just going to do them anyway. That they validate that when you're feeling lucky, you know, you've got an intuition and you want to validate it. See you, we won't miss you. Don't worry. Don't worry, have a safe journey back home. So you know, you get an intuition, and you're going to validate that intuition, and you're going to turn failures into successes, and you're going to have fun. And that's really what I do. So I want to actually tell you about some of the experiments that I do. And one of the reasons that I do them is because I'm curious. And curiosity is the very foundation. You wouldn't have creativity without curiosity, because curiosity is just when you start asking questions. And you know, the thing is that adults have learned not to be curious. It gets hammered out of us. So when Ken Robinson talks about how schools kill creativity, one of the reasons behind that is that schools hammer out curiosity from kids. And instead of teaching kids how to learn, they teach them what to learn. Rather than asking questions, they give them the answer. This is how you do it. If you come up with the answer for a maths problem and you get it right, but your workings are wrong, you're marked wrong, that's fucked up. So I'm all about curiosity. So let me just get into these experiments. So first experiment I want to talk to you about today was one I did a couple of years ago, the cack-handed drawing experiment. So I'm right-handed, and I've got a friend in Belgrade called Rhea, and he's left-handed. And we're like, we were chatting, saying, oh, let's do something together. Let's do an experiment. And I said to him, I said, can you draw, as somebody who's left-handed, can you draw with your right hand? He said, no, don't be stupid. I said, can you draw with your left hand? I said, no, don't be stupid. I'm right-handed. I said, could we teach ourselves to draw with the other hand? So we set ourselves this challenge, that every single day we would draw. I'll show you, this is day 13. Every single day, there's a little bit of music in this. You might be able to turn it up just a little bit. But every single day, we would draw a self-portrait with the wrong hand. Now, this, as you can see, it starts off, it's very wobbly lines, and this would take me about an hour to do a self-portrait. And it starts off very scratchy, and then I start to, in there, got to get my beard right, the hair's pointing in the right direction. Get all the details going. And I did 31 of these, and I'm going to take you through them, because they started off shit. Nearly done with this. A little bit shading. There you go. So, this was day one. Thank you. So this was day one. And it looks, why are you laughing? This is day one, and it looks as if I'm just off. Another experiment was to see how many pies I could eat in a month. I've really let myself go. And so I had clearly no control over what I was doing with my left hand, day one. So let's go to day two. Oh, day two? A massive improvement. What happened there? Day three, hold on. I would be really happy if I did that with my right hand. And Rhea, again, he's taken a big leap. So 3 days into this, we'd gone from going, I cannot draw with the other hand, to going, oh, yes, actually I can. Things went downhill day 4. We start to go through there. You can see that they develop. At this point here, we both started experimenting with shading. And the shading's a little bit rough. But, we're giving it a go. I got really lazy on day 12 and just thought, yeah, I'm just going to go for a head of skin here. And, that was the one you've just seen. You can see they sort of carry on from there. I'm experimenting more with shading. If you look at the parallel lines of shading, they're now much more parallel. It's working better. I was thirsty. Come on. As we move through, one of the things we did, once we started to get to day 21, we said, well, let's pick an emoji. And every single day we'll do a different emoji, because at this point, we'd realized that we could actually draw with the wrong hand. And we're experimenting with techniques, and we just wanted to sort of see if we could line up at this point. So I don't know what happened to my teeth there. That was a bad day. But at this point here, the next one here, Rhea started to use pencil shading, and it just elevated what he was doing, because he was experimenting at this point. And his pencil shading, I think, was just amazing. So a couple of days later, I thought, I'll copy that. I'll do some pencil shading as well. But it wasn't quite as good as Rhea's. Day 29, and then something, I was living in New York while I was doing this, and Rhea was in Belgrade, and we seemed to discover that he seemed to think that this month, which was July, only had 29 days. So he only did 29 of them. He thought it was a February leap year. It's easy to get a mistake, easy mistake to make. Whereas I was an American, it was definitely 31 days. But, I mean, look at this. Going from day 1 to the final day. Look at Rhea's. Look at that. Isn't that extraordinary? So the whole thing about doing experiments is that it's about learning. And the one thing that both of us very much learned about this is that you can't say that I can't do something without adding the word yet at the end of it. I can't do that yet. We are capable of so much more. And both of us were completely blown away about how quickly we progressed. So, maybe I'll be trying to draw with my left foot next or something like that. But always up for more experiments. So experiment 2, I want to talk about an experiment that I did a few years ago with the drum. We called it the Newt Judge experiment. It was all about alcohol, you know, being pissed as a newt, being sober as a judge. And this little film here will explain it better.
Here's how it works. We have 18 advertising creatives. We split them into 2 teams. One team is allowed to drink as much alcohol as they want. The other team has to remain sober. They each have 3 hours to work on the same brief. Then we take their work and we get it judged by top advertising creative directors. Then for a second opinion, we put their work to the public to see what they think. And just for the sake of irony, the problem we're trying to solve tonight is binge drinking.
Touch your nose. With both hands at the same time, touch your nose without falling over.
So, do you think that the group who were allowed to drink as much alcohol as they wanted throughout the night, do you think they were better than the group who remained sober throughout the night? What do you think? Fuck yes. So, we picked the 5 top ideas from each of the teams and drew them up so they looked as if they came from the same person. They were me. And when we got them judged, both the public and creative directors judged in the same way. The alcohol team got 4 out of 5 of the top ideas. Not only about the quality of the ideas, they produced more ideas throughout the night, and they produced ideas more consistently throughout the night. We couldn't believe it. And since then, I don't know whether it's because of the experiment we did, but our experiment has been cited in magazine articles and papers and all sorts of stuff. But they've actually done some academic studies into this now and discovered that, yes, alcohol does actually make you more creative. And the way that it does it is, we believe that round about 1 pint in, it lowers your inhibitions. You know, the little voice in your shoulder saying, "Oh, you can't say that. Oh, no, don't say that." And it basically says, shut up. That's what alcohol does. I think this is the part of your brain that gets drunk first and it stops talking. And then you start to release those ideas that you normally would be too inhibited to talk about. And then you hit 3 pints, and at that point, you're just an idiot. But what we're really interested about is actually the fact that alcohol can be useful in this way. And it all came about from a creative director that I was friends with, that we used to talk about how, you know, things seemed to be so much better in the 90s when we were, you'd go out to the pub at lunch and you might come back. You know, that was what advertising used to be like. And, was the alcohol, did it help us in any way? Was it part of the job? And so we wanted to test it, and we did. Next I'm looking for somebody who's got some heroin. We're going to do it again. So experiment number 3. This is one that I've not actually released a study. I've not actually released this yet, but I want to tell you about it. I wanted to see if people are more creative when they're relaxed than when they're stressed. So I went up to an agency up in the countryside. This agency, as you'll be able to see, it's even got a greenhouse here. And so we were doing a study, and what we did was split people into 2 teams. So I had the relaxed lot, and we sat outside, and it was a beautiful day, and I gave them the multiple uses test, which is a classic way of measuring creativity. So what you do is you give people a paper, and it's got an object on it, and it's got like a brick or a paper clip or something like that. And it's how many uses for this can you come up with in 2 minutes? And you've just to write them down. And you measure it in different ways. So you measure the amount of suggestions they come up with. So you give them a point for every suggestion they come up with. You also look at how many domains they cover. So if they're just talking, everything's to do with the kitchen, that's 1 domain. So they get 1 point for that. But if everything's a different domain, so that's the kitchen, that's the garden, that's sort of weapons to mutilate and hurt people. You know, you've got these different domains, then you get a point for each of these domains, and then how elaborate the answer is. So if you say it's a use for a brick and you say it as a paperweight, you get 1 point for that. But if you say it's a paperweight to hold down some papers in an accountant's office when it's a hot day and somebody's opened the window and it's windy, then you've put in all these details for that. Instead of 1 point, you would get 6 points because you've elaborated, and each thing that you put into your elaboration, you get an extra point. So that's kind of how you measure it. So we discovered that this group here that were enjoying themselves and relaxing, this group here were in a really crappy room that was hot and stuffy. There was somebody through the wall, had a drill. There was people outside who were mowing the grass outside, and the person who was telling them what to do was shouting at them. Saying, come on, hurry up, sit down, stop that. No, don't, this is serious. There's the papers there. Has everyone got a pencil? Have you got a pencil? Have you got... No, so she was really making it stressful. And we found it made a huge difference. But the results that we got back were really quite impressively different. So that relaxation, not being stressed, it's one of the areas I was most interested in was how many domains. Because what happens when we get stressed at work, we go into like a fight or flight state. And we're designed for the prairies. We're not designed for working in offices. So when we're stressed, it's just like there's wolves coming. What do? We don't go, hey, Gav, let's actually think about this. Let's brainstorm. What can we do? Well, we could dig a hole in the ground, and if it's deep enough, the wolves won't get us. Oh, that's good. Well, what about if we'll climb a tree? Yeah, but there's no trees here. Yeah, but we could grow one. We could import one. No, you're going to run like fuck, aren't you? You're not going to have a brainstorm. We're going to go for where it's safe. And that's what happens in the office. When we are stressed in the office, we narrow our thinking down and we go for the obvious. And this is one of the biggest problems I have when I'm working with companies to try and help them get to better ideas, is if you have a level of stress and politics in the office, it narrows down people's thinking. And it narrows down their ability to judge. So people go for the safe, they go for the easy. But that is bad for innovation. That is bad for differentiating yourself. That is bad for getting a competitive advantage. So let me look at experiment 4 that I'm doing as well. I'm in the middle of this one at the moment. And this is the cut-up lyric experiment. And, you know, doing a cut-up technique is something that William Burroughs used to do, and all sorts of people sort of back in that sort of taking too much heroin and writing things period. They would do it, and David Bowie did it, and it
when
all
we were
came
in
from...
Los Angeles in '74, whatever it was, you were still using that technique of cut-ups. Do you still use it, or do you do...
Yeah, increasingly so, to a great extent on Outside. Even say on the new album, Earthling, if you put 3 or 4 disassociated ideas together and created awkward relationships with them, the unconscious intelligence that comes from those pairings is really quite startling sometimes, quite provocative.
So I decided that I would try this, and I'm just coming to the end of this experiment just now. So I wrote 3 pieces of completely unrelated prose, and I mean, these really aren't worth reading. So the first one's about commuting, the second one's about having a broken heart, the third one is about clouds, I think it is, and I just wrote a whole bunch of crap for each of those, and then cut them into strips, and then into little chunks of 4 or 5 words, and then once I'd done that, I start moving them around to see if I can get interesting clashes. And that's how far I've got at the moment with this experiment. I've got some stuff that is quite interesting, crap, but interesting. And I'm just about to turn that into lyrics. So I'll be bringing out a video soon of this, because this is what I'm doing now, is I'm subjecting myself to experiments. I'm experimenting on myself, and I'm putting this stuff out there. So there's one of the things, a study that I read a while ago was that boredom is really good for creativity. So if you get yourself tediously bored, then after that, you're actually better at coming up with ideas. So I'm about to do that as well. I'm about to spend 2 hours copying out phone numbers from a phone book before actually, or maybe I'll watch an episode of The Big Bang Theory or something like that. It's just, jeez, that's so shit. So I'm going to do that, and then I'll conduct an experiment. I'll see what kind of results I get. But I was wondering, can I do an experiment just now? Are you guys up for it? Now, I only actually need some of you. I need you people up the middle. Are you all right? Are you up for this? In fact, I don't know enough of you. Could people move to the seats on the edge there? And I need people to have a smartphone. And I need the people who are there to promise me two things. One, that they'll take a picture when I ask them to take a picture. The second thing is that I want you to email it to me. So I'll give you an email address, and you need to email it to me afterwards. Because I decided to conduct an experiment doing the sort of a bullet time thing. I don't know if you've seen this. At the School of Communication Arts a couple of weeks ago, where I just got the front row to just all take a picture of me at the same time. Now, what I'm wanting here is to do that up and down the aisle. I want to go up one side and down the other. So it's going to be like zooming out and zooming back in again. So I'm going to stand here. This is the rules. So this is the room. This is you guys in the middle. I want you to get your phone right now, put it to camera settings. Don't hold it upright. We're going to go for grown-up pictures, yeah? No happy slapping here. So make sure that your flash is switched off. Then I don't want you to zoom. No zooming. No changing the exposure settings. Put me in the middle of the frame, slap bang in the middle of the frame. And then when I tell you to go for it, you're all going to take a picture at the same time. Now, if you have somebody else's phone screen in your screen, that's fine. That's all good, because that's what we're going for. Right, you've all got your phones ready. So I guess I just need to say 3 after 1, 2, 1. You all done? Good. Now take a picture of that, because that's where you're about to email it to. You're going to email that to me. Then I'm going to edit it together into another little experiment to see how it looks when we do the zoom in, zoom out again. So I'm trying to do these little sort of film experiments as well. And you'll be able to see some of this stuff on my YouTube channel, which that's the address of it right there. It's just my name, after youtube.com. Nice and easy. But that's it. I've now reached the end. I've actually got, I'm over by 43 seconds. Okay, I love you. Goodbye. Thank you.
Very, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Burrs. We're pushing on fast. Coming up next, Ada Paris, How to Create Human Blockchains. I'm going to read this because I'm enthused, engaged, intimidated all at the same time. An Afropunk storyteller and cultural strategist, an enthusiastic curator of people, patterns, and stories. I'm certainly enthused, and 69 people on LinkedIn have taken time to write a recommendation on this woman, which is a LinkedIn record for our speakers today. So can we have a round of applause for that one before we even get her up? That's some in-depth knowledge. The little-known fact is when she did Lego Play to create her future creative self, she made Mia and Vincent from Pulp Fiction, which just goes to show her creative self is going to go homicidal and kill everyone while dancing to Jack Rabbit Slim. Everybody, let's put it together. Ada Paris.
Ooh, good afternoon. How are you? Good? Good. Awake? Great. Oh, what's happening there? You've got the slides? Okay. So, as Chris said, my name is Ada Paris. I thought I would start with a little bit of a story as to how I've ended up here. So through the biography, I wear many hats. You know, no pun intended. I wear many hats, but I'm technology futurist. I take a kind of philosophical approach to technology. What's the impact it's going to have on humans? But a lot of my life has been spent building communities. I built, how many people have heard of Burning Man? Yeah? Okay, so I built a camp at Burning Man for Carl Cox, the DJ. I have helped to build the School of Communication Arts, which some of the other speakers have been involved in. I've spent a lot of time building communities, but one of the things about me is that I look for patterns across different worlds. I look for patterns across different worlds, and then I look at how we can bring those together. So as Daniele was talking about, I'm a hacker. He calls me a life hacker. I look at different things, pull them apart, and then look at how I can start to bring them together. As Dave just said, I experiment. I really try and create these different experiments. My whole life is an experiment. The way that I work is really through the process of experimenting and trying to understand what are the different ways that you can build communities. Because I think that for me, that's really central to everything that I've done. A lot of the speakers today have covered a lot of what I was going to cover, so that's me done. But it's great because, again, for me, what I love about this, my first time here, and what I love about this event, is that there's been even though everybody has a very different background and very different experiences, there's a synergy that runs through all of them. And I love that. It's one of the, I have to say, congratulations to everybody involved, because it's one of the most exciting ones I've been to, because it's so different, because you have people with different backgrounds. But a key theme, and I'm just really glad that actually I already have it on the slide. Does it come up? No? Wait. There we go. A key theme is that all of us in some way are trying to bridge a gap. We run businesses, we are trying to bridge a gap between the external story and the internal behavior. Whether it's for ourselves, we're trying to understand this is the external projection of who I am, or who I say I am, and this is the internal who I am. What I do with businesses or with clients is I help them work out what's that gap, what's in that gap, and how can we bridge that gap. And so what we're also trying to do is we are all problem solvers. A bit like Daniele was saying, you know, he didn't see himself as a creative. We have these ideas of what these labels are, but ultimately every single human is a problem solver. And really, for me, that's kind of what innovation is. What we're also trying to do, as I have now got to a stage where I know that what I do, the way that I do it, is I look for patterns. I look for the patterns in different worlds, translate them, and try and bring them together in new stories. And I think that that's a lot of what has been happening out there. Has anybody heard of the, does anybody know the word Ouroboros? Yeah? Ouroboros is the oldest symbol in the world. It's normally depicted as a snake eating its tail. It means that everything is connected. And when I'm looking at how we start to build cultures and communities, we're looking at how we solve problems, we're looking for the patterns, and then we try and bring those things together. We're trying to look at what is it that brings those things together. And so for me, everything that I do is really trying to do this. I'm trying to do what I love. You as business owners, you that work in businesses, what you're trying to do is we're trying to create communities, cultures, where people feel that they're doing what they love. And in order to do that, I think it's important to first of all try and understand, what do we mean by culture? Now, Daniele was here talking about, he is part of Utopia. I'm part of his Utopia group. He runs Innovation Social. He also runs something called Culture Social. And when you ask people what does culture mean, people will come up with very different ideas. It's a bit like, if I was to ask you all, what is innovation? I'm sure lots of you would have very different ideas. So for me, I'm going to take it right down to basics for my understanding of that. Culture is the basis of collective storytelling. It's a culmination of lots of different stories and the way that we can then express them in very different ways. So the way that I look at that is what we're trying to do when we're building cultures is we're trying to build a library. We're trying to build a library of all of these different stories, and in that library, we can have Dostoevsky and we can have Harry Potter, but each one of them has value. No one is better or worse than the other. They're just very different. And so for you as business owners, what I try to talk about, what I try to talk about is that when you're building a culture, you are trying to build a culture where everybody's story is included, where people feel that they are part of that. Because Your customers, your first customers are your employees. Think about that. Your first customers are your employees. They're the people who, without them, you would not have a business. You would not have an opportunity. And so as business owners, as people who work and try and create communities and cultures, what you're trying to do is make sure that people feel that they are included, that their stories have power, that their stories are part of that library. Because they're also looking to have impact. They're also looking, that's the wrong side there, they're also trying to have impact. So in April this year, I was fortunate enough to go to TED in Vancouver. And one of the best talks that I heard was this guy. And I'm really bad with names, so I have to just check his name. His name is Hamadi Ulukara. Excuse the pronunciation. But what I loved about his talk is that he says that we need to change, in order to change the businesses, in order to change businesses and culture for the way that we need to change the playbook. As CEOs and business owners, what we've been doing is been using the same playbook. It's been about impact, it's been about market share, it's been about profits. Now we're businesses, we're all trying to make a profit, we're all trying to run a business. But really, we need to change the playbook. And the playbook has to be more about humans. It has to be more about human impact. We have to look at how can we how can we create a playbook for our businesses that is about human impact and the stories. And I'm not just talking about your end customers. It's also about the people who work within your organizations. And so what I'm going to do is, with my futurist hat on, I am going to talk about some of the patterns that I have noticed and recognized, and some of the reports that I've seen over the last couple of years, especially the last year. Some of the patterns that I have seen that tells me what's going on and starts to look at how can you start to change and create these types of cultures. So the first pattern I've seen is about identity. People, you've probably seen it, there's lots of stories around people wanting to bring their full selves to work. Part of the other things that I do is around working with people, especially within organizations, around this idea of personal brand identity. A lot of people say, I want to be a brand, I want to tell my story, I want to understand. When I come to work, because I'm spending 8 hours there, as people spend a lot more time at work than they do elsewhere, with people that they haven't necessarily chosen to be friends, but they still want to bring their sense of self to that. People also want to be in a space where they can tell their stories and reflect who they are. It's just like the reason why we choose particular friends, particular music, is because we want to be recognized as this is who I am. The choices I make reflect me. The second is, again with the futurist hat on, is about culture. Now, how many organizations in here have actually been through digital transformation? Or how many people know about digital transformation? Yes? Okay, so one of the things that I've seen in a lot of reports and I've seen through a lot of conversations is that people tend to underestimate the impact that digital transformation has on culture. Because what happens is you go through the process of we are going to go and get new technologies to help us become more efficient, to help us work smarter, to help us work faster. But when you start to introduce some of those technologies to the organization, you're fundamentally changing the way that people communicate. You're fundamentally changing the way that people interact. I remember, I think Nicole mentioned it, I remember when I was working at the IPA, so membership organization for agencies, when Facebook first came along. At first, we used to have conversations around, there was an actual water cooler. We used to have conversations. I used to smoke. We used to go outside and have a cigarette, and we would talk. And we used to have these conversations. And then people started really getting into email. We would email each other. And then Facebook came along, and people wanted to create Facebook groups and messaging. And then there was Slack and WhatsApp. And people would be sitting next to each other, messaging each other. rather than having a conversation. When people are going through digital transformation, what tends to happen, and there's especially I think there's a Gartner report about this, what tends to happen is we're going to get all this nice, bright, shiny technology to make us more efficient and effective. And it's usually the CEO, IT, finance person that looks after that. Where is the people? Where is HR? Where's the talent? Those people should be involved in those conversations about what's happening when you're going through digital transformation. Because what tends to happen is all the bright, shiny stuff happens, and then it's all done. We've got the new technologies, we're on this new Slack channel, everybody's using internal messaging, and the staff are going, shit. And nobody's really looking after the impact of what's happened to them. The next one is what I call economics. And I'm not talking about money. What I'm talking about is about the sustainability, the impact that you're having. People are now looking for to work in places that really have better impact. Not just about the measures of success, but also about them. Has anybody heard of the Betterness Manifesto? No? Yeah. So how many of your businesses have a vision or a mission statement? Yeah? Okay. The Betterness Manifesto was written by, excuse me, Umar Haque. So I think it started off as a Harvard Business Review. When I work with organizations, I tend to go in and say, right, what's your vision statement? What's your mission statement? And they've got this thing. I worked at a company that printed a new vision statement and gave us all this business card. And we as staff members were supposed to walk around with this business card in case anybody asked us what was the vision. The vision is this. Yes, I believe it. A Betterness Manifesto is a different way of approaching it. Because what you do is you work together with your employees to look at how are we going to make their lives better? How are we going to make all our internal, other stakeholders' lives better? How are we going to make our customers, external customers' lives better? And how are we going to make the world better, the world that we live in better? And collectively, you work together to create a Betterness Manifesto, because that becomes a different measure of impact, because people can see themselves within that. The fourth one, I love this, is ecosystems. An ecosystem is about the community. And when I'm talking about ecosystems in the workplace, I tend to talk about a human blockchain. And I'm not going to bore you with the technical side of what a blockchain is, because I've been working in it for years and still don't really fully understand it. However, what I do understand is about trust and transparency. It's about how do you work together to create communities and cultures that people feel that they're recognizing their potential. They're recognizing and able to articulate their value, and they're able to ask better questions. So these are some of the patterns that I've seen that have been happening. And some of the clients that I've worked with, these are some of the things that have come up. So next question is, how do you do it? How do you start to work towards building a human blockchain? So, are you ready to transform? So, a lot of it is actually based on values. What are the values of your business? We all have our personal values. We all have our I do a really simple exercise when I'm doing a workshop of helping people to really quickly work out what their personal values are. Because as business owners, you will have that this is our value statement for the company. Who came up with that? Where does that come from? And how does that match the employees' values, their own personal values, their stories? So what I have done is looked at what are the common themes of successful businesses, the ones who have these great cultures, that sense of community. Some of these have been mentioned already today, but the first is trust. What you're trying to do is you're trying to build a culture which is based on trust. And for me, that's about reciprocity without ego. You're trying to take the egos out of a lot of the things that are happening in an organization. The sense of competition, it's always there. But you're trying to get this, to build a community, an ecosystem, a culture, where people feel that they can give and they can share. And it's not about, I'm doing this. It's not transactional. I'm doing this because I want to get this from you. It's not about that. You're trying to build a sense where people feel that they can give back. They want to give back. The second is play. It's about curiosity through play. Curiosity and learning through play. You've heard several times mentioned today, brilliant Sir Ken Robinson's talk about the fact that we have had play and curiosity educated out of us. There's another great book, quite heavy book, but it's called Homo Ludens, and it's about the idea of play. When we now play as adults, most of the time, if we play as adults, most of the time when we're talking about play, there's always a goal. I want to get this cup, I want to win this award, so we're going to put foosball tables or ping pong tables or what have you, because we want to get this. Where's that sense of unbridled, just letting go, just fuck it and see? Play. This is why I love Burning Man, because it's an adult playground where there are no goals of trying to achieve something. How do you create a culture of curiosity? Not just curiosity about the business or the industry or the sector that you're in, but a curiosity about each other. Do you really know the names of your colleagues' children? Do you know that what else they do? I ran a session once with a group session with a company, and they had the finance director in the room. And we did this exercise. And I got them to look at their different identities, personas, and the finance director. So everybody went around and said, right, I am an athlete, I'm a this, I'm a finance director, I'm all of these different things. The finance director said, I'm also a hardcore raver. Everybody in the company was like, what? He said, oh yeah, no, I love to rave. And then he started talking about this whole thing, and suddenly it was going, this is the man that gives us the pay rises and generally says no, and everything it's not on the budget sheet. And suddenly they go, shit, this man likes to rave. It changed the way that they saw him. They saw him as human. How are you doing that within your organizations? How are you encouraging people, creating a space where people feel safe enough and included enough to be able to do that? The next is activism. Empathetic and compassionate evolution. We've heard talk about empathy, we've heard talk about compassion. Activism isn't necessarily going on a march, which I will be doing tomorrow. It's not just about going on the march. Activism starts within. It starts with having an idea of something that you want to change and knowing how to measure that. There's no ego within that. But you know that there is something that you want to change. You have found your voice and you're willing to stand up for that because it matches your values. But you're also then going to find the others because you know it can start with one, but you're going to try and find the others. That's what activism is. How do you create a culture of activism within your organization where people feel that they can stand up for the things that they believe in, that they know the changes that they want to make happen, and they can find the others, and they have the voice and the power and the authority, and they know that they're going to be listened to. That they're not just going to be thrown things. You're not just going to say, oh yeah, we're going to listen to you. Yeah, it's great. We've started an ethnic diversity group, or we've started a women's group, and that's great because we've done it. Well done us. Pat ourselves on the back because we've done it. But they have no power, no authority, and nobody's actually listening to their voices. Activism is about creating that space, but also agreeing and understanding that change is going to happen. And it may be scary. It may be. But we have to take the risks. The next is diversity. Diversity of thought. If you hire and recruit from the same places, people may look different, but I used to work at London Business School for 6 years. I helped to put together the marketing bit of the MBA program. The course pack did not change. So you're hiring people who fundamentally think the same. Diversity is, I once ran a session for a organization on diversity, And I loved it because at the end of the session, one of the new starters came up to me and said, you know what you've helped me realize? Diversity is a truth. Inclusion is a mindset, it's a behavior, it's about choice. We can all talk about doing diversity, but unless that goes hand in hand with with inclusion, with making sure that we are making the changes that need to happen, that we're not just going, okay, well, yes, we've got these groups, that's it, but making sure that people feel included, they can bring their stories through to this, they feel part of that library. I mean, they may want to check out it now and again, but making sure that people feel safe enough to feel included. Humility. Strength and leadership through vulnerability. How many times have you seen leaders just go, you know that they're stressed and they go, everything's okay, it's all right, I can do this, yes. But actually, the people that we respect, think about, I'm not even going to mention the names, but some of the leaders at the moment. Where's their humility and vulnerability? None. But the people who show that sense of vulnerability, we trust them more. We believe in them more because we connect with them on a very human level. We understand. I'm not saying you have to get up there and go, oh, well, you never guess what happened to me today. I mean, I woke up at 4 and blah, 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 and oh, you know, my life, and I've got a bit of a stomachache. It's not that. But it's understanding that people share and they connect through those stories of vulnerability and that sense of humility. And so that is the framework that I start to use around helping people to create what I call the human blockchain. It's the reason I say it's a human blockchain because every single person within that node, within that system, has value. And they have their own sense of identity and culture, but they also have levels of intelligence that will be powerful and beautiful for you. And it's helping that sometimes understanding that these people with their different nodes and different connections can come together. And that can fundamentally impact innovation. It can fundamentally impact the way that you do business. Because that's how you start to bridge the gap between the external story and the internal behavior, is by looking at some of those values and looking at what can we do now? The one of play, how can we create play other than getting a foosball table and going, right, we're all going to go for a jog? What can you do that is going to encourage people to do these things? Because we need to change the way that we do things. We need to change the world. We need to change the way that business is being done, because even at the most basic level, the people that work with us and for us want to have more impact. Does everybody know what these are? The UN Sustainability Development Goals. There's a target for 2030 for us to achieve those. A starting point for a lot of the businesses that I work with is what I say to them is, look at this. Put this as a goal. And I used to think that you look at those in isolation, but you don't. You look at them all together. Start with those as a goal, and then think about the values that I've mentioned, and say, okay, so now if we've got this, retrofit, work backwards. How can we now create a culture of play or curiosity or vulnerability that is moving us towards those? Because it's not only what we want, that is what our businesses want, our stakeholders want. That's what society wants and needs. Because that, to me, is how you start to change the idea of innovation. Because innovation should be systemic. Because innovation is problem solving. So it's not one person's role. And once you have a culture where everybody understands that they are problem solvers, it will fundamentally change innovation from the bottom up. Thank you.
Cracking speech. Final one. Reach around, find someone next to you, give them a pat on the back. Make sure they're happy to take a pat on the back. We're there. We've got our final speech coming up. Let's energize each other. 20 minutes to go. Limber it up, get loose. Robert Craven. What I learned working with Google. He's the founder. Guys. 20 minutes, there's probably a train that needs to be got, I understand that one. He spent 5 years working with Google across 4 continents and 10 countries. He runs the Google Elevator program for fast growth agencies. He's written 10 books, and in one of the forewords, Richard Branson himself has said, this man will turn your business into a powerhouse. The little known fact about him, when he was in his school band, there was a singer called Kirsty McCall, and he kicked her out because she was spotty, and she kept trying to kiss the spotty boys as well. It's true. We're having a little chortle at that. While you're chortling, let's raise that emotion to a cheer and a round of applause for Mr. Robert Craven.
Wow. So, hello, Exeter! Wow, that's amazing. I'll just do it again. I just really enjoy it. Hello, Exeter! Wow. Whew. So, what I learned from Google. So, I'm not a Googler, but I spent 5 years with them as a client, working with digital agencies, helping them grow. And what I learned from Google is stuff which I've taken through working with people like UNESCO, all the way through to Barclays, all the way through to Nando's, and so on and so forth. So I just want to go through what we learned from them. And this goes back to when I first set up in business in 1990-something or other. I was fascinated not by being in the rump, but by being in the far right-hand corner of the bell curve. Not being the top 0.25%, but being in the top sort of 10%. And what is it that those people do differently? What is it that the high achievers do which is different? Whether it's in a charity or whether it's in a business, that's not the issue. The issue is about how we can help people do that. And I was then approached about 6 years ago by Google, who did a piece of research using, the bell curve, to figure out how they can take people who use Google from being average, mediocre, run-of-the-mill agencies, doing the same stuff as everyone else, going, oh, we don't make many sales, oh, it's very, very difficult, oh, I don't know why it's so hard, to what they can do to actually be in that top 10%. So that was the piece. And essentially the search was a hunt for what I call escape velocity. So escape velocity, for those of you who aren't up to speed, is 7 miles per second, or 25,000 miles per hour, which is the speed that you need to be going to break the gravitational pull of the Earth. And I would say that most businesses are stuck. They can't break the gravitational pull of mediocrity. So what they do is they try really hard, but everything becomes really, really hard. And this escape velocity is what I've been looking for to find in whatever organization. So last year we worked with 119 agencies. They applied what I'm about to show you. I guess the issue is the escape velocity in agencies is about how much do we sell, can we sell enough, how much do we charge, and how efficient are our people. If you get those 3 sorted out, the whole thing just goes wildly, wildly successful. And it's going to be different whether you're a hotel or whether you're a charity or so on and so forth. But it's having the combination of 3 things that actually make the big difference. So, what are the lessons? And the lessons aren't remarkable in as much as we've heard virtually all of this today, but these are the bits and pieces which I've picked up from the work with Google, because they are kind of like fundamentals. The first one is to think dramatically differently, to think in a different way from other people, to think with drama, to think about things in a way which is so much more not about the norm and the ordinary, but actually about a difference. And the first question I'd like to throw to you is what's holding you back? So we did a piece of research. We took 375 really, really boring businesses. Oh, it's so difficult to grow the business. Customers don't come to us. I can't get the right staff. And we took 375 magic millionaires, people who'd taken the business to $1 million in the first year or taken £1 million out of the business. And we asked all of them the question, what's holding you back? What's holding you back from running the business you really want to run? So I'm going to give you 1 minute, because you're very, very bright. Grab the person next to you, give them a hug, and say to them, what's holding you back from running the business or the organization you really want to run? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, right, so shh. And you can stop hugging as well. Much too much hugging. Go and get a bed and a bedroom. So, okay, so this is the interesting thing. When you talk to the wannabes, yeah, what you get is you get a whole load of stuff starting with the word they. They the customers, they the competitors, they the bank, they Boris Johnson, they the staff, they the Google, they Facebook, they the government. It's always other people's problems. Always other people. It's an external locus of control. Okay? When you talk to the successful, the magic millionaires, and you say, what's holding you back from running the business? What was holding you back when you were there? What was it that held you back? They say, as one, as opposed to 375 different theys, as one, they say, the one thing that was holding me back was me. I was petrified. I was full of fear. I didn't know whether to put the prices up, put the prices down. Didn't know whether to employ the people, not employ the people. Didn't know whether to buy a new property, not buy a new property. And until you get over that and realize that the problem is me and my view of the world, you just aren't able to continue. But once you get that, oh, I make the decisions, so I take the successes. And oh, I make the decisions, so I also get to pay the price for making the wrong decisions. And that is the shift. The guys and gals who sit here with their mediocre businesses in the middle of the bell curve are doing this, it's not fair, it's so dreadful, Brexit's so fucking dreadful. And these guys here are making their own rules, and deciding what they want to do and working their own way. The second thing about mindset is what's called moonshot thinking, which is a real googly thing, also known as 10 times. 1963, John F. Kennedy, 1962 actually, but 1963, the public statement where he says he's going to take a man on the moon by the end of the decade. Yeah, totally bonkers thinking. Okay, the big, hairy, audacious goal, which the very first speaker today talked about. Okay, but it's having those crazy thoughts. And as I look and go through people I work with, charities that say they want to reach 1 million kids. An agency that says it wants to be Google's #1 agency. A food company that says it wants to be the #1 supplier to Waitrose. Like crazy stuff when all this stuff is starting off in someone's kitchen. It's having that kind of different way of looking at the world. So one, think dramatically differently. Two, a really simple one, go much faster. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, yeah, you need to step back and you need to think about stuff and you need to have your thinking time. But on the whole, the time that we put and the timing we actually think we have to take to make stuff happen is just nonsense. And one of the things I absolutely love about working with really young people is they don't have all the frameworks I have in my head, which go, oh, we're going to run a conference. Well, it's going to take 6 months to organize. Yeah? I was at a conference in San Diego, okay, which had an 8-week lead-in time for 2,500 people, from absolute beginning to actually making it happen. Why did they do it so quickly? Kind of because they can. Yeah, sure, they threw some money at it, but it's the speed and the mentality that actually goes into that. Another thing which I did learn from Google is the concept of a 12-week year. Don't do business plans for a year because you're really excited at the beginning. The year goes by, and about November you go, shit, we're missing stuff out. We need to work really hard and make some sales, okay? What they do, and what I now do in my business and all the businesses I work with, is run a 12-week year. You have 4 business plans a year. So you have a start of the business plan, a little gap in the middle, then you're back at the end of it, and then you start again. What it means is you're budgeting 4 times a year. What it means is you're altering your course all the time. That's phrased, like an aeroplane is only actually on course sort of 1% of the time. And you're talking about action and results, and you're talking about what you're going to do now, right now. So think dramatically different, go much faster, and the third one is measure the right stuff. We don't measure the right stuff often, and measuring is really, really simple. So the first thing is, how do I know how good your organization is? It's a combination of, we always talk about money first, money, 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 turnover, profit, cash, money, 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 talk about the money, talk about money. Eventually people come up with, oh yeah, it's not just about money, it's also about marketing, getting customers to buy for you, get the customer to buy for you, collect the money, get the customer to buy for you. And then the third thing that always comes up eventually is the operations, the doing of the thing. So our business is, let's get all the balls right. You know, I've got dreadful light in my eyes, so I'm going to have to look this way. It is sell, make, collect, sell, make, collect. And if any one ball goes out of off, then you literally go bust, you know. You've got to keep all the balls in the air. It's about maintaining all. Now, not only that, but the whole thing is underwritten, is underpinned by people and culture. But the point about this juggle is this. Finance, which has vanished off the stage, fantastic. Finance is not a ball of an equal size like these. Finance is more like juggling with one of these. Now, if you're running a business, which is the one you focus on most of all? Finance, marketing, or operations? And yet, I'll juggle with you, and yet, this is my point. Point one, finance is simply a consequence of marketing and operations. Marketing is the promise, operations is the delivery. So your financial performance, which your accountants and your business consultants all talk about, that's not the issue. The issue is about figuring out how to get people to buy from you and how to deliver awesomely people and culture to do it. And you can score your business, score out of 10, where 10 is a high score, 0 is a low score, for your financial performance, your marketing performance, your operational performance. All the clients we work with pick up the phone. What's the scores on the doors? 3 numbers, please. Because the people and culture thing is much harder to deliver. Second measure piece, which I absolutely love, is a thing called OKRs. And I hate measuring anything. I'm not interested in detail. But what you do is you get, so you're in quarters, quarterly business plan. Each quarter, the business has 4 things it's going to do. Each person in the business has OKRs. So what do they have? They have 3 objectives, and under each of those objectives, they have 3 key results they're going to achieve. So if it's the receptionist, their first objective is to pick up the phone in 2 calls, greet people nicely, and then you have measures behind it. And what you're able to do is you're able to give every one of your people the context, the vision, the mission that we have, what we are trying to do, what we've created to make happen. And then for each person, their objectives and their key results link into what the business is trying to do. And you go right the way across the map of the business and get everyone responsible. Actually, does it feel like policing? No, it doesn't, because now I know what a good job looks like. Now I know what good looks like. I didn't know what good looks like, but thankfully you've told me what it is. So, 3 lessons. Think dramatically differently, go much faster, measure the right stuff. And I'd like to finish with a couple of quotes. I also just need to come over here and get my bag. First quote is this, which is George Whalen in a book called Retail Superstars. Be the best, because it's the only market that's not crowded. I'd also like to quote, and I was delighted we were talking about it earlier on, Jerry Garcia from Grateful Dead, because you have to quote Jerry Garcia, yeah? You do not merely want to be the best of the best. You want to be considered the only ones that do what you do. So I think what this is about is about intention. It's about intention right the way through the business. It's about the intention to the incredible detail of making sure people don't fall over. It's about the intention about running the best conference. It's about the intention to have the best speakers. It's about your intention and your belief and your passion in what it is you're trying to do. Whether it be a charity, whether it be Google, whether it be Bigham's Food, whether it be a hotel chain, it's about having that obsession in actually making that happen. Now, we had an experiment earlier on. Are you up for another experiment? Yes. Should we try again? Are you up for another experiment? Yes! Right, that's better. So this is what we're going to do. Matches, candle, candle, matches. Ah. No merchandise promotion, please. Thank you very much. light the candle, make sure there's no fire thing. Did he tell them he was going to do this? No, he didn't. Right, that's a light, right? So one of the great things about today, Light Minds has been stunning. Yeah, we're there. It's stunning. People, communication, community, really, really great. And the yin and the yang and the chi within the room is so awesomely great that I reckon that what we can do is we can focus all of our positive energy on that candle. And with our mental power of positive belief, we can make that candle feel the weight of the positive vibes and energy, and it will have no choice but to just extinguish itself and go, amazing. And there it is. So are you up for that experiment? Yes. Right, so this is what we need to do. Nobody in the front row do any blowing or anything like that, but your energy, your karmic energy, would be more powerful if everyone stands up. So if you could all stand up, and what I want you to do is focus 100% on that candle. In your mind's eye, imagine that candle blowing out, okay? So I'm going to count from 5 to 0. When I get to 0, everyone 100% the candle go. Imagine the candle going out in your mind. It'll have no choice. Right, 5, the candle's going to go out. 4, really, really focus on the candle. You can feel the candle going out. It's just starting. 3, 2, 1, and you really thought the candle was going to go out. Jesus Christ. Of course the candle's not going to go out. The candle doesn't go out because you want it to go out. The candle doesn't go out because you had the candle doesn't go out because it's in your business plan. The candle will only go out if you do one thing and one thing only. And that, my friends, is that you take action. Thank you very much.
Hello. Guys, that is us. It is a wrap. Those of us that are left, we're going to head down to the Hotel de Van and have a few drinks. I think we've had lots of quotes and what have you. My history before I was a rugby player, which I've already alluded to, was a philosophy student. And Johann Wolfgang von Goethe said, and I think this sort of echoes what we've just had, whatever you can do or dream, you can. Begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. Begin it now. I think that's it. Like minds. Thank you very much.